Good morning, cricket fans, and greetings from the Caribbean. It's day 3 in round 2 of the Cricket West Indies Championship, and we're coming to you live from Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica, where the Jamaica Scorpions are taking on the Barbados Pride. Andrew Chan in your company. Let's go straight to Keshav Bahadur Singh for this morning's pitch report.
Well, it's a wonderful morning at Sabina Park, and it's day 3 in this West Indies Cricket Championship 2026 between Jamaica Scorpions and Barbados Pride. I'm here at the pitch taking a look to see how it would play on day 3, and as you can see, just a bit more footmarks at the popping crease area, but apart from that, 1 or 2 cracks are noticeable. The rest of the pitch seems excellent. It's still a very grassy surface. It's hard. There's something in it for the batsmen, something in it for the bowlers. For the pace bowlers, especially in the morning session, we saw a bit of extra movement, and from speaking to some of the members of the ground staff who would know this pitch very intimately, they expect that movement to continue in this morning session, as well as any other instances for the fast bowlers. When they hit the deck hard, sometimes the ball might tend to just slow up a bit. If they kiss the seam and let the ball hit the deck and go through to the keeper, then they will get more purchase and they will get better opportunities for getting wickets. There's still something in it for the spinners as well. 1 or 2 areas of rough around that we can see, and as the day progresses, the batsmen, they will be appreciative of the sun just hitting the deck, taking off any moisture. We had some evening rain for the entirety of yesterday, so we hope that everything will be set today for the weather and we'll get to see an excellent contest with bat and ball.
And that was Keshav Bahadur Singh with, that wasn't even a pitch report, that was a pitch documentary. My goodness. All the information you'll ever need concerning a pitch, you'll have right there. Thank you very much, Keshav. Orville Higgins alongside me, and let's go straight to some highlights of the play yesterday, and Orville can talk you through what happened yesterday as well.
Well, I thought this man, Shamar Springer, really stepped up, bowled really well, got the ball to leave the left-handers. Warwickon caused a trouble or two. That was Mansingh, Abhijay Mansingh, just prodding forward and getting caught under the bat. But Shamar Springer was really impressive. That was Romain Morris just chipping to short mid-on after a really long vigil. And we're back with Springer. That was a good one to Pete Salmon. Not sure whether to leave or to play. And then this man, Odin Smith, getting a good delivery from Roston Chase from round the wicket, just going on with the arm, didn't spin. And in between all that, there was another dismissal holding out in the leg side. That was O.J. Shields. And then when the Scorpions bowled, there were some great shots. Shane Mosley playing a rasping cover drive, and then the Bajan captain, as he tends to do to the off spinners, was lofting over mid wicket. Craig Brathwaite there, who is unbeaten on 50 plus overnight, played really well. Shane Mosley, that's the only dismissal for the Jamaican Scorpions up to this point. A little unlucky, you would say, driving at the delivery that missed bat, hit pad, and then dribbled onto the stumps. But Pete Salmon will take it. The Scorpions will take it. And these are the 2 Barbadian batsmen coming out to continue from where they left off yesterday. Brathwaite 51, Drake 17, 125 for 1, 332 behind. And Andrew, it is looking like it could be difficult to get an outright result here. Cricket is quite funny, but after 2 days, only 11 wickets have fallen. So you think that maybe it may not be enough time for an outright win. So batting and bowling points as well as first innings honors could well be what they're playing for at the moment.
Yeah, well, good morning once again to our viewers. That's the state of the game. The Barbados Pride putting on a platform in response to 457 all-out posted by Jamaica. As you see the Scorpions coming out there. Ending the overnight on 125 for 1 after rain stopped play just about 2:50 p.m. Jamaica time, just 10 minutes before the tea break was supposed to end. So we basically lost the last session of the day. which is why we're starting at 9:30 here today. And we will start at 9:30 here again tomorrow. But you're quite right in terms of a result. Well, yes, you're quite right. Cricket is a funny game. But I think the Barbados batting lineup has a bit more on paper. Of course, Kevin Wickham in a great run of form. Jonathan Drakes has looked quite well. Craig Bradford doing Craig Bradford things. And then Ruston Shea still to come. So if Barbados do bat through the whole day and get close to and even surpass that 457 mark, because I mean obviously they'll want to put close to 600 on the board even, and if they do get to that, well, we're not sure how long that will take. But again, their goal, I think, would be to bat through the day, and if you're looking at an average 300 runs a day, that will still only get them to just about par with the Jamaicans. Pete Salmon will start with spin from the southern end. Fairly attacking field to start the morning. He will be bowling to Jonathan Drakes, who again looked very, very, very good for the little time he was at the crease yesterday. It's a good delivery and driven straight up the long on. First runs of the morning of the first ball of the day.
Yeah, he started positive yesterday, and from his first delivery, he has started quite positive today as well.
You had to wake up and rise with the sun this morning, Mr. Orville Higgins. You had to leave your mansion in Portmore, is it? And come down here. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
I'm not usually a big breakfast person. Most mornings I just go with fruits.
Oh, a healthy man indeed.
That's what I did this morning.
Oh, that's a flick just past short leg. Craig Bradford getting himself in that tangle that he likes to get so much.
Yeah, no surprise that the Scorpions have started with Pete Salmon. He looked most likely to get wickets yesterday.
This one he gets his digs it up to long on. And based on chapter 5 of that documentary of the pitch report by Keshav Bahadur Singh, the first half an hour should be interesting for the bowlers, as it has been all game. But what was interesting is that he didn't indicate that the pitch had deteriorated or degraded in any way. So it should still be a very good batting pitch.
Well, on the evidence of what we've seen so far, the ball isn't really spinning a mile, coming on fairly easily onto the bat. I mean, a small sample size, just 5 deliveries.
Short mid on in place to stop that bunt to long on from both batters. Pete Norland's up by that one. I'd love to see the replay on that one as it runs close to the ropes. I think he just may have gotten a tickle or the ball maybe died on him. We'll have to look at the replay on that one, Orville Higgins, but that was a question asked by Pete Salmon, I think on the last delivery of the over as well.
Batsman playing for turn, and there was none. Ball just skidded on. And here we go with the replay. You'll see the batsman playing inside the line, trying, suspecting or feeling that the ball would be spinning on. Didn't. Woo. And it seems to miss everything.
I swear that one went away and then came back in a little bit. That's a lovely little drifting delivery there. No wonder the short leg fielder was just standing up watching, looking at that one. That's a spiteful delivery if there ever was one. And we see that man, Marquino Mindley. I want to applaud John Campbell for bringing on Marquino Mindley. He bowled just 5 spectacular overs yesterday and was taken off despite O.J. Shields not doing very well on the other end.
Yeah, he really bowled well, Marquino Mindley, yesterday. 5 overs, 5 runs, no wicket. And good to see him starting this morning. I think these two, if you had to make a bet as to who the skipper would have started with, you would have gone with Mindley and Salmon. So
I'll give you an update on games around the region as well. As The Leeward Islands Hurricanes posted 131, Trinidad and Tobago 175, and the Leeward Islands are currently 140 for 7. Extravagant leave there by Craig Braffett on that first delivery. That man, Jaden Seals, 7 for 34, economy rate of 1.94. That's brilliant. That's what you want to see from your top class bowlers. The Guyana Harp Eagles are progressed to 405 for 8. Shamar Joseph closing in on a half century, 46 off 31. So the tail wagging there, and the old hand Veersamy Permaul, 33 of 85 deliveries. On the money is Marquino Mindley. So that's what's going on. Both of those games are progressing towards results, and may very well have results in today. In terms of an update there, the game between the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force has been suspended. I think there was something to do with an injury or concussion check. That was the last information we have.
That one had some shape on it there, Andrew. A lot too wide. Craig Brathwaite didn't offer a shot, but there was just a little shape on the ball. Marquino Mindley would be encouraged by that. Need to be closer though.
Good start here from Mindley so far, and as you would expect, he's on the money.
Yeah, still needing the batsman to play a little bit more. Yeah, much closer to the line he wants to be. Gentle push out towards mid-off. The pitch seems to have died down in terms of bounce.
That last one, Craig Brafford is not known for striding forward, and he sort of had a half stride forward, and even if it was a comfortable shot to mid-off, it was still a little bit uppish. And then, of course, he always has that issue where the bat comes out at an angle. So that can always create some problems. I always think Mindley maybe if he pitches back of a length, this comes back a little bit, still aims for that stumps and gets Brathwaite into an awkward position.
It was a maiden. The batsman didn't score, but I don't know that Mindley would be completely happy with that. He usually gets the batsman to play, and in that over, too many deliveries were left outside off. Just taking a little time to find his line.
I've seen a lot of comments about the pitch. That's a nice shot through the extra cover region by Jonathan Drakes. We've said that he looks ominous today, and he looked really, really good yesterday, and he seems to have picked up where he left off.
So much to like about that shot. Hitting the off spinner through extra cover takes skill. Just to the left of mid-off. Very confident. Got to the pitch, so there was no likelihood that he'll be done by the spin. Nice shot that, Mr. Drakes.
I see some commenters on the YouTube page asking about rain or anything, and what I can tell you is that there's not a single cloud in the sky above Sabina Park. Based on what has happened, over the last 2 days. The rain has come sort of in the afternoon period. And according to Orville Higgins, who claimed to be a meteorologist but has been flummoxed by this recent weather patterns, says the rain usually comes from the southeast side, but it's actually coming from the north. So that's the update in terms of rain and conditions. Yeah, at the moment, conditions are absolutely brilliant and wonderful for cricket.
Yeah, stark contrast to what we've had yesterday.
Solid from Drake's on this forward defensive ends a good over, 133 for 1, 4 and quiet after that. So Pete Salmon is really getting into what he has to do here. And I like the idea of Salmon and Mindley bowling in tandem because it can create that pressure. Craig Brafford, as we know, is very good at soaking up the pressure, just one run so far to add to his overnight score this morning. But Drake's, on the other hand, might be a little bit younger, might be a little more impetuous. So it's a good bowling tandem to start.
Yeah, the Scorpion bowlers must be a little concerned because absolutely nothing is happening. Pete Salmon is not getting it to rip or bounce. And while Marlon Mindley is shaping just a touch, but there's no extravagant swing or seam either. Just seem like a very good day for batting.
It's a good one from Mindley. Starting on that off stump, maybe a little bit fuller, and he might be in action here. He was very unlucky. I think we go back to that LBW decision with Shane Mosley. I think he was really unlucky there on using the height of his good spell. So he does deserve a wicket. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Dragged from just outside off stump. Maybe a little bit too full and bunted down the ground by Craig Brafford. Not very attractive, but effective nevertheless.
Yeah, Markin and Mindley not getting the ball to do a lot of the seam. Pitching up trying to look swing. But not finding the ball doing a lot through the air. Not finding the ball doing a lot of the seam. So that was just a half volley that Craig Brathwaite disposed of with ease.
And you always talk about Craig Brafford's bottom hand. That was an example of his pure bottom hand. Like I genuinely will not want to be punched by Craig Brafford with his right hand for sure.
Yeah, very bottom-handed player. Has worked for him in his lengthy first-class career so far. 56 not out on a flat pitch and an attack that lacks penetration for the most part. He could be eyeing another regional 100.
We're watching this game at Sabina Park, the iconic Sabina Park. So I'd like to ask our commenters on our YouTube channel to share their memories of Sabina Park, all those who have been here, who have witnessed wonderful matches, whether it be good, bad, or ugly, of course. And, of course, some of your memories in regional cricket here at Sabina Park, for all those maybe older heads who used to come here back in the heyday when Sabina Park was rocking. And maybe bought a drink for Orville Higgins. But we certainly know Orville Higgins' wallet will not open to buy a drink for anyone else.
I've been known to be quite kind.
Quite kind.
Once I have the money.
Once you have the money.
They may,
and that certainly once comes every blue moon, doesn't it?
There you go.
Yeah, there you go, indeed.
Nothing happening on the pitch here, though, Andrew. The ball is coming down almost like a pipe, nothing happening off the pitch or through the air at all.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Touchdown there, back of a length. Feeling for that one was Drake's. I think he got himself into an awkward position there. He was neither forward nor back. End of the over, 138 for 1. 31 overs. Not bad from the Jamaicans. I think what they do understand, the Jamaicans, is at least we have to contain. Let's work on containment. The Bajan bowling unit really didn't get a handle on that at all.
A little conversation mid-pitch between these two. That last one from Millie did shape away a touch. The keeper collecting at his ankles. So the pace, the pitch isn't as pacey as it was. Look at this. Was a little shape on it away from the right-hander. There we go. But look at where the keeper is collecting at his ankles. No pace at all. And very low bounce. It's the kind of pitch that you can push your front foot out to the paces. And we're seeing it from Salmon. No ripping turn, no bounce. Pitch has flattened out considerably. If you're a batsman, you should think you could get some runs on this.
Oh, getting himself in a tangle on that occasion again, this Craig Baffert. That one maybe had a little bit of spin on it.
Not a little bit. That did spin quite prodigiously. We were just saying that it looked flat and wasn't doing much. But that one did spin. And that was an excellent take by Romain Morris down the leg side.
Beaton, oh, well. Salmon is starting to string some deliveries together. Pete Salmon is a shark hunting for Bajan cricketers.
Well, I tell you what, the previous delivery spun a mile. This one, he was playing for the ball to be spinning again. Yeah. Didn't. And it ended up just going past the bat through to the keeper. But this was as a result of the first one. That was the arm ball. Craig Brathwaite playing well inside the line. Good take that from the keeper as well.
Your thoughts on Romain Morris behind the stumps? I know you have some interest and invested interest as a wicket keeper.
I'll get to that after this. It hasn't been the easiest of wickets to keep wicket on. Because a lot of the balls are dying on their way to the keeper. And when the balls are hitting ground before the keeper, it's the most difficult thing to do. So he hasn't been as tidy as he usually is. But it's not the easiest of wickets to keep wicket on.
.138 for 1 after 32 overs. One of the commenters on our YouTube stream says they remember a Shell Shield match between Jamaica and Barbados with the likes of Desmond Haynes, and it was a best top-class match with Michael Holding and Patrick Patterson bowling for Jamaica. Wow, those would have been the days when you see quality and legends all around, really. And really memorable times in this championship. There's a lot of history in this championship, of course. Makino Minley to continue. Drake's on strike. Ooh, well, that one, he tried to whack that through the mid-wicket region. I'm not sure if it was there for the whacking. A little bit too close to him, but it shows the confidence of the young man and maybe the confidence he has in how this pitch is going to play.
Yeah, Jonathan Drakes has been oozing confidence ever since he came. He's looking to get on with it, which is not the same thing as saying he's being careless. He's prepared to be disciplined to the good ones, but he's always looking to score.
Punch through the cover region. That's a lovely square drive off the back foot. That goes all the way into the ropes before. It wasn't a horrible delivery, but Drakes was just in position so quickly.
That is, what do you Trinidadians say? Shot father?
Yep.
That is a lovely shot. There was a little, it wasn't a long hop by any means, a little back of a length. Look how quickly he gets into position. Look at the confidence in punching square. That was a lovely shot on a flat pitch. You still have got to get them off the middle.
Absolutely 90 degrees square. He hit that all along the crease.
Lovely shot.
Let's see how Mindley adjusts. That's a good Yorker length delivery. And well played by Drakes as well. Seemed to want to shimmy out of his crease. And so I think Mindley might be getting a little bit of movement in the air, because if you see, let's have a look at this again. Even that there was a little bit of movement away. So based on that, we see that it maybe was a little bit too wide. So Mindley is getting a little bit of movement in the air and a little bit of movement. Well, the typical right arm mover, right arm pacer away from the right hand batsman. That's a better one. That is a better delivery. That was closer to that fourth stump line, rising a little bit as well. No, it actually edged. That was actually an edge for four. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that.
Jonathan Drakes made one or two steps coming at the batsman. The pitch is not really coming on. It's slow. Just look at how he sashes down just at the point of delivery. Look at that. 1-2 steps down the pitch, then trying to repeat that back drive through the covers, peeling off the outside half. So there is a little moral victory there for Mindley. But those two little steps by Jonathan Drakes is telling you that he thinks the pitch is coming on a little bit slow. The bounce can be quite low as well. And he was trying to counter that. Didn't go where he intended, but his intent is to keep the scoreboard ticking.
That's punched through the extra cover region. Well fielded by John Campbell. The throw comes in. Oh my goodness. It was almost a brilliant run out there by John Campbell as Jonathan Drakes was steaming back in. He has every right to lie down there because that was a brilliant piece of athleticism. I don't know. Maybe he just slept really well last night. But wow. Pick up and spin and throw while... let's have a look at this again here over Higgins.
This is a lovely shot. But John Campbell diving to his left, which is, you could say, his weak side. And had he hit, then Jonathan Drakes, it would be goodbye, sweet prince. Well done in the field by the captain.
I don't think it would be his weak side because he bats left-handed. So
yeah, but he throws right-handed, though.
Oh, well, that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
At the end of the over, 146 for 1. That was an interesting over there. In terms of Mindley, I think he needs to go back up a full length and continue targeting that stump because we see that they're happy to camp on the back foot, particularly Drakes and Bradford. We know Bradford doesn't come forward. He has to sort of tease them to come forward. A lovely shot of the southwestern corner of Sabina Park there, just to the left of your screen, the imposing George Headley stand with the blue seats. And the Kingston Cricket Club as well in that space.
Yeah. Salmon will continue.
Turned around the corner confidently by Craig Bradford, but there is no run. Turn this one fine, and short fine leg comes in, and the throw comes in, but the batter scrambled the single quite easily. So just about 24 minutes played so far.
That's one of the areas that they feel that they could target Craig Brathwaite. He rides this spinning delivery into him and invariably wants to play out towards backward short leg. Many batsmen would take the hit or just drop it down in front of them, but he rides them. He wants to get them towards backward short leg. I would think that a backward short leg for Craig wouldn't go amiss.
That's one is a crack through the cover region again. Well placed by Jonathan Drakes. That's into the Kingston Cricket Club.
That's a lovely, lovely shot.
Yeah.
He opened up his body to try to find the gap. Just look at how he opened up. Almost like a striker trying to find the far corner. Look how he opened up his body to punch it through the offside. There we go. He knew where he wanted to hit it. It wasn't just cover driving the ball out. He picked his spot, adjusted his shape, and then the rest was easy. 4 good-looking runs.
Acres of space on an offside because there is just that field that short extra cover. And of course long off as well. Another commenter on our channel talking about memories at Sabina Park. This is fine down the leg side. This is turn, and this will be a back-to-back force for Jonathan Drakes. Straight down the leg side is Pete Salmon and plicked away easily by Drakes.
So much of cricket is what happens in the previous delivery. Salmon was outside the off stump and was spanked nicely through the covers for 4. He says, I'm not going to bowl too wide of the off stump. I'm going to get closer. But by getting closer, overcompensated. That one was leg side spinning further down. And Drakes was equal to the task. He's batting absolutely beautifully. Lovely shot. Partnership, we'll get back to that.
Yeah, 50 partnership up between these two. So excellent work from them since they came together with the score on 105 for 1. At the end of the over, 34 overs have been bowled. Barbados have progressed to 155 for 1. They're moving along quite successfully. And coming back to our commenter, this person had the pleasure of watching the great Lawrence Rowe at his best and was also fortunate to be in the press box to see and listen to the great Henry Blofeld. His description of a dull game was superb. Shot of the majestic mountains behind the northern stands here. And in your generation, Orville, because I don't want to let people know how old you are, but you are slightly older than me, and you would have certainly seen, some of the great players that I would have only heard about, Malcolm Marshall, the late Malcolm Marshall, Joel Garner. Have you actually seen Michael Holding bowl live?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
And what was that as an experience? As Marquino Mindley bowls from the Courtney Walsh end.
Every time I saw Michael Holding bowling, I wonder how can this guy get so much pace and look so easy doing it? Yeah, that one did maybe just bounce a touch. Michael Holding was quick, but you always get the feeling that if he really wanted to, he could bowl quicker.
So when you watch his run up, did he actually run in fast? Or?
No, well, quick enough, but he didn't look scary coming in. He looked rhythmic, and he could really send him in a notch. By the late 80s, when he was playing for Jamaica, he had cut that run down, maybe some knee issue. But you always feel if he really want to, he could really crank it up a notch.
Nice punch, excellent feeling again by John Campbell. Because there's a video on YouTube where they had Dennis Lilly, Jeff Thompson, Imran Khan, I think Richard Hadley, Michael Holden, and of course Andy Roberts, where they were doing a sort of speed test. And you can see that Lilly, Thompson were pumping in hard, like really, really pumping their muscles. Same with Richard Hadley and Imran Khan. Michael Holden running in, I don't know if it's because he's just so graceful that it looks slow. You know, if he was such a natural athlete, that running just became so natural to him. So I always wonder about that because, seeing somebody live and then seeing somebody on video is two different things. It's like Formula One. You see Formula One on TV and it looks okay, that's the thing. But then if you see Formula One in real life, you barely see the cars because it's just shoot, shoot, shoot.
Never had that opportunity to see Formula One. But yeah, the pitch here, look, the keeper collecting at his ankles. The bounce has all gone. Really now just a nice placid wicket.
Nice turn into the leg side. That's tucked easily by Brafford. He's not looking for a 4, but he noodles and nudges his way up to, 60 at this point. And then And as far back as the bowlers are running, the great Peter Dujon was standing about that from the stumps. I mean, he was basically standing on the boundary's edge in some occasions.
Yep, it was quite a spectacle. Those were the days when people didn't just come out to watch your team bat. I mean, spectators used to come out to watch the West Indies bowl as well.
Yeah.
It was quite a spectacle. Back in those days, we won't live to see as marauding a West Indies team like that anytime soon.
Well, I think, I mean, in the history of cricket is unprecedented, of course. I think the only comparison I could say is Brazil in football. They're sort of always contenders. But it's still a little bit different because they were all conquering. I mean, yes, they may have lost a series or two between 1990 and 1995 and stuff, but that extended period of joy, I mean, that was I would say it went as far back as 1975 to the World Cup, all the way up to 1995. And even after 1995, it was still West Indies was still sort of the top. I mean,
between 1976, when we lost 5-1 to Australia,
yeah,
we didn't lose a series until 1995, but that series that we lost, 1-0 against New Zealand in 1980, if you talk to the players then, they still feel that that was a series of horrible umpiring.
Yeah. 157 for 1 after 35. But even after that 95 loss, yes, we lost to Australia at home, and I mean, it was the end of an era. Even after then, we were still thereabouts in terms of at being at the top level. It's only into the 2000s and stuff that we really started to see that.
I tell you something about that 95 series that we lost. The last game was played right here at Sabina Park when Australia beat us 2-1 to wrestle away the Frank Worrell Trophy. I'll tell you about that in a little bit.
Pete Salmon to continue to Drakes.
Now, after the game, after Australia won the game here, took the series, our first series lost in 15 years. I think Mark Taylor was the captain. I'll tell you that. And then, in those days, the dressing room or the players' room was in the George Headley stand, just behind, just where the side screen is with Pete Salmon bowling. And a set of us as journalists wanted to interview, the two captains. It was Richard Richardson for West Indies, Mark Taylor for Australia. We were standing up outside waiting for an interview. Now, after I signaled to Mark Taylor, I'd love to talk to you, he said, just give us, they were inside celebrating. By the time he came out with his team to do the interviews, he was under, let's say, several beers, to the point where I almost got drunk just doing the interview. The fumes coming from the Australian players, there were heaps and heaps of beers in the dressing room, and they were having an absolute blast, to the point where doing the interview you could tell.
I can imagine, and then the West Indies dressing room would have been very somber on the other end. 157 for 1 after 36. Maiden over from Pete Salmon, not a bad one from him. Interesting bowling figures. He's the only one to take a wicket. Marquino Mindley has bowled excellently. Shields and Smith very expensive.
The Scorpions can't be too happy that there hasn't been too many occasions when the batsman put a foot wrong. Mansingh is coming into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs for 20.
Yeah, shuffling his pack just a little bit here. But the field is spread far and wide. Some protection inside the circle. John Campbell, it looks like he has himself at slip as well. Let's see how Mansingh goes. This could be interesting. Looped, and that's smacked through the extra cover region. Easy as he liked by Craig Bradford. Mansing will allow that one. It's a loose, no?
Yeah, but more and more ominous the Barbadian batsmen are looking. Not a lot happening off the pitch, not a lot happening in terms of swing. Ball coming on relatively nicely, if anything a little bit low. This was just driven through, full delivery, nothing on it in terms of spin. In any case, it was quite full. And both batsmen at the moment just enjoying themselves.
And a shot into the stream reason, maybe a little bit straighter from Mansing. Craig Bradford signaling his intent to make sure that Mansing does not settle. Cut away, and he gets it into the gap, and they'll go out to the sweeper position. Just a single there. Drake tries to go through the extra cover region as well. Didn't get that one. So Mansing settling in after that loosener.
Yeah, for once, Drake looked a little ungainly. Has been pretty decent in terms of looking the part. Maybe genuinely beaten by a little extra bounce there.
That one is hit straight. That one is hit high. It hits up wide over mid-off and long off, I should say. And Brad Barnes was actually placed back there, but Drake's just opening up a little bit and sending it wide out of him. So I don't think he got full connection on that. I also would have gone for 6, but unfortunately, well, it's just a 4 for Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, this one was flighted. He went for it, not quite to the pitch, and not quite in the middle either. But his positive intent is there for all to see. He's not going to be just sticking around. His intent to play shots.
Yeah, I think for a split second, Drakes might have had his heart in his mouth there because he lofted it and the long off was back in position. 166 for 1 after 37 overs. So he really will not want to throw away his chance at this table, on this pitch right here.
Yeah, the two batsmen must now be saying, well, John Campbell and Kurt McKenzie put on a double 100 opening stand. Let's see if we can put on at least a century stand for the first wicket, or for the second wicket partnership. They are going about it pretty well at the moment. And the Jamaica Scorpions don't look like they are anywhere close to taking a wicket.
I like this field that Salmon has here for Craig Bradford. He has the short-legged place, and then there's a short mid-on and as well, because Craig likes to sort of bunt into those areas and bunts in the air. And he almost gets that one to short leg, gets himself in a little bit of a tangle. I think Pete Salmon is your best bet. You'll have to see if Mansing sort of settles into his work and settles into his rule. And there's that wonderful gentleman from the Jamaica Cricket Association.
Former Jamaica batsman O'Neill Cruikshank. You feel that if Craig Brathwaite is going to get out,
he does get this one past short leg for a single.
You feel that it is the off spinner and him getting caught round the corner. He rides the off breaks, trying to get them past that man at forward short leg as opposed to just killing them on the spot. And that could be the area that they feel they are most likely to get him out.
Sweeps this time, gets this one fine. Does Jonathan Drakes, stepping across that off stump and helping it along the way. He moves on to 46 now, and it's more than a runner ball 46, which indicates A, the form that Jonathan Drakes is finding, and B, how very comfortable this pitch is.
Yeah, that was a poor delivery. Pitching leg and going further down, just asking to be hit, and just paddling it around towards that fine leg. That was always going to be 4. That wasn't the best of Pete Salmon for sure.
Edge this time and just gets that one past the slip region. John Campbell will do the fielding and he will come back for 2.
Finding the edge. I don't think he intended to play that. Again, just playing for the turn. But Pete Salmon not really getting the ball to spin a lot. And that one was like down a pipe, not spinning, getting the outside edge. Runs continue to come by pretty easily.
Better one this time. A little bit too straight maybe from Pete Salmon. End of the 38th over, 173 for 1. And I sort of think, Orville, that this game highlights the gap between what is Test cricket and what is 4-day cricket. I mean, no offense to these players and whatever, they're competing at the highest level in terms of regional cricket. But international cricket, even if you're given a flat batting track like this, teams know how to contain. And both Jamaica and Barbados have shown that they're not good at that containment job. A wonderful shot there of the Courtney Walsh end, the northern end of the ground, and the 2 teams' balconies. Jamaica to the left, I believe, and Barbados to the right. As you see, I think Ruston Chase is animated there. Yeah, Ruston Chase is doing a little bit of a dance in the corner there. RBJ Mansing to continue. And a very good morning to your friend, colleague, and compatriot of the Cricket West Indies, Mr. Jerome Foster. Looking resplendent in a West Indies blue jersey. As blue as the Caribbean Sea, as blue as the seats in the George Headley stand.
Yeah, morning to you, Jerome.
Yesterday, and he turns this one into the leg side. There's Craig, and he'll get another single.
Back in his previous life, he used to do the very thing that you and I are doing now.
Yes, indeed.
Regional cricket. Yeah.
How has he moved on so swiftly and so suddenly, Mr. Higgins, and we are still stuck here?
He has earned the right to move on. Let's put it that way.
Earned the right indeed. Appeal for leg before, maybe going down leg side. Jonathan Drakes walks away. He indicates that he's going down leg side as well. Might be an interesting shot, but RBJ Mansing.
Not sure why they're appealing for that. That was never going to hit the stumps, Andrew. This was always going to be heading past leg.
Yeah, definitely going down leg side. So on Sunday he wore the white with the red piping. On Monday was the grey, I believe. Cut away. No run on that shot. Today is the lovely, lovely blue. I feel tomorrow he might rock the wonderful maroon, Orville Higgins. What do you think?
Well, he's right there. You could ask him. Jerome showing us the full West Indies wardrobe.
I'm not certain about West Indies issued underwear, Orville Higgins, but certainly the shirts.
Do they have those?
I'm not sure. We'll have to ask Mr. Jerome Foster. But again, that's not a question. I feel comfortable asking him. The 2 batters are having a conference mid-pitch. Probably starting to say that RBJ is looking a little bit dangerous, so let's be a little careful with him. I would like a little more attacking field for RBG. He's seen that he's starting to get the ball to do a couple odd things. Goes deep into his crease and hoiks that into the mid-wicket region. How far does it go? It goes for 4, but either way, it's a half century for Jonathan Drakes. O'Neill Cruikshank multitasking there. He's on the phone, he's carrying goods, but he still is able to do some fielding. And at the end of the over, it's 178 for 1. It's been an absolutely wonderful knock so far by Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, that one was pitched a little bit short, just a bit short. He was on the back foot in a flash because he knew that the ball isn't ripping and the ball isn't spitting at him. It's a very easy-paced pitch at the moment. So once the bowler is fractionally short, he was confident enough to get on the back foot and pull it around. He's batting really well, is Jonathan Drakes, looking really ominous now. 52 from 54. And look at that. It was just short of a length. Look how quickly he went back. It was outside off, but he knew that the ball wouldn't be coming off with any great deal of venom. Lovely shot. Is it Brad Barnes, the new bowler? Yeah, so off spinner replacing off spinner. And it's not a bad move. Brad Barnes, it seems he gets things to happen when he bowls. May go for a few, but he's a real competitor and has something of a golden arm. He's a little bit more clever than he looks. He'll not mind going for a few, but he's at the batsman all the time. It's not a bad change, this.
Yes, certainly. Starting on the money immediately is Barnes. And it's not, I don't think it's a bad ploy at all. Again, Barnes doesn't offer anything special, but if he can offer that containment, a containment option. I would like to say a very special good morning to the man who signs Jerome Foster's checks, Dr. Kishore Shallow, president of Cricket West Indies, and of course all the administration and management of Cricket West Indies who continue to strive to make West Indies cricket better. That's a nice punch, which we were wide long on.
This is what I say about Barnes. He looks innocuous, and maybe because he looks that innocuous, batsmen tend to take a little bit more chances against him. And as a result, he does pick wickets when you don't expect him to.
On the leg side, Craig Bradford was interested in getting something on that, but decided against it.
Lovely take that by Romain Morris.
Yeah.
Down the leg side.
But you have to appreciate, at least in terms of the competitive balance between these two teams. I mean, absolutely, and all credit to Jamaica at the end of the over. Not a bad one from Barnes. It's 180 for one after 40 overs. But absolutely all credit to Jamaica for that win at Chedwin Park. I mean, history was genuinely made at that game for more reasons than one. And of course, it set them up to come here to Sabina Park. But it's good to see at least that we are developing batters that can apply themselves in the situations as necessary. Yes, it's a flat pitch, but anybody can come out on a flat pitch and make runs. And it's very difficult to apply yourself and get to that level. We know Craig Bradford can do it. But to see Kirk McKenzie do it consistently in 2 games back-to-back, John Campbell again with a wonderful half-century to follow up his century, and Fortnite threw his hand away. Still, 96 is not a bad score, and then we still have Kevin Wickham to come which will be interesting to see how well he plays on this pitch.
Now, pitch preparation is never an exact science.
Quite right.
But I'd like to see, in an ideal world, a pitch offering just a little bit more help to the bowlers.
Indeed.
Because at the international level, they will get pitches quite often that offers a bit more than what we are seeing now. Now, a man makes 100. It's already, regional bowling is already substandard in comparison with international bowlers. So you want pitches that's a little, you don't want treacherous pitches, mind you, but you want to give bowlers a little bit more encouragement. This isn't spinning a lot, it's not seaming, and then batsmen get hundreds and feel themselves in a comfort zone and then get cruelly exposed at the top.
I'm sure the match referee Donovan Hales will put into his report everything that needs to be said. But in terms of that point, you're quite right. I mean, how it's played over the first 2 days, that's sort of what you expect. But on day 3 now, as Kesha pointed out in his lengthy pitch report, that there was no sort of degradation at all. There may be some cracks starting to come in, but the grass, because the pitch has enough grass, it's sort of holding it together. And
my comment is not to take anything away from the batsman. I mean, I remember Jeff Boycott once saying, "Oh, they say Brian Lara scores on flat wickets, 375 and 400, and the wicket was flat, nothing was happening." And then he says, "But everybody who plays cricket has played on flat wickets and tiring bowlers. Not too many of us get 400.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you still have to make them, right?
Pure logic for you. What was that if Jeff Boycott was a Jamaican? That's 180 for one, 181 for one, I think, after 41 overs, and that is just about the first hour. So they've decided to have a little drinks break. We'll take a break right now and come back after this. Action resumes here at Sabina Park with Brad Barnes bowling to Jonathan Drakes. And the Bajans are 180 for one in reply to 457 all out posted by the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, the batsmen continue to just go on their merry way.
The batsman's paradise, but of course there's always a challenge in terms of 4-day cricket of resetting. After a little break like this, your mind might not be focused and disciplined. Appeal on that occasion, I'm not sure. I think it jumped up a little bit. Maybe I've hit the glove first before it went onto the pad.
Yeah, this one bounced a little bit more than normal. Yeah. One actually did something, which is why I tell you about Barnes. Just has the ability to pinch a wicket from nowhere. Like I said, looks innocuous, but does occasionally get the ball to do things. And he's very competitive. He'll come at you, not short of a word or two if he feels he has to. He's a useful off spinner. Let's put it that way.
On the leg side, and eases the pressure for Drakes with an easy single. Clipped into the leg. Drake says, go on for the cap this time. Craig Bradford maintains his helmet and full padding. Probably still even wearing a chest pad, Craig Bradford, even though spinners are on. And I suspect it will be a diet of spin for some time from the Jamaicans. Well, I would have liked to see maybe a couple overs from OJ Shields just to see what is happening. with a little bit of extra pace that he brings.
I think what John Campbell is saying now, give him control. So the wicket's not coming. Let's try just drying up some runs for a bit, maybe 5-6 overs where nothing is happening, to see if that will force an error, especially on the part of Jonathan Drakes. Craig Brathwaite, we know, can bat for days, but Jonathan Drakes is wanting to, get bat to ball. And if you can dry up the runs from his end, then you may force an indiscretion or two. So I think that may be the plan. I don't know if you'll see O.J. Shields, who's an all-out attacking bowler. So let's see. At this point in time, nothing's happening. And I wouldn't be surprised sometimes when nothing is happening on a pitch like this, Andrew, where the captain may just throw the ball to somebody out of the blue.
Yeah, threw it to himself.
John himself is an occasional off spinner. He may just say, well, I may just bowl a few here. When Jermaine Blackwood was in the team, from time to time, the skipper would throw to him. And you never know, especially when you have such a big first inning score of 450 plus. You can afford to give the unusual bowler an over or two to see if they could break the deadlock. Because as it is now, the frontline bowlers are looking, well, they're looking very easy to play. Let's put it that way.
Mansing to continue into 4 overs of the spell, I believe. His first spell was just 5 overs. Not a little bit expensive, but he's certainly settling in. And this time, Jonathan Drakes goes high in the air. This one is taking it long off. Unfortunately, Drake throws away his hand, and Mansing takes the wicket. He's hit that shot before on occasions, and this time he just picks out Brad Barnes. Unfortunately, that's the end of a very, very good innings by Jonathan Drakes. Barbados lose their second 182 on the board.
Yeah, that's the very point I was making. If you dry up the runs a little bit from Jonathan Drakes, he's going to play some silly or stupid shot like that. He wants to keep scoring. This was decent delivery, but based on how he was batting, that was pitched, and he was just hiking. Ball came off the outer half with a little spin that's on offer, and Brad Barnes takes a relatively easy running catch. But the plan worked. They did just drive the runs a little bit. Jonathan Drakes don't have the patience. There was 100 here for the taking.
Yeah.
But impatient. I don't think this tactic will work on Craig Brathwaite, but it worked on Jonathan Drakes, losing his wicket, and goes back in the pavilion for 55, get his feet up. This should have been 120, 130 for sure. But this is Caribbean batsman for you.
And the Immortal walks out to actually join another Immortal, interestingly enough, because Craig Brathwaite is also Immortal, having scored 2 centuries in a match in 2015. So Ryan Hines. So 3 Immortals in the Barbados team, actually, because Ryan Hines, manager, is also part of that squad. So the 2 Immortals are out there now. And Kevin Wickham. Be interesting to see how he approaches this game. Fortunate end for Jonathan Drakes, really, because as you mentioned, 100 was there for the taking. And the other thing is, he went after Mansing that very first delivery. I'm not sure if that was a clever ploy.
Yeah, this one wasn't a half volley. It pitched on a length. He went for it because the scoring rate, just for an over or two, he wasn't scoring as freely. And he says, well, I'm not going to be doing that. Now, that can work, but when you are around 50-something, on a flat pitch, nothing is happening, you shouldn't get out like that.
We'll have a look at the replay again after this delivery. Confidently forward is Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, if you see this, it wasn't a half volley. It was just a length delivery. He was trying to hit that towards Medan, just a little outside half of the bat.
Nice punch through the extra cover region. That's the class of Kevin Wickham. He's looking for 2. but immediately picking the gap and getting off the mark. I certainly think he would have been better advised to hit that one straight. He tried to go over mid, long off, as you said. Maybe he was trying, as you said, maybe go over mid on, but I think it was too straight for him to try to maneuver the ball. And that's why Brad Barnes was able to come around and take the catch.
Craig Brathwaite plays well. He was hitting towards long on because he didn't expect the ball to do much.
Yeah.
The ball did just enough to hit the outer half of the bat, but because Mansing hasn't been spinning, he felt he could just go long on or straight. Now with the little spin that was there, if he had hit towards long off, maybe he would have middled it and Brad Barnes wouldn't have been brought in play.
Awkward by Craig, but still gets it into the leg side for a single. The other thing was, I think there was a little bit of extra bounce from Mansing on that one, so it caught Drake's a little bit high on the bat, because if you want to hit that shot, you're sort of picking it up by about your ankles or your shins or so. He looked like he played that almost by his knees, maybe his midriff area. So that would have made it a little awkward as well, which is probably why it went high in the bat as opposed to hitting the meat of the bat, as they say. That's a nice punch. That is straight. That is dead straight. The fielder comes around from a long on. Didn't try to overhit that, did Kevin Wickham. But it shows the form of the man that he's just able to pick that up and just bunt it down the ground for a single. Some issues with the scorecard here. We haven't updated it with the wicket of Jonathan Drakes, who has been dismissed. We can confirm that. And I will confirm the scorecard with you. It's actually 185 for 2 at the end of the 43rd over.
Yeah, there's a curious statistic about batting, Andrew. When you look at the really good ones, the Brian Laras, the Steve Smiths, they get 50 or more 36% of the time. Only that. So 30-odd% of the time, the great ones get 50 or more, which means 60-odd% of the times they bat, they score under 50. And you ask, then how do they average 50s? They average 50s because when they get flat wickets or when they get conditions that favor them, they make it count.
Yeah, exactly.
The difference between a batsman averaging 35 and a batsman averaging 50 is largely their ability to capitalize when they get starts.
It's the mental focus as well, the discipline to know that and to understand again the ebbs and flows of the game. If a bowler is on top, you have to let him just, sort of.
Can you imagine Brian Lara on a flat pitch like this? He'd make you suffer. Regional batsmen don't make you suffer.
He would have a triple century in the first day.
I saw Shiv scoring a triple century right here on a wicket not dissimilar to this.
Yeah.
He batted for days. Courtney Walsh was treated like a schoolboy pace. Flat wickets, you get set, bowlers should suffer in the sun. You will get wickets and days when you get a good ball. Your chinks down to slip. Umpire makes a bad decision, you go on LBW. But I would think half of the time when you get 50 or more, especially on a flat wicket, you shouldn't be out caught at long off.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of that Trini idiom that we talked about in the first day, better belly bust than good food waste. When you have a pitch that this is flat as a batter, fill up your belly with runs. End of the over, 185 for 2. I think that was a maiden from Brad Barnes. Good start to Kevin Wickham. A shot of the Kingston Harbour there. And some free. And but there's a gentleman walking on the roof there with some panels, probably putting in some solar panels. It's a big thing in Jamaica. I appreciate how Jamaica and a lot of the other islands have embraced solar energy. Trinidad and Tobago not so much, which is something that certainly needs to be incorporated. Kesha Bahadur Singh says he has plenty home. But it's only recently Orville Higgins. So he's quick to correct himself and say he's now jumping on the wagon. Attempted cut through cover by Craig Brathwaite is successful, gets a single.
Yeah, that one came off absolutely without any venom at all. I know I keep using that word, but just an easy pace pitch. The leg spinner back pitching, you could say, and just an easy sliding on to the back punching bat of the captain.
I think the field is a little bit too defensive for a new batter, even though Wickham is in the form of his life. But the other consideration, of course, is that wickets fall in clusters. So I think Jamaica Scorpion really need to be a bit on the front foot here.
Yeah, I think they could do with a close in until Wickham gets set. Punch towards the captain at cover. But the captain is feeling, I'm containing here. I'm not overly attacking. That tactic could have accounted for the wicket of Jonathan Drake. So the captain is saying, I'm backing off. I'm not looking to over-attack. I'm preventing singles. I'm drying up the scoreboard. Now, that is an okay tactic, I think, when Craig Brathwaite is batting. But no matter how good you are, you start at 0. You don't continue no matter how many runs you get. So I agree with you. Kevin Wickham is on 3. I'll have at least one more man around the bat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As a new batter,
Yeah.
I mean, when a new batter comes in, you have to consolidate.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
Even though the ball not doing a lot, just psychologically, I'm telling him that I'm trying to get him out caught under the bat. Easy stroke that by Brathwaite. Brathwaite looking as if he could bat until next week, the way he's going on at the moment.
End of the over from Man Singh. It's 188 for 2. 45 overs have been bowled. And the Jamaicans, of course, amassing 457 all out. Top score of 114 by Kirk McKenzie. John Campbell with 96. Javel Glenn with a well-played 65. Odin Smith with 54. There's that manual scorecard being updated there. Looks like an official there in that jacket as well, having a little drink of water. It is very hot and still outside here at Sabina. Brad Barnes to continue to Brathwaite. Fast, low and direct. That's what Brad Barnes is sending down here.
Yeah, he's done his part. He's not going for too many runs and is giving the team control like that. Now this morning, Pete Salmon was trying to be a little bit more attacking, trying to spin the ball, trying to dart some in. Brad Barnes is saying, okay, my role, I'm drying up the runs. Not trying too much. Just right there. Let the batsman do the work. And for the moment, I think that is the right thing to do. Just play on the patience of the batsman. I think it probably won't work on Craig Brathwaite. But tactically, I think the Jamaicans have got it right.
Flicking to short leg, and that one was spilled. That could have been the end of Craig Brathwaite. He always likes to nudge and noodle in the corner there. And the substitute fielder will be very, very disappointed there that he didn't take that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I made the point. I feel that if Craig Brathwaite is going to get out, if I had to guess the way I think he will go, it's turning the ball to the corner, around the corner to the man at backward short leg. For some reason, he feels that he has to, well, they will see the bench and dressing room looking
calmish
thoughtful.
Enough. Yeah. Pensive, maybe. 188 for 2 after 45 overs.
So,
I really like what Brad Barnes is offering in terms of that control,
right.
because we know Craig Brafford is not going to manufacture everything. Let's have a look at this one again.
Yeah, some batsmen will want to drop this delivery spinning into them dead. Craig Brathwaite plays
It fell short.
with the turn. That wasn't a catch. But look how far in front of. Let's see that again. Ideally, let's just watch man sing.
But the other thing is, I have to that short leg fielder. He was getting up already.
Yeah, but let's look at that Craig Brathwaite. That ball that just dropped in front of forward short leg. It's one way that you should not play spinners, and we'll see that again. That delivery that just dropped in front of forward short leg, driven easy like Sunday morning by this very impressive Kevin Wickham. I like his composure. Does not look flustered, but he can move from not looking flustered to tonking you out of the ground. But that ball that just dropped in front of forward short leg by Craig Brathwaite, we'll have a look at that as soon as it is ready.
Rearing up a little bit on that one. Well played by Craig, awkwardly, but effectively. Might have to have a look at that chance at the end of the over, because of course the spinners get through the over so quickly.
Yeah.
Slap to the cover region, no run there. Straight to the fielder.
Bottom-handed again, not the classic high elbow left-hand drive. But that's the way he's played, and he's not going to change anytime soon.
It almost looks a little bit ungainly. It's a little bit awkward. That's why you never say Craig Brafford is probably the most attractive batter to look at when you look at somebody like Kevin Wickham or Shea Hoop or something like that. You can say it is effective, but I think it gets him in trouble a lot of times in terms of those cross-batted shots.
Yeah,
and especially with that flick towards leg at the end of the over, 189 for 2. If he had that top hand controlling it better as opposed to the bottom hand, then he might be getting away from those nudges and noodles. Mm-hmm. And it certainly seems that if you are a nudger and a noodler, you would want more of your top hand being more involved in terms of directing the ball, because that's what the top hand is. The bottom hand is the power, but the top hand sort of directs the ball.
All right, so this is the one that he almost played to forward short leg. Look at the point of contact. Look how far his bat is away from his pad with hard hands. Now, the best players of spin will allow that ball to come just under their eyes, just where the left foot is, playing with the bat too far out, which means that the bat is not as soft. The later you play, the softer your hands will be. Look how far ahead the contact point, maybe a full foot in front of the front pad. That is what you don't want. You want the ball to come directly under your eyes and then kill it with soft hands. The fact that he's out there to the spinners is one of the problems he has with off spinners, which is why forward and backward short leg is always good when Craig is batting. Now, if you look at somebody like a Kane Williamson from New Zealand, he's an exact replica. He allows it to come and then plays it dead at his feet. The minute you do that, then forward short leg and backward short leg are usually just spectators.
As you see on that occasion, Wickham allows the ball to come onto him and just places it easily into the cover. And that was a sort of situation, that was basically the same delivery that Craig Brafford almost turned into short leg.
Yeah, it's one of the things. He pushes out to the spinners as opposed to letting it come to him. That wasn't bad.
Yeah, he gets this one away. He let it come on to him a little bit, maybe a little bit faster.
Yeah, but he was trying to score there. He was trying to work that one past down towards leg slip. I want to see him playing that late when he's purely defending, not trying to look runs. Dead at your feet. Not bad. Still a little on the front foot. You want to play him a touch later than that, but that works. If you're not scoring, if you're not attempting to score, then your aim is to kill the ball dead at your feet, if it's possible. Not to push out.
Edge this time. Almost turned around by Brad Barnes. Probably reaching for that one again as well.
Yeah, he is. Never the best at playing it as late as possible. The later you play, the spinners, the better you control the ball careening off in different directions.
This one through the legs of short leg. So short leg has been nutmegged by Craig Braffett, who gets another streaky single. That takes him on to 72. I think it's one delivery left in the over. Let's have a look at what happened here. Yeah, through the legs of short leg. Again, short leg needs to be on his haunches still. He's coming up at the point of delivery. You look at short leg, and that one was on his heel, so he might have taken that one had he stayed down. He's coming up already again. We can see that.
Yeah. Look at the difference with look at that forward.
End of the over.
Shot.
My apologies. 191 for 2.
If we look at the difference with Kevin Wickham with that forward defensive shot, it doesn't. We're not going to build a monument on this discussion, but just look where he plays this. As that replay comes up.
Straight down the ground. How much does he connect with this one? Does Craig Braffett? I think that was. Yep, that was a lovely shot. And Craig Braffett has actually hit a 6, as dead as you like, angled bat, but effective.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite, with all his little loss of concentration in one or two of the shots he's playing, he's still 70-odd not out. And he's telling the Jamaican bowlers that if you're that full, I can hit you down the ground. That was a lovely shot. Well played, Sir Brathwaite.
Maybe a bit too full from RBG, but picked up the line and length quickly. Goes again, flat this time. Will it get to 4? Yes, it does indeed. All of a sudden, Craig Braffett races on to the 80s. And, well, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what changed in his mindset there. Maybe he's feeling a little bit constrained by that last Brad Barnes over.
Yeah, he probably was pushing and prodding and, just getting into one or two trouble. And he says, well, why am I doing that when I can do that? Wasn't to the pitch, but he trusted his hands. And very effective hit down the ground for 4.
In all fairness, both of those deliveries were maybe there for the hitting. So it's good to see that even though you're challenged, you can put that behind them, which I think is one aspect of Craig that is overlooked in terms of his mental discipline. And there's a good ball from RBJ, and plays that back up to the pitch to the bowler. Just starting the over very, very excitingly. And we didn't even notice that 200 has come up for Barbados, 201 for 2. They still trail by 256, so there's still a lot of work to do in this game. And they started the day on 125 for 1, so they've been doing quite well, because we still have at least an hour and 8 minutes or so before the luncheon interval. Cut away, no run. Deep into his crease and hoiks that into the mid-wicket region. There was a short arm pull and he rolls into the Kingston Cricket Club. Another 4 from Craig Braffett to end the over. 205 for 2. 49 overs have been bowled as he moves on to 86.
Yeah, Abhijay Mansingh was tongued down the ground with some foolish deliveries, decided he wasn't going to be that full. He was just overcompensating and dragging that one down. Now, Craig, that one stayed down a little bit. He stayed low when he executed that pull shot.
And just some unfortunate news in the championship. The match between the Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago has been abandoned due to the pitch being unsafe. So that's the leg side, this time by Kevin Wickham. One of our commenters has suggested 2 short fielders for Brown is down as well after doing a bit of fielding. Might be feeling a bit of the hamstring. And not sure what's happening here. He might have to get some treatment there. It would be unfortunate if he's taking off his shoes as well, which indicates that it might be a serious problem. So what we'll do is we'll actually take a short break right now, and we will resume commentary when the cricket resumes here at Sabina Park. He knew there was acres of space. There was nobody to stop him. And he gets enough of a backlift. I mean, he generated enough strength on that to get to the boundary, which is brilliant.
Look at his forward defensive. He's actually allowed the ball to be, the contact point is just at the front pad. Brathwaite would be, his contact point is sometimes 8-9 inches in front. He has most of what he needs to be a success. Now, if he continues to work hard, there's no reason why he shouldn't be a test cricketer at some point. Has most of what he needs.
Yeah, I guess one of the slight disappointments, as it were, with this format of the Cricket West Indies Championship is that we're not going to generally see Wickham bat against other players, other bowlers, until maybe later in the tournament, and that's even if Barbados go through at the end of the over, 213 for 2. So it will be unfortunate if he does all this work and then Jamaica as a team win the bilateral series, and then Barbados don't really go on and get to compete anymore. So that's a challenge that I hope that Barbados as a team can overcome, because it's certainly what can learn from him.
Yeah. Look at his contact point as opposed to Brathwaite's contact point. Brathwaite was maybe 8 inches in front. Kevin Wickham is allowing the ball to come to him. And once you can do that on the defensive, then you tend not to get out around the bat. That's technically as good as it gets.
If you have a look at it again, you see that he's forward, but bat and pad are close together.
The coaches will tell you, play it under your eyes. That is almost literally what he's doing. Ball under the eyes, front pad bent, hitting it as late as possible. That is as correct a forward defensive shot to the spinners as you can get.
I really wish we could draw on those screens and we could show where Craig Bradford was about a foot in front. And as we say that the Pacers might come back, this is the first time we're going to see O.J. Shields for the morning. The Jamaican with the better pace, and he's coming from the northern end. Not bad to start with, maybe a little bit too wide. Previously, yesterday, he bowled from the southern end where he was very, very expensive. So it'll be interesting to see if the change of ends works for him.
Now, O.J. Shields has been given the unenviable task of getting a wicket without giving away too many runs. The captain will gamble. If he goes for 6, 7 and over but gets a wicket, the Scorpions will take that. What you don't want is for him to go at 7s or 6s and not get a wicket. He has a slip, he has a gully, but everybody else is run saving. He needs, based on what his captain has set him, just outside off, well within yourself without giving away freebies. Can he do that? That's the question.
Full delivery and whacked into the leg side. Mid-on does the fielding.
He's lucky that that didn't go for 4. That was a full toss. And had that been Wickham, you feel that it would have been dealt with better. But Craig Brathwaite just punted it out to mid-on. So not the length for sure.
Yeah, I certainly think that was a shot through the extra cover region. Unfortunately, after bowling 2 deliveries, OJ Shields is down on the ground and he's taking off his strapping. This would be very, very bad for the Jamaicans if they lose one of their pacers. And they're going to take an opportunity for a drinks break as well. And we will take an opportunity for that break as well. Make hay while the sun shines. We'll be back here at Sabina Park shortly. Action resumes here at Sabina Park, and it seems like OJ Shields is fit to continue. So it's good to see that he can. Jamaicans can ill afford to lose a bowler even on a flat batting track. A little bit wide there from OJ Shields. Be interesting to see if Barnes continues from the other end. I suspect he will, considering he's been the most economical of the Jamaicans so far.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if Barnes isn't continuing from the Courtney Walsh end.
Wide-ish, hit through the extra cover region. Dive by, I think that's RBJ Mansing in extra cover, but eventually skipper John Campbell does the covering work. Do you think the Jamaicans missed a trick by maybe not having the paces on first thing this morning to extract what was ever on the pitch? I ask Orville Higgins again, do you think the Jamaicans missed a trick by not having the paces on first thing this morning to extract whatever?
No, I wouldn't overly criticize Campbell for not starting with the paces. It was obvious that this pitch was always going to be very, very flat. After the first 3 or 4 deliveries, I made the point that there's nothing happening. So I wouldn't say that. And the 2 he started with, Minley and Pete Salmon, you would say are his 2 best bowlers based on how the competition has gone so far this year.
Again wide-ish, again comfortable for Brathwaite, but again he can't get a run. At the end of the over, OJ Shields gets through it, 213 for 2. 53 overs have been bowled, just about 44 minutes till lunch. And should be an interesting passage of play here now. It's up to see if Barbados can turn the screws on this platform that they have. Shot of the smattering of spectators. And there's our gentleman, the bottom right corner in a full suit here, Orville Higgins. He's obviously decided to take some time off work.
Yeah, they are the old faithfuls, at least one Jamaica board member there, and a national selector, the father of Brad Barnes, at the top of your screen.
Was that the portly gentleman, sir?
Well, you could describe him like that. Yeah, Brad Barnes will continue, as expected. Seven overs for 10. You can't ask for better control than that. They've brought in a forward short leg, which is a good move, I think, and there's also a slip. Will that affect the way how Kevin Wickham plays? Yeah, the approved method, not pushing out the way that Brathwaite does, allowing the ball to be hit just as it gets to the front pad. That's the best way to control it.
Dancing up the pitch on this occasion, I think he wanted to deposit Barnes over the mid-off, long-off region. Mid-off is about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Long on is right on the boundary. There's also a fielder at deep in wicket as well. Goes for the slug sweep across the line, and a thick outside edge just get past John Campbell. So Wickham coming back for 2, and they will get 2 very, very comfortably here. So Barnes just asking a question there, Wickham. Maybe getting a little bit too impatient here, Kevin.
What was the signal? Was that runs? Runs.
Yeah.
Just temporarily lost sight of the umpire. He was just trying to whip this over mid-wicket. They first started to appeal for the LBW, which was never going to happen. And then apparently an inside edge out towards the offside.
Yeah, considering Chris Taylor gave runs, it was probably an inside edge onto the pad. That's a nice punch through the onside.
Yeah, you have to admire the way that Brad Barnes is not experimenting at all. He's there as your banker. Dry up one end, and maybe the captain will feel okay with runs not coming too quickly from Brad Barnes' end. He can experiment a little bit at the other end, which is why O.J. Shields is in the attack. He will not necessarily ask O.J. Shields to give him control. He wants wickets. Run in for 3-4 overs and see if you could hustle the batsman in one way or the other. But this is a hard pitch to hustle anybody on. The ball is coming off nice and easy. Nothing spiteful at the batsman. Still a slip though and a gully. And let's see if O.J. Shields has it. Can that just work up enough to trouble the batsman?
A wide delivery and cut away behind square for 4. Had to reach for that one, Craig Bradford, but it runs into the third man boundary. That will actually take him into the 90s now. I wanted to see what it would be like with O.J. Shields versus Kevin Wickham, but Craig Bradford seems to be manipulating the O.J. Shields bowling so far. That was a horrible delivery.
That was absolutely poor delivery. Wide and short and no pace. And a man who is batting on 80 not out, that's like saying thank you. That was just a very, very ordinary delivery. I feel that one of the things that John Campbell could do, we haven't seen any of the pacers do it yet, is say, okay, the pitch is flat. Can you give me 2-3 overs of hostility, the way Jerry McAllister did for Barbados? A few short balls, just try to ruffle the batsman up, because this is not working. Length bowling, you feel the batsman has to make a mistake here. There's really nothing happening. The biggest enforcer in the Scorpions attack is the man bowling now. How about a few short balls just to see if Craig will go for it? At the moment, he seems to be marching on effortlessly to another 100. I'd have to test him with a few short balls.
One commenter on our stream is asking, why is Glenn not being bowled? And that could be a good option because he's near left-arm spinner. So that might be a good option for the 2 right-handed batters. This one cut through the cover region. Didn't get a piece of that one as he would have liked.
Glenn bowls right-handed here.
Oh, he's right-handed as well. Okay. Leg spin.
Though he bats left-handed, he bowls right arm. He was a good leg spinner in his younger days. I made a point I used to call him the googly king. Not only was he a leg spinner, but he could get the googly going as well. As his batting has improved, the bowling has completely fallen away. How about a bumper here, Mr. Shields?
Nice Yorker leg delivery. Flick through the mid-wicket region. Craig will look for 2. No, he will just get 1. So O.J. Shields will get a chance to bowl at that man, Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, the tactic seems to be going in Craig Brathwaite's favour. I would have to get either Odin Smith or OJ Shields to say 1 over, 2 overs. Let me get in some short balls. Let's put a man backward of square. Let's get a fine leg and see how he will go. On a flat net like this, give me that 2 over burst. At the moment, it's almost as if they are escorting Craig Brathwaite to his 100. No real plan to get him out.
Good delivery to Kevin Wickham. Almost bunted that to mid-on. He has to be a little bit careful here because OJ Shields has that little bit of extra pace as well. The pitch isn't misbehaving, so I'm sure Kevin Wickham will adjust. So I think that's the first pacey delivery that he has faced for the morning. So
one way that John Campbell may be thinking, there are 3 people on the inside. One at long leg, one all the way back at the square leg boundary, and one at mid-on. Anything in the leg side is a single.
And he whacks this one through mid-wicket. He'll just get it past the fielder. Good half-diving stop by Carlos Brown, it looks like. And he'll come back for 2.
Well, I
He's
said
showing his intent with that shot. 222 for 2, I believe. It is a Nelson on the board. 55 overs have been bowled.
I was saying that anything in the leg side is a single. As it turned out, that went in the leg side and he got 2. Maybe the aim is to get the batsman to try to play across the line to a fullest delivery, trying to access those wide expanses of real estate on the leg side. As it turned out, that was short, easy pull shot, almost risk-free. And these 2 Bajan batsmen are looking as if they won't get out anytime soon.
Yeah, they're comfortable at the moment. Brad Barnes is the only one who's been able to contain them. And he will continue.
Yeah, 12 runs off his 8 overs. He's doing what his captain wants. Let's see if he will continue or he'll try to be a little bit more creative.
He's gotten Brathwaite in a tangle a couple of times. Let's see if that short leg can come into play. Forward short leg. Sam Brathwaite plays his defensive shot a little bit more conventionally. Flick past that short leg again into acres of space on the leg side. Will they be looking for 2? Yes, they do indeed, as the fielder has to come around from mid-wicket to do that fielding.
That was a good shot. That was full. He went with a spin, worked it into the onside. 2 runs. Thank you very much. 94 not out.
94 indeed. Well, you certainly know Craig Brathwaite isn't going to go for the big 6 to bring up his 100. Probably work his way up to 98, 99. Into the leg side again. A little bit too negative from Barnes. I think he has to get it on that sort of off and middle stump, which is where Brathwaite is not sure if to say, hey, do I flick it to leg or do I play it straight? That's the line he has to be looking at. That's a little bit better. Maybe a little bit too short.
Yeah, 6 runs to get. No chance of him doing a John Campbell, of going down the ground and trying to hike over cover. I'd be very surprised. He'll milk them the way he's doing it now. And another regional century.
I like how Barnes makes the adjustments though. If he gets clipped around the corner for 2, he's like, okay, it's not gonna happen again in the over. I've given you your 2 runs to the over. You're gonna have to work hard to get another run off me. Nice loop on that one. The short mid-on comes around. Another brilliant over by Brad Barnes. He's bowled 9 overs for just 14 runs. Absolutely brilliant in terms of the complexion of this game. 224 for 2, 56 overs have been bowled by the Jamaica Scorpions. And just about 33 minutes till that lunch break.
Yeah, well, I remember you asking with just about an hour to go, where did I think the Barbados Pride would be? And I said that if they scored at 4 runs and over, they'd be 265, 270 at lunch. They're scoring a lot slower than that. And that's largely in part to Brad Barnes. They'll go to lunch at this rate, maybe 240, 245, unless they take to OJ Shields. So the run's not coming as quickly, certainly not from the end that Brad Barnes is concerned, but I'm sure Craig Brathwaite and Kevin Wickham wouldn't be overly concerned. If they go to lunch with this pair together, whatever the score, they'll feel that they've had a great morning session.
No fielders straight down the ground. There's a sweeper, deep backward square leg, and a deep mid wicket as well. Wickham is forward. He is solid. Impressive indeed.
Yeah, OJ Shields is looking like a man that would prefer to be somewhere else. Who wants to be a fast bowler on pitches like these?
It's been a hard toil for the bowlers throughout this game. At not a bad delivery, maybe a little bit too wide. That Wickham is comfortable enough to leave. As you can see, but as you can see from that delivery, there's still a little bit of bounce in the pitch for the bowlers, which I think maybe none of the bowlers have used as well as they could have, because there is that little extra bounce.
Yeah, but that was an effort. He really bent his back to try to put that through. I just feel that a few bouncers now wouldn't go amiss. Let's see if he could get anything going. Too predictable at the moment for me.
Yeah, a little too predictable. You're quite right.
Easy
I
as you like.
always think that Craig Brathwaite particularly struggles against a short ball. So that's always a good option. Could get him in an awkward position as well.
Now, it's easier said than done, you know. I get that. On a flat wicket, asking a fast bowler to be the enforcer is not the easiest of things. He may say, "Skipper, are you serious on this?" And then you or the skipper says, "Yes, it's precisely because it's flat why I want you to try something, because otherwise these two will bat till next week."
That's a pleasant drive through the square region. And you just get a single there, does Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, very full. A little width on it, but Kevin Wickham played a pleasant square drive. No trouble at all. He goes to 17 or 18 now. Has been quite patient from well over 40 deliveries, but he has not been bothered in the least.
Craig Brathwaite closing in on a 34th Test first class century. And he also has 12 Test hundreds as well as 31 Test 50s. Currently he's on 68 first class 50s. Of course, that number will remain at 67 should he convert this score into 100. It's been a good knock from him, as you would expect from Craig Brathwaite. Started to find form at Chedwin, and in terms of the sort of player that Craig Brathwaite is, you have to full delivery, flicked into the mid-wicket region. They'll be looking for two on this time. No, they won't. It's gone to the fielder too quickly. Craig Brathwaite will pinch a strike at the end of the 57th, 226 for 2. And he's called for the towel to wipe off his the sweat. What's going on there? They need a little bit of drink of water as well. Carlos Brown using the opportunity to pilfer a drink as well.
Yeah, with just about half an hour to lunch, I think the Scorpions will be looking forward to that. Nothing is happening. And maybe the they'll welcome lunch not just for the fact that they will eat, but just some rest in those weary legs. They started half an hour earlier this morning, and on days when the sun is hot and no wicket is coming, your feet can feel heavier, more heavy than normal.
Barnes, not surprisingly, continuing.
14 runs, 9 overs. He's doing his job. He's one of the Scorpion players that can say,
Craig
I did
Bradford
my
turns
job.
this one into the leg side. There's a stifled appeal. Have to have a closer look at that one. But Chris Taylor is not interested, and it actually indicates a leg by. So Craig Bradford will stay on 95.
That was never going to be given out in a million years. That one was heading down leg. Chris Taylor is a quality umpire. He wouldn't give that. That's an appeal more out of desperation than anything else. And Kevin Wickham continues to look as if he's practicing in the backyard. No problems whatsoever.
Goes for the sweep shot this time. And there's a fielder deep backward square leg in the form of Mr. Carlos Brown. And there is no run. I wouldn't mind seeing the reverse sweep against Brad Barnes, because there's acres of space on that outside. Once he gets it past John Campbell, it's slip. Well played, well bowled. But I just think, okay, Barnes is bowling well, but in terms of how you can trust this pitch, I think they just need to unsettle him a little bit. In terms of just letting him dictate the pace at this time. It's a very slow pace indeed. One delivery left in the 58th. Sweeps this time, gets this one fine. Does it run to the ropes? It does indeed. Looses the shackles. He made it a little bit with the last delivery of the over. Angled down leg side and paddled nicely by Kevin Wickham for 4. 231 for 2 after 59.
Yeah, Brad Barnes has been tight for the very opposite reason that ball was bowled. He was on or about off stump, getting the ball to just drift in a little bit, but targeting the stumps, and the batsmen are not prepared at the moment to take any chances. That one was down the leg side, and no matter how defensive you are, an off-spinner pitch's leg stump going further down, you are going to have a little tickle or a sweep, and Kevin Wickham did that time around. 4 easy runs, but Barnes is still doing okay. But where are they going to get a wicket? O.J. Shields will continue. You have to try something different.
Shields back on. Punched by Craig and no run. He's going to tease us, isn't he, Craig Bradford? He's going to make us wait for his 100. He's not...
Now that was that sweep shot. That was always going to go for 4. Bad delivery, that badly lined by Brad Barnes in the previous over.
Another thing with that, did it keep a little bit low there on that delivery? I think it did. Good adjustment by Kevin Wickham, you have to see. Poor Romaine Morris would have had no chance to stop that one.
John Campbell feverfully polishing, hoping that he can get the ball to do something.
Again, he's looking for that shot through extra cover. I think he's sort of wasting those shots as well, Craig Bradford. I mean, it's a decent field positioning, but he's just hitting it straight to RBJ Mansing. If he gets it to the between mid-off of John Campbell and RBJ Mansing at extra cover, it's going to be a 4 nevertheless. There is a sweeper So if he gets it to Mansing's left, that extra cover, he's not really going to get much runs. That's John Campbell at mid-off, working that ball.
Yeah, he's willing the ball to do something. A shiny side and the rough side, where he's not seeing any kind of swing. He's almost willing the ball to do something through the air. Well, not that one.
I mean, in Trinidad we call it Obia. I think you'll call it Pocomania in Jamaica. So maybe they were hoping one of these guys maybe has a little bit of St. Anne's Pocomania knowledge in him to just do something with the ball.
It's a 6-3 offside field to Craig Brathwaite. They are trying to just slow him down. There's a mid-off and a cover and a point, all moving in quickly to prevent a single on the offside. Now there are acres of space on the leg side. So O.J. Shields don't want to be too straight. But if he gets straight, Brathwaite may just try to work into the onside. Now, he'll maintain that outside off some length and line and say, Craig, we'll play the patient game. The patient game with Craig Brathwaite, 9 out of 10, you will come second because he doesn't need many invitations to bat long. Once he's set, as he's set now, he very rarely gives it away. So he's not perturbed at leaving balls alone. His temperament suggests that he's quite okay. Well,
there we go with a short delivery.
Finally. Finally, that is at least an over 2 old. Why not?
He's been okay, O.J. Shields. I wouldn't say he's been good in the second spell. It almost seems that if he's bowling within himself, I don't know if that he had a brief stop for an injury earlier. I don't know, maybe the strapping on his right leg, or his legs might not be... Again, he's a little too wide of that off stump. He's just a little too wide. He's not targeting the stumps enough. Expounding a lot of energy for not a lot of success. 231 for 259 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, that was wide outside off. Craig Brathwaite had absolutely no interest in playing a shot at that. And it went harmlessly through to the keeper.
One commenter on our YouTube page, or the Windies Cricket YouTube stream, I should say, Kevin Wickham has a very similar, easy style like Everton Mattis. Does that name mean anything to you?
Everton Mattis, former Jamaica batsman. I think I would have seen him once as a youngster. I can't remember how he looked, but yeah, it was a batsman in the middle order for the Jamaicans. I think he actually played one test match for the West Indies as well back in those days. Yeah, but he was a former Jamaica player. Four test matches. Yeah, I said one. More than that.
I know his middle name is Hugh. Everton Hugh Mattis. I remember reading that in a book I had.
I remember a Jamaica team back in those days with Mattis and Herbert Chang and Lawrence Rowe and Richard Austin. That was a Jamaica team as a child you grew up listening to. Aaron Daly, the bowler.
It's a short delivery pulled through the mid-wicket region. The mid-wicket fielder is on the boundary. And they will get another single there. So Craig Brathwaite is on strike now. He's on 95.
Yeah.
Out of an elderly gentleman making his way into the Crimson Cricket Club Pavilion, the VVIP section probably. I'm sure you've had quite a few beverages within that club as well.
Yeah, been going there a long time. There was once a point in time, and I hope nobody from Kingston is listening, when they wouldn't accept females in the Kingston
Oh
stand.
my. And there we are, one lovely
Yeah,
female having sitting down and enjoying herself in Kingston Cricket Club.
yeah. There was once a point in time a few years ago when they didn't accept females. They felt that it was a men's segment where men could be men without having to behave properly for the females. But little by little, that rule has been done away with. And you could have a nice drink in that Kingston club in the company of a nice female as well.
Yeah, I think there was a similar situation at Queen's Park Cricket Club as well. It's I think it's an understandable situation in terms of men's only, women's only, that kind of thing. But I do understand, it we need spaces. As both sexes need their safe spaces, as it were. Um, so I mean, there's a lot about equality, and in terms of that, I can say that Cricket West Indies is doing well in terms of pushing equality in women's cricket. So it's a good step forward. It's actually Marquino Mindley is replacing OJ Shields. So the OJ Shields experiment maybe didn't work as well as John Campbell would have liked.
Mhm.
I think Mindley and Barnes again coming back is very good. And see how Mark Mindley operates now. I think it's the
Nothing,
first time he's bowling to Wickham for the morning as well, so that should be interesting.
nothing wrong with this. Look at that economy rate, 20 runs off 9 overs. So he's not going for a lot. Arguably your best bowler, certainly your best seam bowler. And to bring him back to have maybe 2 overs before lunch, not a bad thing at all.
Beaten by that one. Is there appeal for a caught behind? A little bit of a lazy waft by Kevin Wickham. Mindley is prostrate on the ground because that was an exquisite delivery.
Was there an edge on this? That's the question. Millie doesn't look happy. And Romain Morris remains on his haunches. The body language is telling us that there could be an edge here. Maybe an inside edge. Not carrying.
Just fell short.
Not carrying. So
Oh,
mainly, even if there
wow.
was an inside edge, and I tell you something, inside edges are never easy for wicket keepers. Naturally, you expect the ball to hit the outside edge and go to your right. So inside edges are usually more difficult, but that didn't carry in either case.
Short delivery, whack through mid wicket. Will it get into the ropes? No, the fielder does well, Pete Salmon. I think he saw it a little bit late. And it was, after all that excitement, it's just a single for Kevin Wickham, 23. But a wonderful delivery from Mindley to start.
Was this the inside edge? Yeah. Played forward, maybe just a little inside edge. Didn't quite carry to the keeper. Mindley was upset, but I'm not sure why. There wasn't very much that the keeper could have done then.
Well,
Definitely didn't
I
carry.
mean, the way he's bowled, he deserves a wicket. He really, really deserves, and he was very close to that one. Wickham, I have to say, played that one far away from his body, which is not sensible from him. Craig Bradford on strike now. And leaves a wide-ish delivery.
Working on his patience. They are bowling well outside off. They are saying, you want to get your 100 before lunch, then you've got to come at us. But I feel with Craig Brathwaite, he won't mind leaving. He will only go for a shot, you think, when he feels that he has a really good chance of hitting the ball. Temperamentally, whatever you want to say about his technique, his temperament when he's set is one of the soundest in the region.
The commenters from Jamaica giving us some information from about Mathis. Well, they said he played more than one test match, which we confirmed. Apparently, he was called Peas Head, and he was from Grants Pen. And another one says he looks super cool fielding in gully and third slip. So a pleasant good afternoon or good morning to you, Mr. Everton Mattis, if you're listening to our commentary. Certainly a pleasure to interact with former players. Another wide-ish delivery by Mindley, left alone by Craig.
Yeah, working on his patience. That's telling him, well, if you will get a century, but you've got to come for it. With lunchtime approaching, just by my watch, 11 more minutes, so maybe this plus 2 or 3 more overs. Will they prey upon his patience, or will Craig continue to wait for the delivery that he's confident he can score from? Yeah, they'll continue to do that apparently.
Yeah. Craig is kept quiet, but that's nothing too big because Craig is usually quite quiet. 233 for 2, 61 overs have been bowled, and it's looking like just about 12 minutes before the lunch break. Craig might be getting a little bit nervous. He'll probably want to get his milestone before lunch, which might just play into the Jamaica Scorpions' hands. Brad Barnes will continue with his marathon-ish spell. I think he's been bowled for most of the session at least. He's been bowling for at least an hour, maybe a bit more. Beaten by that one. They're appeal for all leg before. What is going on with that delivery? That was a good question to ask.
It looks like there was an inside edge on that to me. I'm not. He's asking what on earth is happening. But I think that's on the replay. They'll show. I think that there was an inside edge. Let's take a look at that if we can. Here we go. Did he get an inside edge onto this? Yeah, he did. Had there not been an inside edge, I can tell you though, that would have been curtains. Or should.
Barnes is still upset about it. Might have been outside the line of the off stump as well.
You got an edge there, Mr. Brad Barnes. Don't kill the umpire.
But that's all I think that's all the Scorpions need to do. They just need to string together a couple overs like this, a couple deliveries like this.
Here we go again. Was there an edge? I'm beginning now to wonder if there was an edge. On that second replay, I'm not sure.
That's a thick outside. This one he gets an edge on this one. A run down to third man. And they're interested, Wickham wanted to. Craig, I think, wants more of a strike. But in terms of that delivery, I think, like I said, he was struck outside line of awesome because he got a good stride in.
Was he struck outside off? That's the question.
I think so. Maybe that's the only thing that could have saved him in my mind because on the second replay, it certainly looked like there was not an inside edge.
All right. So we'll look at it again.
We'll have to analyze this one very, very closely.
That one we need to look at.
I'm going to clean my glasses, Orville Higgins.
Yes, so will I. Because initially I thought inside edge, and then I'm not so sure. Driven out towards
wide mid-on.
Yeah, that wide mid-on area.
Craig Bradford trying to manufacture a run. He has been kept very quiet. I don't think he's scored a run for a good couple overs now. But this is the pressure that you always wanted to see from the Jamaicans. You have a man who's 95 and yet you're still able to apply some pressure from him. That guy is absolutely riveted in the cricket, probably watching our stream instead of taking it in live. Perched nicely in the George Headley stand. Gets a run down the leg side this time. Chucks and noodles. But Barnes easing the pressure just a little bit on Craig Bradford. He moves up to 96 at the end of 62 overs. A brilliant over by Brad Barnes. You'll have to have a look at that LBW appeal against Kevin Wickham again.
Yeah, 235 for 2, which means the Bajans are, we were saying 260 at lunch. Here's it. So was there an inside? He came forward after the left foot came outside off after he was struck. So I thought he was hitting line.
It was also quite low as well. Let's have a look at it slowed down.
Right. So length, when it hit he's hitting line, I think. The left foot was still coming forward after he had gotten a hit. So if you look at it,
because his front leg is actually on the line of leg stump. So by the time he gets a
so he's moving at the time when the ball was hit.
So by the time he gets
there,
in line,
that is probably in line. But was there a slight deviation from bat to pad? Viewers at home, you make the judgment.
Mindley, and Craig drives that one, and there's a misfield, and they'll get a single here. That's unfortunate from John Campbell. Craig is released on 97.
You don't want to do that.
I
think just struck in line, and sometimes it looks like there was a clear inside edge, and at another times I'm not so sure. But
we'll have to ask Chris Taylor maybe off here in terms of his decision on that one.
Yeah, I probably will. Maybe after the game, because he probably won't talk while the game is on.
That's a nice drive by Wickham, but there is no run. Because that one was... well, again, we have to give the umpire the benefit of the doubt. Now, but while Barnes was appealing, Taylor didn't give any indication as to whether it was outside the line or it was anything like that. So I'm not really sure his decision making in terms of that delivery. Punches squared as Wickham and will get a run as the sweeper does the fielding. Brings Craig back on strike, who is on a 97.
Well, I'm getting some text on my phone that there wasn't any inside edge. If there were no inside edges on that, then maybe the umpire thought he was struck outside. But as the angles here are probably not 100% from behind, but maybe the umpire was thinking that he got struck just outside. But I thought he got struck just inside and on the move. It's splitting hairs. But the umpire may just have had doubts about, look at this again. Struck, I think, just in line. But by the time he finished, it was outside off. And the umpire may be saying, just enough doubt. And I'm giving that to the batsman, which is what good umpires should do.
Yeah,
and I think that there was just enough doubt, based on the angle, as to whether that was hitting outside of playing a shot. I still feel that there's some doubt about whether there was an inside edge as well. But there are people saying that I need glasses. But enough doubt, either way.
Well, the only thing is I can think, because as you can see, he was going on with the angle in terms of drifting back into Wickham. So I don't know if he thought with the deviation that there was an inside edge. Again, we'll have to give the benefit of the doubt to the umpire, Chris Taylor, because he's a very good professional, as are all the umpires associated with Cricket West Indies, and highly trained. So he would have his own thought process in terms of that decision. But it is, at the end of the over, it's 237 for 263 overs have been bowled. But we've seen some very tight and marginal decisions so far in this game by the Jamaica Scorpions. Marquino Minley versus Shane Mosley yesterday.
Yeah,
and then again Kevin Wickham today, which may have changed the complexion of the game had that Mosley one been given. So there's a lot to consider as well.
Yeah, that one against Shane Mosley, I thought I would have given that out any day of the week. This one, there were elements of doubt, and you could understand why Chris Taylor decided maybe not. But these are two close calls. It's in the nature of the game. Some days you win the appeal, some days you don't. It's as simple as that.
Barnes to Bruffett. Pulls this one through mid-wicket. The sweeper, the mid-wicket fielder is out there, and it's just a single. So he moves to 98, closing in on that magical 100. Turned around the corner again this time as well.
I think this is the last over before lunch, Andrew. Craig moves up to 98.
Yeah, this is Craig's apologies. So the delivery before was Wickham. So Craig is now officially on 98.
Don't think he'll be too bothered about getting 100 before lunch, although it's Wickham who drives that up towards Medan.
He might have one over just before lunch, so Craig is cutting it close.
Yeah.
And be disappointed. Kevin Wickham isn't trying to get a run to get him back on strike. But we'll certainly see how it goes. Happy to close up shop, Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, my watch says that we are just about on 12. Of course, my watch is not the important watch. That's that man there, Chris Taylor. Just about on 12 o'clock says my watch. Which means that if my watch is in sync with Chris Taylor's watch, it is. That's lunch.
The end of the over, 64 overs have been bowled. Barbados end on 239 for 2. More importantly, Craig Brafford will be there on 98 not out. So he didn't get his 100 before the lunch break. We'll be back in about 40 minutes or so.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Oh, yeah.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of yours journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kumar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Sabina Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 before Kumar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kumar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kumar, it was Fida, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kumar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked, that sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking to advise, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. You know, speaking to him is always, it's just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them, so it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie, so that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's down. Rogers 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we would have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And that to me was one of the hallmark of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys, started with you, Courtney.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubt, I like people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, hey, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think, is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
Figured
7
that
times.
much.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think
it's
it.
not
Yeah,
fun.
I think. Yeah, I know it's one.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia
1984.
caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib.
Ah.
I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about the order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me. I think
So it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. Will you still play? You can
Yeah,
back
yeah,
yourself.
He has 16. And he's right up and
right up
so
there.
he has
That's
much
not
more
far.
time to play.
There's Walsh, that's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overbowled because they were back-to-back Test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next day he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the 4 came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main 4, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main 4 is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the
that.
4 of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all 4 of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we're all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, it's a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back out there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in him. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's a wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a Test for 2 years. So, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse,
You hadn't scored a Test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first Test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second Test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first Test match, and for me it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a Test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards long on, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It was fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
Not this trio.
No. Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jadon. Yeah, funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah.
And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Me.
Important things.
Important things,
nobody late. But like if it's dinner,
casual, I think me, for sure.
For sure. Cuts it close.
Who lifts the most in the gym?
Maybe between Andy and I. Oh no, you look strong too.
You see my legs? Where's your squat?
3.
You win.
Yeah. I think it's 3 or 285 or something.
I was 275. Who's the most competitive?
It varies.
It varies. Depends on what we're doing.
Yeah.
Table tennis. These two can't beat me, so I just always win. I just always win anyway. If it wasn't cricket, what other sport would you like to play professionally and why?
For me, I'll pick track and field because that is what I used to do before. So for me, if it's professionally, I would always go back to that. It would be easier.
Football.
You're not good at all.
I used to play football and
it wasn't good.
You mad?
What do you mean?
mean on a game?
No, but only mad.
Yes, fine.
Yeah, I have medals for football.
They give out participation medals too?
No. Squad banger from outside the box.
Right.
Top corner too. You.
I would choose football because I actually played football at a decent level.
Okay.
I played the highest school
Next.
football level. Wait a minute.
Next.
Hey, I have an intercol game, eh?
I've played intercol final and like big sellout stadium. About 5,000 people watching.
Who do we think did the best at school?
Definitely not me. Not me at all.
Why that question?
Jadon.
I don't have a choice. Who is the toughest opponent or player that you have faced in your test career?
Probably say like Josh Hazelwood because of his skill. Yeah, I think he was one of the toughest bowlers I've had to face so far.
Can I say it's just about enjoying the battle this far for me.
Only one man I could call. Drew.
So what Ben Duckett?
Nah. He only do it for one game.
Well, good afternoon, cricket fans, and welcome back to Sabina Park for session 2 in day 2 of this round 2 match between the Barbados Pride and day 3, my apologies, of this match between the Barbados Pride and Jamaica Scorpions. Barbados Pride went to lunch at 239 for 2. At the lunch break, Craig Bradford not out on a 98, so closing in on what would be a 33rd first class 100. Andrew Chan and your company, alongside Mr. Orville Higgins, who really enjoyed his lunch, and I don't want to be the teller of tales, but he certainly disappeared into the corner here and had his own dessert as we look at the end of round 1 points table, with Jamaica Scorpions 2nd and the Barbados Pride in 5th.
Yes, and I think first innings points is what Barbados' first target, plus the batting and bowling points that they'll accrue. And hopefully by the third game, they hope to get the better of Jamaica. One thing I noticed a while ago there, Andrew, is that both batsmen were on the pitch before the Jamaica Scorpions team walked on. Now, back in my day, that would never happen. Opening batsmen followed the team onto the field.
And some unfortunate news in the championship. The second match of the Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago game has been abandoned due to dangerous pitch conditions at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Play was halted on the first session of the third day after the pitch began to exhibit unpredictable and uneven behavior, which raised serious concerns for player safety. Leeward Islands player Jeremiah Louis was struck while batting. He was immediately attended to by medical personnel, and we certainly wish that we wish him a speedy recovery and hope that it's not any serious injury. Live here, and Marquino Mindley will be bowling to Craig Bradford to start the second session. And in terms of the decision to abandon the match, was made in accordance with the officials on the playing conditions governing the competition. Under these conditions, when on-field umpires determine that it is dangerous or unreasonable for play to continue, play must be stopped, and the CWI match referee was consulted. In other news now, CWI further advises that no matches are scheduled at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium until the championship final set for May 17th to the 20th. This one has missed field by the fielder, and will that run into the ropes? It runs very close indeed, and does Craig come back for his 100? I think that is a century for Craig Braffett. Well, a misfield by Carlos Brown at mid-on, and unfortunately, that allows the Barbados captain to reach his 100 just after lunch here, his 34th first-class 100. No big celebration from him.
Yeah, it was almost inevitable that he'd get to 100 if he didn't get out early on this very placid Sabina Park pitch. Well played, though. He had one little session of about 15-20 minutes when he was looking a little fidgety. But outside that, it has been the usual Craig Brathwaite. Self-assured, very focused. Good century there, Mr. Brathwaite. Just want his name to be among those that the selectors will maybe think about when the opening slot comes up for that Sri Lanka series. Not doing his chances any harm with 100.
Yeah, maybe think about Carlos Brown was actually injured early in the day and got some treatment, and he's holding that leg now after that misfield at mid-on, and you can see the celebration there from Craig. It was very muted, raised the bat and just continued on, which is good from him. It's good to see that he's not celebrating just 100. He probably wants to raise his bat and take off the helmet for a 200 score if he does achieve that today. And the play is halted while Carlos Brown stops. So let's have, if you can get a look at the shot again and the misfield. Well, there's Carlos Brown right now, so he's holding his leg in some serious pain here. Don't know if he was scraped or something as well.
A few of his teammates surrounding him, they look quite concerned.
But unfortunate for Jamaica Scorpions, you'd have liked to make Craig Braffett sweat a little more for those 2 runs. Here's a look at the shot. Yeah, really unfortunate there. He might have twisted his knee a little bit weirdly or landed awkwardly, but that was how Craig Braffett brought up his 34th first-class 100. Congratulations to the Bajan skipper. And just like yesterday, Orville Higgins, maybe a little bit earlier than usual, the ground staff are moving into position just to the southern end of the ground, where maybe they're predicting a little bit of rain again. The umpires are also having a look at the situation. I dare say, since lunch, it's been just a little bit cooler, maybe a little bit breezier as well. So we might experience the same situation that we had yesterday.
I will not be suckered into saying anything about whether the rains will come again. You all know my history at that. But it is a little darker than it was just before lunch. Whether there will be rain doesn't appear so, at least not anytime soon. But my records for weather predicting hasn't been great, so I'll leave that to you, Andrew.
Well, the entire weather forecast had suggested scattered thunderstorms through Kingston and surrounding areas throughout the entire course of this game, and so said, so done.
This is taking a little bit longer than I thought it would. They're all gathered there. Chris Taylor paying close attention as the umpire. This looks to be a little bit more serious than I originally thought.
So it's all happening here on and off the field, as it were. Gingerly getting to his feet now. So another fighting 100 from Craig Braffett, 100 of 202 deliveries. And considering that he's played over, well, this is actually his 230th first-class match. It's something that we've expected to see from him. And as you mentioned, he is sort of putting his name back in the mix for contention in terms of back into the West Indies team. His discipline and motivation are certainly admirable. I always speak about that in terms of putting in the effort, just staying fit, because he's not lost time through injury or any other things like that. So I can say that, that he's very fit. He's a good fielder as well, at most times. And again, his dedication to cricket as a profession. He's here early in the morning before games, having throwdowns and doing various exercises. Mindley to continue.
Harmless. That is the word to describe that delivery. Absolutely harmless. Again, the keeper taking shin height, which means that the bounce as well as the pace hasn't been great all day. And if anything, getting lower.
A bit better, a bit fuller, but still moving away. That Craig should be comfortable enough to leave it.
Yeah, there was shape on that, but much too far away to influence strokes.
Be interesting to see who continues from the southern end. Will they continue with Brad Barnes in the containment role? Could be a very, very interesting third session here. Of course, if the rain has its say. And so another consideration completely. End of the over, 241 for 2. Brad Barnes does continue from the southern end, and Wickham is forward and solid to this one.
So Brad Barnes' marathon effort continues, now in his 14th over on the trot. Gone for only 23, so at the moment going less than 2 and over, which on such a placid pitch is admirable.
Almost gets want to drift onto the pads like he did in the first session, and that was a very tight call. That's a good sweep shot, and he'll get a single this time. There's Kevin Wickham, and that will get him his first runs after lunch.
Played with that languid ease that Kevin Wickham has come to be associated with. Seems to never be bothered by anything that the bowler does.
You have to say it's an interesting state of the game, Orville, because he lost quite a bit of play yesterday, maybe at least one session, and then the formidable score by Jamaica means that Barbados could or do need to bat for at least a session or two again. But I mean, based on what is happening, and of course cricket is a glorious game of uncertainties, as Bradford turns this one fine down the leg side. Carlos Brown will have to run after it, and they get 2, and that will take Bradford on to 102. But is it possible to make a game out of this? Is the sort of question that I was leading up to.
In terms of an outright result, if the pitch continues to play like that, then that's going to be hard.
Yeah.
We are now on, and if the weather continues to play a part as well, we are now in day 3 after lunch, and we've only had 12 wickets all game. Now, when you have 12 wickets after lunch on day 3, it's unlikely that you will get
28,
28
in 5 sessions.
But I've realized right off nothing in life and nothing in cricket. But if I were a betting man, I'd say first innings points will be the target for both teams. And at the moment, you'd say Barbados just having their noses in front now, 244 for 2. Still needing another 213 runs. And a wicket now could, just put the odds back in the Scorpions' favor. But at the moment, I would think the Barbados Pride is the happier team, put it that way. Yeah, so the understanding is that they will get 8 points if whoever gets first innings, if the match doesn't get a result. You still will get 16 points for an outright result plus batting and bowling points. I think a point after 200, if you get to 250, you get 1 batting point. Plus points for fast bowlers and so on. So at the moment, I think that Barbados Pride has the edge. Almost 250 for 2. With 2 set batsmen at the crease.
Wide delivery cut nicely by Wickham. Just reached into that one, but there is a sweep out there. IBJ Mansing, and they just get a single there to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Marlon Minley working hard. Not yet managing to get anything in the W column. He's finding that the pitch is much too placid to be creating much effect.
And the sun has come out again after a little bit of a dark patch and the groundsman moving into position. But it seems that they're happy to go back in the shade now. This one again through cover region. John Campbell scrambles across that mid-off. Does well, trying to inspire his team to greatness. As Craig Braffett bundles another single.
If there's no wicket for either Brad Barnes or Marlon Minley, I would think that time for some experimentation. I haven't seen Odin Smith yet, so he's due for a spell. But John Campbell, Javel Glenn can turn over an arm. When nothing is happening, sometimes you have to turn to these part-timers and hope for a change of luck.
Yeah, maybe even try Romain Morris, you never know. 246 for 2, 66.4 overs bowled. And I mean, in terms of, we've already seen a report of a match being abandoned in Sir Viv Richards Stadium because of a pitch. I certainly think the match referee Donovan Hales might have something to say about this Sabina Park pitch, because if you compare it to Chedwin Park's pitch, and we saw the degradation in the Chedwin Park pitch as you would expect over 4 days, and spinners came into play and everything like that.
But let's just watch this. Steer away.
Having said that, the pitch still played fair for the batters.
Yeah.
So it was still true.
Can a fourth official have concerns over a flat pitch? A flat pitch is a flat pitch. You are concerned about dangerous pitches.
But I'm still saying at the end of the over, 246 for 2. If we want to improve the level of West Indies cricket, and this is the next level up to West Indies cricket, and this, in a sense, is West Indies cricket because it's all West Indians playing here, is that we have to look at every aspect of the game that will make the game a little bit better. A close-up of the scorecard there to the eastern side of the ground.
Yeah, you know, you want sporting wickets. You want wickets where there's a fair contest between bat and ball. That's for sure. But whether or not that is within the purview of the fourth umpire, I'm not sure. If it's a flat pitch, that is.
Flicked into short leg, almost into the hands of short leg. And for all our viewers and everyone paying attention, of course, you can get all your information on the website www.windiescricket.com. All your news, all your interviews. Maybe if you want to shop and purchase a lovely West Indies cap for yourself, or even the test outfits, you can. All available on windiescricket.com, www.
Craig Brathwaite, 190 caught bat pad off the bowling of an off spinner. How's that for a premonition? Because that's the only way I see him getting out. Playing into the hands of the forward short leg. He doesn't seem a candidate for a dismissal any other way. It is unperturbed. Yeah, that right there, that working or turning of the ball with a spin.
Well, if I may be so bold as I think this is why maybe people have an issue. Well, I shouldn't say an issue, but their opinions on Craig Brathwaite. Because Craig Brathwaite, as we know, has modeled himself and his tenacity and his discipline on the great Shivnarine Chanderpaul. But Shiv had a gear 5. Craig Brathwaite doesn't. Craig Brathwaite is in gear 1. If he gets up to gear 2, you're lucky. I mean, it's really a situation like that. And in a game like this, you've scored your 100. You're in a comfortable position. You have wickets behind. I would love to see an accelerating Craig Brathwaite. But this is probably why he's never played much white ball cricket indeed, and why he's never very good in his chances with either Barbados or West Indies.
Yeah, Shiv, as you mentioned, does have a 69 ball 100 against Australia, no less.
Yeah.
And I told you about that first class triple 100 he scored here.
And Shiv was, and Tiger was also very, very good in the white ball game when he was given an opportunity as an opener and as a low order batter.
I saw him making 300 plus against Jamaica right here. Courtney Walsh and company were taken apart. So on his day, Shiv can score just as quickly as anyone.
As destructive as anybody.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Craig has to be destructive. I'm not saying he has to take them apart. But I would like to see this acceleration. It's not you get your 100, you barely raise your bat and go back into a block.
Yeah, man. After scoring 100 on a flat deck, you should start imposing yourself.
Thank you
on
very
the bowler.
much.
Well,
Shall we shake on that? Over
yes, we have finally agreed to something.
We got the cameraman to shake on that.
You're 103 not out. It's a flat deck and a tiring, wearing attack.
Yeah.
You should be saying, hello, I'm going to make you all suffer, not just by accumulating time.
Wickham on strike. Feeling for that one outside. You have somebody who's moving away a little bit lazy by Wickham, and he rehearses the better shot he should have played.
Yeah, was just wafting at it without much conviction because he didn't expect the ball to do much. But that one, if anything, maybe just start going away a touch from the batsman. Mainly continuing to work hard as if, I'm sure that trudging back to his mark there, he says, why wasn't I a batsman? Because this is hard work.
As we were talking about Shivnarine Chanderpaul, I had the opportunity to be at the Queen's Park Oval. I'm sure you remember this game where we were playing against Sri Lanka, and Shiv needed 10 runs to win.
Last
hit a
2
4
balls.
of 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
And I think it's been the only instance ever where in an ODI where the game had to be won off the last delivery. A 6 had to be hit to win the game. Now, there's been ODIs where they maybe needed a 4 and a 6 was hit or something like that. Or they needed 2 and a 6 was hit. But there was the only ODI ever in the history of ODI cricket where 6 was actually needed to win the game.
And happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the 4, I'll give you an interesting story about the 4. Wafting again at an even wider one. Kevin Wickham, slap yourself on the head. That is not good batting.
Yeah, that pitched and left, but that was much too wide. And for the first time since this innings, a little chink in the concentration of Kevin Wickham. He's gone about his business like it's a Sunday evening stroll. But those last 2 deliveries he played and missed, both wide. Look how wide this one is. I mean, if he probably would need a longer bat to get to that.
No feet movement as well either into the shot, so he really was just reaching for it. Back live here. Yeah, so I was sitting in what would be the southeastern end of the ground next to the Brian Lara Pavilion, and the shot was bunted straight down the ground. But I didn't see it properly, and I thought, oh my God, the fielder got it at mid-off. But it raced through, and that stand absolutely erupted. And then when he got his 6, and I think it was against Chaminda Vass, it wasn't a bowler of no little quality. One of the best left-arm swing seam bowlers ever.
Yeah.
Chaminda Vass. So it really was a fantastic game, and it shows the adaptability, I think, of maybe that generation of batters, which you're not really seeing much of in the younger generation. It's a couple things. There are a couple things that I have noticed. I mean, it's always in terms of the bumper, in terms of facing the bouncing delivery, they're always fending at it. What about learning to drop the hands? Where has that technique been lost? Drop the hands and sway out of the way. That's one thing. Of course, the knocking around and getting the ball into singles and working the ball into gaps.
Yeah, that one has been a pet peeve of mine. This is driven back. A little swing on that. It did a little bit through the air, but full. And Wickham drove back nicely.
Kevin Wickham teasing the overthrow. 246 for 2 after 69.
Ruston Chase in the hutch still to come. His place in the West Indies team has been questioned by many, including yours truly, I may add. The question is Ruston Chase still likely to be a part of the West Indies team in that Sri Lankan test coming up, or will he be the captain? Now, were I Ruston Chase, I would only say leave that decision to the powers that be. But I've come to Sabina Park. I've seen a pitch as flat as a penny. I would want to have a bat. And I would use the opportunity on this flat deck against a Jamaican attack that is not as penetrative and intimidating as others. Try to get myself some runs and say, well.
Nice bunt by Craig. And as you're named after Euclid, a great philosopher, I'll have a philosophical question for you. A, if not Ruston Chase, then who? And then B, the other candidate is the obvious Shea Hope, and he's not part of this Barbados squad, so where is he?
I understand that he's resting. I understand that Shea Hope is being rested.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. I've played a lot of cricket recently. You have one answer to that question, which is the easier one. Typical philosopher, as Barnes appeals to an LBW that's obviously going down like side.
Yeah. If my understanding is that look at this one. That was always going down. Is that Shea Hope was asked previously if he wanted to be the captain across all 3 formats. I understand that he turned that down.
Straight through the legs of short leg.
If that is true and he turned it down then the question is what would have changed for him not now to want the job now. But Shea Hope obviously would be my first candidate. He's your white ball captain in both versions. Look at this.
Yeah, if he had stayed low, short leg is not staying low. That could have been straight into his hands.
Yeah, getting up a touch too early. So that, if we rule Shea Hope out, the question is who?
So, like a true philosopher, you answer my question. You ask my question with another question.
One obvious candidate is the guy captaining the Jamaica Scorpions now.
Well, John Campbell, are you throwing your name in the hat? I don't think much people refuse the honor. And that's a nice bunt into the leg side after wide long on, where Craig will run another 2 at the end of the over. And that should be the Barbados 250.
Yeah, with a little bother.
Is it indeed? Yes, it should be indeed, as the Barbados bring up 250, 70 overs bowled, 250 for 2. Coming back to that question, I like Shea Hope as ODI captain. I have no problem with that. He's an excellent ODI player. I did not agree with him as Test captain, as T20 captain, and I thought your fellow Jamaican Rob McPaul the job was taken away from him a little bit too early. So if that's the situation, then maybe somebody else should be Test T20 captain, and then Shea Hope can continue doing what he does. The only thing I can think about Ruston Chase is that they picked him for captain for this sort of leg of the Test Championship. So you have him for sort of one series in the Test Championship. Maybe in that time Shea Hope gets accustomed to the pace of Test cricket, because I think right now they need him to just be the Shea Hope batter. Even the wicket keeping, I think, is too much for him. I think there should be a specialist wicketkeeper in the side, aside from Shea Hope.
Your captain must tick 2 boxes, to my mind. He must be an automatic member, and he must be his regional captain, captaining the regional team as well. I'll get back to that. At the moment, there are very few automatic candidates with a bat for the West Indies. Shea Hope may very well be
the only one.
Although as a Test cricketer, averaging in the mid-20s, but you'd say, yeah, he's going to be around for the foreseeable future. John Campbell may be just getting to the point where you can say he will play the next series and the next one after that. There aren't too many others.
Well, the other option is, of course, Justin Greaves, who, even though he's Barbados, is captaining the Leeward Islands. That's a nice shot through the extra cover region. Glorious from Kevin Wickham, just releasing the shackles a little bit as it dribbles into the ropes. And a wonderful shot by the young batter.
Lovely, very well played. I must agree, I must admit that I'm a little bit handicapped, because captaincy for me is what I see you doing. I've never really watched a 4-day game with Justin Greaves in charge. So I'm not sure how good a tactician he is. I've seen John captain in many games, and has a decent cricket brain, communicates well with players, and is respected. Sometimes plays the kind of shots that you wonder. But he is not a bad candidate at all. Now, the gentleman that I initially thought would have gotten the job was Joshua De Silva, who was your vice captain for a long while. And, you know, they scored some runs after he was dropped in regional cricket, and they're not seen or heard from. No bowler.
In terms of your perspective, that the regional captain should also, or the West Indies captain should also be the regional captain, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with your perspective to a certain extent. However, the concept and the way cricket has changed suggests that, as we have a look at Minley's action here, I think there was a no ball on that last delivery.
Striving in and just overstepping, it appears.
Just overstepping. Nothing behind the crease. So coming back live here. That's another pleasant drive to the extra cover region. Will that go to the ropes? No, the fielder comes around from the sweeper position. And it's another easy 2 there for Kevin Wickham. But yeah, how cricket has changed in terms of the T20 leagues and allowing players the opportunity to maybe play in these leagues and earn the finances that Cricket West Indies can never compete with. There has to be a little bit of allowance. For example, Jason Holder, if Jason Holder came back and said, I would like to captain West Indies cricket, I would let him into the fold because I think he's a brilliant all-rounder and a true all-rounder, and he's given his all to West Indies cricket in the time that he was the captain. I don't know, in terms of him being removed, I understand why Craig came into the role.
The thing is, though, I wouldn't want a West Indies captain who I can't guarantee will be here for the end of the next 2-3 series. If there's a likelihood that you will have to go off to play franchise T20 cricket, then that rules you out as my test captain. I'll play you, but I want my captain. I want to be able to say, you will be the captain for the next 2-3 series. If you can't give me that guarantee, then you can't be my captain. I'll pick you or not pick you based on form, but my captain should be able to say, I'm committed to you for, say, the next 3 test series. Barry, I mean, if I'm reasonably informed. The captain, the Ruston Chase is available. He's not going to be whisked away by T20 franchises around the world. But the truth is, the question that you have to ask yourself, Ruston, can you make this? Are you the best 6 batsmen in the West Indies, whether on form or quality? The answer to that at the moment is no. Are you among the best 4 bowlers in the region? The answer to that is no. Are you the wicket keeper? The answer to that is no. I'm sorry, Ruston, you'll have to wheel and come again. He has 5 test centuries, so we know that on his day he's as good as anybody in the region. But what have you done for me lately is the question.
But again, it comes back to the point. So Ruston Chase has pretty much committed for this cycle. Maybe the Cricket West Indies is hoping that somebody would have emerged. Josh De Silva, yes, he was. I suspect at some level he was being groomed for the captaincy. However, he was not performing, and that's just fact of the matter. And he was dropped as any player who's not performing should be dropped wide by Mindley and dying on its way to the keeper.
But here's my problem.
At the end of the over, 258 for 271 overs bowled.
Joshua De Silva was dropped from, where was it? Pakistan. That series that we won the second test.
Drew 1-0.
Yeah, we won the last one. They won the first one. He came back to regional cricket and dominated with the bat. 3 centuries and did very well. Tevin Imlach also got some runs. Now, if you drop somebody who was a potential captain, he was your vice captain, not because of his glove work, he wasn't getting runs. He came back and was among the leading scorers in regional cricket that year. Fine, so he can't make your team, but wasn't even in the squad. I have a problem understanding that.
Well, at that point, Tevin Imlach was captain of the Guyana Harp Eagle. Keshav Bahadur Singh wants to jump in as well. Barnes to continue. We have discussions to continue after this one.
And the thing is, they named, 6 potential captains. They were interviewed. Never heard of an interview for West Indies captains before. Not formally. Joshua De Silva was one of the 6 interviewed. So he was seen as a potential captain. Then the squad picked, no Joshua De Silva. If you think I'm a good enough candidate to be interviewed for the captaincy, I should at least be in the squad.
Well, I understand some of the thinking because Tevin Imlach was also captain of the Guyana Harp Eagles. He's an elegant batter. He had some success as well, in addition to leading Harp Eagles to the title. I would also argue that while Josh is a good glove man, Tevin Imlach is a much more natural glove man. So I can understand why Imlach sort of leapfrogged him in that regard. But I think based on the experience that Josh had, he could have still played as a batter.
Now, the West Indies never wanted to play both Joshua De Silva and Tevin Imlach in the same test squad. For some reason, I knew they would. But it doesn't make
sense. It's the same thing with Amir Django, 100 on debut in your ODIs, and you haven't had much of a sniff since. It doesn't matter if they're wicket-keeper batters. The important thing is that they're batters.
So there you go.
And Tevin Nimlak really hasn't grasped his chance as a batter either. He's had no problems as a keeper, but he hasn't impressed as a batter as yet in Test cricket.
You have mentioned the point that the forward short leg is getting up a touch early. Now, I don't know if we could see the replay of that last one. Keshav. But I feel that if Craig Brathwaite is going to get out, that man at back pad could be in business. We'll take a look at that last delivery.
Dug out nicely on this occasion. I think that's the end of the over. 260 for 272 overs bowled.
The only place Craig Brathwaite looks like he could be a candidate is back pad. 260 for 272 overs. The Barbadians going well. Salmon and Mansingh, the two wicket takers. So the Pacers have had no joy at all on this one. Maybe time for Odin Smith. Maybe just time to say, well, you're picked as a bowler, you know, Odin. Well, here it is. Forward short leg. You want to stay down even when the batsman is making contact. He's down there. He is on his way up and then went back down. That was nowhere near a catch, mind you.
He never really got down because I would think as a forward shot, like your hands are supposed to be on the ground almost like a keeper.
Yes, yes.
Because that's what you're expecting. It's
a specialist feeling position.
It's harder to move down than it is to move up.
Yeah, it's better. You stay as low as you can for as long as you can. And yeah, Odin Smith.
The juggernaut. John Campbell shuffling his pack.
Odin Smith might have been thanking his captain not to put him through the rigors of bowling on a pitch that is as unrewarding as this.
I will heartily disagree with you because I think whatever you ask Odin Smith to do, at least on a cricket field, he will do.
He will do it. Well, if I were a fast bowler, I would be not meeting my captain's glare on this. I'd avoid his gaze because this isn't the kind of pitch that you dream of bowling on as a sea bowler. It's completely lifeless now. And there is Odin Smith.
Yeah, but I mean, Keshav just passed me a little bit of a message, and he asked about Jason Mohammed, who has consistently performed in 4-day cricket, but yet has never been given his opportunity. And then I also think of another fellow by the name of Imran Khan, who's done yeoman service for Trinidad and Tobago over many, many years. That's a pull through mid-wicket. That's a short, wide delivery, and given the treatment there by Craig Brathwaite. When Craig Brathwaite can swipe you through mid-wicket, you know this pitch is as placid as the water in Ocho Rios.
Yeah, well, like I said, Odin Smith may have been avoiding his captain's gaze. I don't know that this is the kind of pitch I want to bowl, and that was gentle. If I run a few laps, Andrew, I probably could have played that. That was just put on a spot, short. And Craig Brathwaite says, okay then, thank you very much. Let's see if he will crank it up a little bit.
Well, in all fairness, Odin Smith's shoulders are a machine by itself, so it needs a little while to get running. Better follow-up delivery. Well, he's operating at about 25% shoulder strength, maybe.
And Craig Brathwaite with that curious bottom hand, it's his own unique style. You wouldn't recommend that. But 34 hundreds in first-class cricket means that this technique has worked for him. At test level, he's usually, well, we'll talk about that after this. At test level, he has had his success, and at an average of, what is that, 31? 32, somewhere there. You'd say not great, but by West Indian standards,
yeah, but I think what defines Craig Brathwaite more than anything else was that I think we played a game against Pakistan in the United Arab Emirates. And Craig Brathwaite cracked through the offside, through the cover fielder, and fielder's upset that maybe he couldn't get a backup fielder coming in to go for the stumps. That might be what he's upset about there. But I remember that game in the United Arab Emirates where Craig Bradford was on the field for every second of that game because he batted throughout the innings. He carried the innings twice. And then, of course, he would have had to go out on the field. And it's that sort of dedication, that sort of mindset that you do want. But it's up to the players around him. That's edge through the third man region. Maybe an educated edge there by Kevin Wickham. Looked like he opened the face a little bit as he was given width and was able to get 2 on that occasion.
Yeah, I thought he deliberately played this. It was wide and he steered it, I think, deliberately past that gully field out into the wide expanse behind him for 2. He should now start thinking of being a little bit more aggressive as well. The Jamaican bowlers are tiring. It's a pitch that is as flat as a penny. He should, I think, be looking to be a touch more aggressive.
Cut this time, cut behind square. This could get to the ropes. No, the fielder does extremely well coming around there. That's Marquino Minley. The dive and underarm throw. Good shot by Kevin Wickham as he moves into the 40s.
He's 41 now. Now, that pitch at Shedwin Park was a little bit more difficult for batting than this one is. And that's you know, saying it in as euphemistic a way as possible. But he was playing a lot more shots. He hit 12 sixes in that 100 at Shedwin Park on a pitch that was keeping low at times and not as placid as this. Now, he's gotten a pitch that is far more placid, not a lot keeping low. As look at this. He's, I think, deliberately opening the face out towards backward point. This time around, maybe in his own mind, having scored back-to-back centuries, was maybe a little bit more carefree. He comes into this game telling himself, okay, on this, I need another 100 could get me a West Indies game in the near future. And maybe that is the reason why he's been as cautious as he has been. 41 from 90. Hasn't put too many steps wrong in terms of his defensive stroke play, but with back-to-back hundreds to his name and on a flat pitch, you would have thought he would be coming out and making hay. But maybe he's having his own thoughts. 100 here, 100 here. That's 300s on the trot. Difficult to deny him a West Indies place if he gets 100 in this innings as well.
Brad Barnes to continue. Turned into that short leg region. Appeal for a leg before again. The questioning if maybe he got a little pad on that one. I have to look at the replay on this one as well.
Brad Barnes continues this marathon spell. 17 plus overs now. Is this the LBW shout? Going down for sure.
Yeah, always going down leg. Has to be careful how he plays those, Craig, because if he gets too far back, he might just bunt it to that short leg fielder.
He always looks like a candidate for bat pad, doesn't he? That stabbing, fidgety forward offensive doesn't really give the greatest sense of confidence, but somehow he keeps surviving. And when he has to off drive like that, it doesn't look the most fluent because he's so naturally bottom handed that it's not the most orthodox way.
Turn nicely into the leg side. They're coming back for 2. Might be a bit streaky. No, Mindley doesn't pick up well, so it's another 2 to end the over. 271 for 2 after 74 overs. I mean, in terms of the Craig conundrum, of course, Orville, there's another aspect to it of that, and at least he offered consistency for some time. And the problem is he was in an even weaker team than what Brian Lara and Shivnarine Chandapal and even Chris Gale operated in, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
He sort of for a long time was the only batter that you could depend on.
Did Craig get 140 240 something against Jamaica. Was it a few years ago? Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And his highest score in regional cricket, I'm just being told, is 276 versus Jamaica.
And he has a double hundred in Test cricket, which I appreciate about Craig. Every time he sort of gets in, he stays in.
So Craig Brathwaite may just be, if this game plays out until tomorrow, because Lord knows he doesn't look like he's going to get out. That 276 could well be something uppermost in his mind.
I like, as we're looking at this field now, we have a really interesting sort of staggered offside field here. It's sort of a gully, a backward point, a short square fielder, a short cover, a conventional cover, and a mid-off. It's really, really interesting here. It's sort of, I'm not sure what they're going for here. Kevin Wickham will get one in the sensitive area.
They are hoping that he will drive on the up through the covers for one that doesn't quite come on. That wasn't the ball for that. That was short and an attempted pull. Cannons into that midsection of Kevin Wickham. He looks bothered. He looks at this point like he is suffering some pain. Craig Brathwaite will soon be near shot. There he is. Just coming up to have a few words.
I have to look at the replay and see where Odin Smith managed to hit the young batter.
Yep, that hurts.
Well, it's that sensitive area, folks.
Different batsmen react differently. He's down for the count. That's not a live shot. The live shot, and look at that. I've always seen fielders do that. What difference does that make when you get hit there?
Well, I don't know. Odin Smith has kicked on the oven of his meat and two veg.
What does that do? Somebody said blood flow. But I tell you, when I got hit there once with a cricket ball and nothing helped. That stinging pain lasts, I don't know, 10 minutes?
Well, if Keshav Bahadur Singh suggests that that when you get lashed, it's a cause of blood flow, maybe the solution is a quarter of a blue pill. But I don't think you'd want that while you're in the middle of the cricket game.
Yeah.
So
getting it there, I tell you, it's not fun. Not fun at all. He's up though, and should be good to continue in a minute or two.
And I think it's one of those injuries where the insult is always coming as well, because everybody's like, ha ha, all over you, and they're laughing. Even though they commiserate with your pain, they're still laughing at you.
Yeah, everybody's
just as we are here in the commentary booth.
Yeah. Everybody always see the funny side when you get hit in that section as a man. The only person not laughing is the person getting hit.
Yep.
Bang.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm. Look at the reaction. He wants to just die at this point. I tell you, that's no fun. But
it's a good thing it's been a little while after lunch, or his lunch might have been coming up.
Well, he's good to go, at least for now.
A fighting 41 from Kevin Wickham, following up from 200s in that first match at Chedwin Park. He's good form. He's in good form. And what I like about it is that he's still young. It's not one of those players who's 27, 28. He's been on the circuit for a while. He's 23 years old. You got to remember that, Kevin Wickham. So to achieve what he has done at 23 years old really speaks highly of how he applies himself to his game. And he's certainly young, and he's very well spoken as well, a very polite young man. I've had the opportunity to interview him. So it's always nice to see the humbleness in the cricketers. I mean, yes, they have to have their confidence bordering on arrogance, maybe to be successful in a competitive sporting environment. But certainly how they approach the average man on the street and other persons around is always nice to see these sort of behind the scenes Looks.
Well, after that, those twin hundreds at Chedwin Park, his first class average has boomed out to now 41.8. And this is after 22 games. So 22 games, a high score of 153, which you suspect was that score at Chedwin Park. He now has a 41 average, 5 centuries in those 22 games, and 4 50s. Not too often you'll get people in regional cricket with an average above 40. He is one of the very few, I would think. Granted, he got those quite recently. I think his average was 33, 34 or somewhere before those twin hundreds. He definitely looks like he has that ability to maintain that average. It's not a flukish looking 40 average. He looks the part.
Yep.
But if I were Kevin, and maybe that is why he's scoring relatively slowly. His overall strike rate in first class cricket is 64, which is pretty nippy. In this innings, he's scoring well below that pace. So he's scoring much slower than he would normally score. And in a strange way, that could well be because of those twin hundreds. On the one hand, you'd think, well, you got some 200s in a game on a pitch much trickier than this. Why are you not kicking on? But then maybe somebody just whispered in his ear a little bit. Those 2 centuries got your name on the selector's radar. Another 100 up at Sabina Park.
But that would actually be a hat trick of centuries.
On a trot. And how often does that happen? Yeah. So I think Kevin Wickham is playing with half an eye on, he's half seeing the Jamaican bowlers and half seeing the maroon cap as well. In an era where not too many places are certain in that top 6, Kevin Wickham at least wants his name to be mentioned when the selectors meet to decide on that test squad.
Well, I mean, if you score 200s in a match, I think your name will be mentioned, but it's where he is on that list. Brad Barnes to continue. He will be in the mix. It's sort of like, okay, so when the selectors look at him, they might say a first 30. He's definitely in that first 30. What he wants to do is he wants to get in the final 15, and then, of course, the final 11. Down the leg side, we'll wait for the signal from the umpire. I'm not sure if you got a tickle on that one, did Kevin Wickham. And what does Chris Taylor say? No signal at all. So that was a little bit off the bat. That's why Brad Barnes is holding his hands and jumping all over the place.
Yeah, Brad Barnes is not one of those bowlers who are hesitant to appeal. He's going to ask. He's not going to die wondering if he should have asked. But if it got the bat, Brad, then usually you don't get those out LBW.
Dancing up the pitch to this one, hits it high over long on. Does he get all of it? That is 6, and that will bring up a 50 for Kevin Wickham. Absolutely brilliant from the young man.
Now, I don't understand this, Kevin Wickham. I really don't understand this. Pushing, prodding, poking, stroking up the ground, you get to 44. I'd almost like to prove a point. Wham, down the pitch and into the stands for 6. Now this delivery he would have faced 30, 40 times before. Nothing different. But he decided he is going to go for it. And the thing I like about his 6s, proper cricket strokes. He doesn't swipe. He doesn't hit across the line. His essentials are sound. Great shot. 50 not out.
50 not out indeed, and he's faced 100 balls and his strike rate is 50. It's not that far from that 64 that you mentioned.
Well, there's a word.
Goes through the extra cover this time, gets it square into the Kingston Cricket Club ropes. Another 4 for Kevin Wickham. He's going to open up his hand now, and this is what you want to see. This is what you love to see. This is the 4. It was signaled as 6 on our screen. But that was a scintillating 4 all along the tooth.
Everything right about that. It's the off spinner coming in, and to drive him square is not the easiest shots to play. Looks how he stays low, though. That's what I like. No, that's the 6 over long on.
That's the 6 that brought up his 50.
Like I said, he has everything that he needs to be a success.
100-run partnership between these two as well, 102. Nice punch through the back foot, off the back foot through the cover region. He'll take a one. He'll pinch the strike, Kevin Wickham. He wants to get on with it. 55 runs for him. 285 for two, the Bajans. 76 overs bowled. Is it going to get a little bit exciting now, Orville Higgins?
Well, one batsman is on 100 and not out. The other batsman is 50 and not out. Both seeing it as big as a breadfruit. What he may have done from that over is put an end to Brad Barnes. I think Brad Barnes, after 19 overs now, may have just done himself, have just completed that particular spell. He's 55, not out. The run rate 3.75, which is not as quick as I think it could be or even should be. But these two are still together, 285 for two. And these two look as if they could bat all the way into next week.
Wide delivery and cut through the back of a point for a single there. So a couple good deliveries here from Odin Smith to Craig Braffett. And interesting to see what the weather is behind us to the northern end of the ground.
Yeah, Odin Smith just going through the motions really, not bowling with much conviction.
That's a spicy delivery. Almost got Craig Braffett in a little bit of a turn as he went into backward point again. I don't know if he wanted to leave that one, Craig, and just left his bat hanging on that occasion.
As Man Singh, I don't know if the captain may just feel that he's due for another spell. Odin Smith largely ineffective at this point. 6.4 overs, none for 38. Really doesn't inspire much confidence. He's not the only one who is toiling and not looking like success is going to be happening anytime soon. Maybe Pete Salmon is due to come back as well.
No ball this time. Is indeed as signaled by umpire Jacqueline Williams. Trailed by 170 Barbados. I'm not sure if they can get that. Actually, we're closing into just a couple minutes before tea.
Odin Smith there, putting in an honest shift. He's not backing off. He hasn't told his skipper, I'm not trying to run in. So he's running in as hard as you can on a placid wicket like this, but with deliveries like that, you won't get too many people out. That was wide, short, and Wickham maybe in a mind frame to score a little more aggressive. Otherwise, he would just leave that alone. But having got to his 50, he may well be saying, well, why not? Just go on the gas a little bit harder. Maybe he can bring up his 100 if he does get there.
My apologies. The Bajans have actually been at it for about 1 hour in this session. So there's a full hour before tea. I'm just getting a little hungry myself. Good delivery from Odin Smith to end the over. There is no run there. 288 for 277 overs have been bowled. Kevin Wickham on 56, Craig Braffett on 115.
Drinks.
And they're going to have a little bit of a drinks break now, so we'll take a short break and come back right after this. Brad Barnes bowling to Craig Braffett. Plays up the pitch on this occasion. Bunted wide of that short mid-on fielder, and he'll get a run. After the drinks break, the Barbados Pride closing in on 300. Just to remind you that the Jamaica Scorpions amassed 457 in their first innings. Orville Higgins sliding into the commentary position for bitter cold juice, a beastly cold juice.
Well, I wish, looking forward to the end of play. This is hard work for the bowlers, and I think hard work for the commentators as well. Especially when there are only two to do all day. So it's hard work all around. Brad Barnes, interestingly enough, is retained his 20th over on the trot. So he's doing yeoman services. Sorry, for his team and his captain.
Flicked into the leg side again, past that short leg fielder, and another run. I just wonder if maybe in addition to the short leg that they have maybe a sort of leg gully, because I think that field is sort of wasted there. Carlos Brown, he's at a short fine leg or a short long leg. I'm not sure what you call that position, but he's backward of square, and if they keep bunting it in front of square, in front of the short leg, then it's really not helping anything. He hasn't had much work to do, and if the ball goes fine, then he's not going to really stop that either. Again, turn into the leg side. Okay, this time Carlos Brown comes around, and there's the feeling, and there is no run. Barnes around the wicket this time. End of the over, 78 overs bowled, 292 for 2. Better discipline from the Jamaica Scorpions than the Barbados Pride. Quite a few no balls and such, but so far so good in terms of what the Jamaica Scorpions are trying to do and what they can accomplish on this pitch. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're fighting back after being bowled out of 151, and then the Guyana Harpy Eagles amassing 491. They're a 124 for 2. Akeem Orgis not out on 65. Johan Jeremiah not out on 9. Starts from Stephen Pascal and Kavem Hodge. Wicket takers Richie Lucknoth and Gudakesh Moti taking 1 each. So we get to see if the Windward Islands Volcanoes can push this game into the 4th and final day. Maybe get some points against the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who are really flying high in this year's tournament as well. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, of course, topping the table after that massive win against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and unfortunately that second game at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium has been called off. Credit to Cricket West Indies, as we see one of the fielders getting some treatment in front of the Kingston Cricket Club. And it looks like the physiotherapist has a knife out there. My goodness, what sort of work requires a knife? It's a minor surgery, maybe. Cutting some space maybe on the boot. Odin Smith to continue. A full delivery. And Bradford just about turns that into the leg side. And the fielder who was getting that treatment has to get off his heels and get the throw back in. They come back comfortably for two. Bajans close in on 200, on 300. They're on 295 right now. Good dedication by that fielder. That's actually O.J. Shields. Greg Bradford moving on to 120. Flicked into the leg side. And that's actually the top score for the match because, of course, that man, Kirk McKenzie Jr., it seems such a long time ago. He scored 114. Craig Bradford now with the top score of the match thus far on a flat batting track. Really, really flat batting track. Nice drive, well fielded by the big man, Odin Smith. Managing to bend down and stop that one. And it's been fairly quiet. Orville Higgins had to step out briefly.
A little emergency there that I had to sort out. But this is, I think, time for some experimental bowling, gentlemen. John Campbell may turn over his arm for a few. Javel Glenn, anybody. This isn't working. And a 2 or 3 over bursts from somebody may just prove to be what the doctor ordered.
A widest delivery from Odin Smith to end the 79th. 295 for 2. Might see the return of Pete Salmon as well, which is another option. I think maybe as the ball has gotten a little bit older, they could try something here. And the other thing is they have one over before the new ball is due. So they can try to maybe create something again with that new ball. Be interesting to see what goes on.
Well, if the new ball is due, that's part of the equation that I, wasn't factoring in. But they are bringing in O.J. Shields now. Maybe just give him 1 over of warm-up deliveries, then take the new ball. I see no point in not taking the new ball. The old ball hasn't been able to create much damage.
In all fairness, neither has the new ball.
Well, there you go.
So...
well, at this stage, it is up to the fielding captain to try something. And if the new ball is available after this, I'd take it. I'd give Minley and O.J. Shields a little burst at these 2 set batsmen. And then if that doesn't work, then I go to plan B or plan C or even plan D on this.
Yeah, at this point, you have to go all the way to plan Z. Plan Z might be Romain Morris lending the gloves to someone else who can keep. Is anyone else on the side capable of keeping? Maybe McKenzie?
I've never seen it. I think I've heard that Kirk can hold up and then behind the stumps. But I'm not sure.
I feel John Campbell can. He seems like that sort of versatile cricketer. I'm sure there's a backup keeper within the squad.
Have I ever seen Romain Morris bowl? I think... I can't remember. Can't remember if he can bring an arm over.
I'm sure at some point in his cricketing career he did.
He would have done that.
Even if it was as a primary school boy playing in the streets.
I know Kirk does bowl a little seam up, but
Craig Braffett getting, or that might be, that's actually Wickham, I think, getting some extra padding on the chest area. Let's see if OJ Shields can hit his targets, because I feel like he hasn't hit his targets all game. And that has sort of put him in a negative light. And that one is not on target at all. It's a short delivery outside the line of the leg stump. And an easy 4 for Kevin Wickham to take him up to 62. And the Bajans are 1 run away from that 300 mark. That's another half point, I believe. A point in terms of the points for the Cricket West Indies Championship.
Yeah. That was a gimme. That was a ball that said, hit me, please. And Kevin Wickham obliged. Moves up to 62.
That's a good short ball. Well waved away by Wickham, and you can see another, and you can see that he actually did drop his hand. So it's that's good cricket. One of the things that we spoke about, batsmen not following the ball with their hands. We have a look at it again here.
Yeah, this was an excellent bouncer. He'd be proud of that in any game. A little tennis ball. Look where the keeper took it, at his ankles for a bumper. That means it looped up like a tennis ball and then dipped. It wasn't taking off. So in the end, it came at the right height, but probably not quite at the right pace.
Well played by the young bowler in the end. And Romain Morris has a little difficulty with this one as they escape up by. I think it bounced awkwardly in front of him.
Hasn't been very tight, Romain Morris, this game, but these are not easy to keep to. The last thing you want as a wicket keeper is for balls to be falling a foot or two in front of you. Then you can lose teeth if you're not careful. So I don't envy him keeping in this game at all. Even though the glove work isn't as tidy, but he could say that it's a difficult place to keep, or a difficult pitch to keep on.
Seems that they're trying the short ball ploy as Romain Morris collects this one down the leg side. Craig Brafford almost fending that into his glove. And Keshav Bahadur gets pointed out that there are 2 fielders catching back, deep back at square leg and mid wicket, but they're not, they're about 3/4 of the way to the ropes.
Yes, so they are asking OJ Shields to do what I thought they could have done an hour ago. Give me 2-3 overs of high energy, short pitch bowling, and see what happens. But that last delivery was taken on the bounce by the keeper as well, which tells you that the balls are taking off, but they are taking off quite slowly because they are dipping before the keeper. So for the short ball to be effective, clearly the bowler has to be banging it very, very close to the bowler, closer to the bowler than
Around
to the
wicket
batsman.
this time, and ducked inside the line by Craig Brafford. I understand the ploy, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea. OJ Shields expounding all his energy with the new ball. Just wait till the over and let him expound the energy when he gets that new ball, where it might be a little bit easier. 1 delivery left, and the Bajans have actually gotten to the 300 mark with that bye as well. So 300 for 2, as we see some casual viewers watching the cricket here from the Kingston Cricket Club.
Maybe the captain says, I'm giving you this over to warm up, and then we take the new ball, because I can't see any point in not taking it.
And that one is just a wasted delivery. That is a wide as well. Again, that's what I'm saying. He's expounding too much energy, banging in this new ball, banging in this old ball.
Yeah, well, the captain has asked him to do a job. Can you run in and be hostile for 2, 3, maybe 4 overs? OJ Shields tells Skip, I will try. Skip says, I'll give you the old ball just to practice that approach. And then hopefully you'll be better able to execute with a brand new cherry, assuming that they'll take it. And at this point, I can't see why not.
Another short delivery, another delivery wasted down the leg side. And at the end of the over, Barbados Pride have brought up their 300. They're 301 for 2. They trail by, I guess you can say, just 156 in terms of this game here. 80 overs have been bowled. You can see the difference in terms of the pace at which the Jamaicans batted, because they took only 103 overs to make 457. Barbados Pride a little bit more sedate, but that's what you expect when Craig Bradford is occupying time at the crease. 246 deliveries. He's actually faced more than half of the 480 in total bowled by Jamaica.
Are they taking the new ball?
Usually the umpires sort of wave when they take the new ball, and I haven't seen any indication of that. I'm going to whip out my binoculars, Mr. Orville Higgins, and see if I can get a closer look at the cherry. And
I don't think they're taking the new ball. Certainly not with a field placing like that. There's nobody in the slips. Only one gully. I'll be very surprised if the new ball is taken and the field remains like this.
Flicked through nicely through the leg side into the mid-wicket region. It's an easy run there for Kevin Wickham.
There's a picture of Smith going back to his mark. Difficult to tell, but it doesn't appear so.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like that way at all.
And the ball's not behaving much different. There doesn't seem to be the extra zip and bounce that you'd expect from a new ball. So I'm assuming that this is still the old ball in its 81st over.
It certainly doesn't have that bright red cherry sheen. Oh! Man dropped. Oh my gosh. One of those awkward bunts by Craig Bradford. It was straight back to Odean Smith. That could have been the end of the Bajan captain. Odean Smith sort of dropped a dolly there. I mean, it was hit hard enough, but you think you get the feeling he should take that.
Odean Smith will want that back. He would take this 19 times out of 20. As return catches go, this wasn't particularly difficult. Just hit on the up, almost to the splice of the bat. He sets himself. Maybe didn't come back as quickly as he thought it would. And in the end, he'll probably live to regret that. He's grimacing, hands down on heads. Wow, after a hard day, he'd be very disappointed that he couldn't hang on to that.
Well avoided by umpire Jacqueline Williams as well, because the deflection almost took it into her path, and she had to do a borderline limbo dance just to get out of the way.
Well, Kevin Wickham was scrambling back at the non-striker's end, because now that the bowler had a hand on it, he could have been run out at the other end as well. Look at Kevin Wickham, just making sure that he got the bat down at the non-striker's end. It was all happening on that ball.
Punched into the onside, wide of mid-on. Craig Bradford will get another single. Pinch to strike, 81 overs bowled. 303 for 2 at the end of 81. Craig Bradford moves on to 121. Kevin Wickham is on 63.
Yeah, an over in which the Scorpions had an opportunity to break this partnership. Ball punched back to Odin Smith. Couldn't hold on. These two continue on their merry way.
Looking towards the northeastern end of the ground, there may be some dark clouds again behind our pavilion. No movement from the groundsman yet. Short delivery, well played down by Craig Braffett.
My understanding is that rain is in certain parts of New Kingston, which is 2 miles away. And they were wondering how many overs have we lost.
You know, you have to explain the geography of Kingston to me a little bit, you know. So there's downtown Kingston. Are we downtown Kingston? This isn't downtown.
This is, let's say, midway between New Kingston and downtown.
This is midtown Kingston.
This is this is midway to downtown. I don't think we would classify Sabina Park as downtown Kingston. It's on your way.
And
South Camp Road is not really considered downtown, but it's not considered New Kingston either. So it's halfway between the New Kingston or Crossroads area and downtown. I suppose that's the best way to put it.
And is New Kingston also uptown Kingston?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And where does New Kingston start after this delivery? Well worked into the leg side by Craig Braffett. He controlled it nicely, rolled his wrists over the ball.
New Kingston is the business district of the capital, where there are some living settlements, but it's the business capital of the capital, if you could put it like that.
So halfway tree is New Kingston?
No, halfway tree is the capital. New Kingston
is the capital within the capital. Halfway tree is the capital.
New Kingston is a newer version. Halfway tree was always there, but New Kingston is
well played by Wickham.
Much later in terms of the business establishments and their way of telling the difference between places like Halfway Tree and Crossroads when they started developing that section of Kingston was calling it New Kingston, the new part of Kingston, as far as creating business districts, business areas, business facilities.
So Hope Road is New Kingston?
Hope
Road, I know Hope Road is going into Ligini as well.
Yeah, and that part. So probably not. New Kingston is a very small area. I work in New Kingston.
You still haven't really explained it to me.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I could do any better than that. That's
gets a tickle on that one as it goes on like side, but Romaine Morris gets across and there's no run.
I'm gonna say that I can't explain it better as a country boy who came to town. Let's put it like that. That's the best I could do as a rural man who's come to the urban parts for work.
Sorry, apologies. That was a no ball as well from O.J. Shield. And so we leave the country mouse alone to not explain the city.
Yeah.
As we have a look at this delivery here from Shields, which should confirm the no ball.
Was that a no ball?
Well, they had something behind the line there.
Not sure. Well.
And that is a wide and wild delivery. And why is that one not called a wide? That was certainly wide and wild.
The keeper taking that somewhere around where a leg slip would have been, and that should have been a wide for sure.
Two iffy calls there by Chris Taylor, one with the no ball, and well, I shouldn't say that about the no ball. I'm not sure. I can't confirm that delivery was the no ball that he called. Yep. So says producer Keisha Bahadur Singh. And then that next delivery, well, less said about that one, the better. And that one is very wide, and that will go past everybody, and that will go for 4. The umpire signals buys. Everybody's looking at OJ. She's like, what are you doing here? It's just 3 runs here for the Bajans, 309 for 2.
Now that was signaled buys, and Romain Morris may say, when you see those 4 extra runs against the buys column, look at this. Now, Romain Morris may be saying, why was that not wide? Why buys? Because when you see buys, it goes against the keeper.
Indeed. The other thing was Wickham was advancing down the track, so I think that OJ Shield tried to adjust, but maybe over-adjusted. Better short delivery. Well played by Wickham. End of the over, 309 for 2 after 82 deliveries. But I mean, coming back to Kingston, I mean, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, and Port of Spain is itself a very defined area in the sense that, okay, this is the capital that runs from Independence Square to the south to Queen's Park Savannah in the north. So we know where the capital is. And there are the suburbs around which are considered, of course, you might consider Woodbrook or St. Anne's or wherever, or Belmont, Port of Spain, but you know where those suburbs are. Kingston is a little bit different. It's like, yeah, we're in Kingston, but there might be a different name for Kingston and it's a different postcode. It's almost like a country within itself in terms of how Kingston operates. So for example, I live off Hope Road, which is considered Kingston. Mona, which is still in Kingston as well, the university.
Yeah.
Mona campus is still in Kingston and it's very far away. And then downtown Kingston.
The tricky part in all this is that there's one parish called Kingston and one parish called St. Andrew.
You're right.
Now, don't ask me.
And it's sort of like the Vatican, isn't it? So Kingston is within, like St. Andrew is like Italy and Kingston is like the Vatican.
Don't ask me which sections of Kingston is Kingston proper and which sections of Kingston is St. Andrew. Now, I know that St. Andrew has some ruralish parts, but as far as the capital is concerned, I understand that Harford Tree, for example, is the capital of St. Andrew. But for me, all of that is just Kingston. So don't ask me to define where St. Andrew stops and where Kingston starts.
All right.
I don't know. I'm from Westmoreland. I can tell you where Westmoreland starts as opposed to the other parishes around it. There are clearly defined borders.
That's fine. That's guided through that gully region, slip gully region for 4. A wide delivery from Odin Smith and Craig Braffett. He's on 122, takes him up to 126. He's seeing that ball as big as Kingston.
Wow. Yeah. Look at this. Just steering, deliberately just steering that. No slips at this point. So that was easy runs.
You're from Westmoreland, and is that your favorite parish? You said, or Saint? Or
well, I was born in Clarendon actually. Went to Westmoreland at about 6 or 7 years old. So I grew up in Westmoreland, and I would say in many ways it's where my real friends are. Let's put it like that. So
that's why it's your favorite parish.
Yeah. So in your formative years growing up as a teenager, that's where the friends are. That's where I went to high school, for example, Manning's High School.
And it's a very country setting, is Westmoreland.
Rural, man, all rural.
Yeah.
I go back to Westmoreland every now and again just to
breathe some fresh air.
Yeah, just to be grounded again. Very rural part. Getting a little bit more modern though.
It's attempting the same sort of cut again is Craig Braffett, but I feel that backward point comes into play this time.
How long are you living in Jamaica now?
This will be going on. It'll be going on 3 years. I mean, in terms of my stint, it's sort of 3 months here, and then I go back home for a week or two. So, like, I came in January, and then I went back home in April for Easter, and now I'm here sort of until more than likely until August.
So you're living in Jamaica now for 3 years?
Yeah.
All right, let's watch this Odin Smith.
What's that, sorry?
No, I was saying just what's that delivery? Well, how do you go out to the rural parts of Jamaica? Westmoreland, have you been?
Well, I mean, my job does take me to those areas because in my private capacity, I do have clients in those areas. Unfortunately, I don't get the time to sort of see the nitty-gritty of it. So I would say that I've been around all of Jamaica, but it's been all main routes. To say I've explored the back roads and gone off and I experienced certain areas. Like, for example, I would have passed through St. Anne's, but to say that I've gone up to 9 Mile, the resting place of the great Bob Marley, sort of thing. A nice drive to the extra cover region. And I would have had a splash in Doctor's Cave Beach, but to say I know a little more about Montego Bay or wherever is not the case. So I haven't gone off the beaten path, to put it like that. I haven't explored Jamaica to the absolute fullest. One time I did explore, so I do have a client that interestingly grows strawberries in the back of Manchester, Mandeville area. And so I did have his farm is on the sort of a side of the mountains in Mandeville, and it was a very surreal place because I mean I know Jamaica as green and everything, but in that area it was almost I said it almost looked like Mars because the dirt was red. And then the rocks were very, very white. It was an amazing contrast sort of driving through there.
Where in Mandeville was it?
315 for 2 after 83 overs. Again, it's in the back of Mandeville, Manchester. I think there was an area where I drove and then I was looking into St. Elizabeth.
Oh.
Yeah. So it was a really, really sort of surreal drive as well. It almost looked desert. It almost looked, like how desert looks sort of scrubby in that sense. It wasn't the green Jamaica that I'm so familiar with.
I can't pick up exactly where was that, but Mandeville is one of my favorite parts in the country as well. I went to college, Teachers College in Mandeville. So among other things, I'm also a trained teacher.
Oh my, in what subject?
I taught English and English literature as well as physical education.
Well, that's not a surprise. You really don't strike me as a physics man.
No. I thought the sciences were much too hard.
Yeah. I didn't even bother. And this confusion with maths, I mean, maths for me is addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. When you start to put in letters and all kind of stuff in the maths, and it's not maths anymore. That's
much too hard.
They just had a little short drinks break here, and I think we're going to have a changing bowling. It's RBJ Mansing is going to be replacing Barnes, I believe. No, Shields from the southern end. So this proves that they're sticking with the old ball, which I think is a disappointment to me that they haven't at least tried to shake up the status quo a little bit. But if Mansing is going to continue with an 82 over ball, he's really not going to be doing so with a brand new ball.
Yeah, the Jamaicans have deserted all hopes that they can blow away this team, and the new ball would have gone. You think maybe could have taken a wicket. But it also could have just raced off the bat a lot more. So the captain has given up on blasting this team away. And it's now a game of attrition, really.
Mighty Salmon from the other end as well. Good start from Mansing. Well. At least getting the first one on target.
Didn't spin.
Maybe a bit of drift, but certainly not spin. A little bit of loop maybe, but it looked like he sent that one in flat. He hasn't gotten, of course, with that action that he has, it's back of the hand. This one's a little bit more flighted and he gets an inside edge. That will run down to the ropes for 4. Does it get there? It does indeed. These first 2 deliveries from Mansing are showing something a little bit different here.
Yeah, that's Kevin Wickham, who went to hike that over the long on area. Getting an inside edge. Fortune that time definitely favoring the Brave. As he went for that heave-o over mid-wicket, inside edging. And, well, he deserves some luck the way he's batted over the last 3 innings.
It's interesting, this innings, you're seeing some sort of chinks in Kevin Wickham's armor. I feel like at Chedwin Park he was untouchable. Everything he did, he didn't give a sniff of a chance at all. I've seen some instances in this game. Maybe he's just playing a little too casual. Maybe it's a little bit overconfident. It's a quick run here, and the throw comes in, and Craig Bradford just about gets in. I think he might have been struggling hard. Carlos Brown got a direct throw on the stumps.
It was a tight single, but I thought he just got home. And that's maybe the only way that the Scorpions may get a wicket. Somebody being run out somewhere. And here is the attempted run out. Let's see if it had it. No, he was always having that covered. Saw that the throw wouldn't go directly to stumps. And got home, I think, with relative ease.
Let's see how RBJ Mansing does against Craig Bradford. We know he gets himself into some awkward positions if RBJ gets it right this time. Craig Bradford solidly defends, as you would expect from Craig Bradford. He's gone on to 126 now. A good knock from the Barbados captain given the circumstances. Still has a lot of work to do. They still trail by a good 144 runs, the Barbados Pride. This one he bunts almost straight to mid-off. It falls just short. John Campbell had slipped, my goodness, has rolled over. He thought that was the end of Craig Bradford there.
Yeah, it didn't carry. Maybe didn't time it as well as he would have liked. And this is one of the times as a batsman that you're happy you didn't time it, because it didn't fall too far from the fielder at mid-off.
I'm really not sure what he was trying to do with that delivery there, because he didn't hit it. He didn't try to go hard enough at it to get it over that mid-off, who admittedly is about halfway back to the ropes. 320 for 2 after 83 overs. A potential 41 overs remaining in the day's play. And we have just about 15 minutes before the lunch break. And the tea break that should be. Maybe I'm feeling like a hobbit here, Orville Higgins. I would like my second lunch.
I wonder if that is provided. You are a man of many connections, Andrew. You could ensure that that happens.
No. I don't have those connections at all, Sue. You're the one who can wander into Kingston Cricket Club and walk away with half a jerk chicken, not me. Odin Smith to continue. Trying to force that one, Kevin Wickham, off the back foot.
Again, that loopy bounced may have been the result why Wickham didn't quite middle it.
Speaking of snacks and savory treats for the potential tea break, Easter bun and cheese, Jamaica, very, very big tradition. But I'm not sure if it's a bun, because it's more of a loaf, because it's such a dense thing, isn't it, that Easter bun?
I don't know if buns being any other way. Call it dense. Is that the new ball coming out? Yeah, the two umpires meeting outside of the shot there. They are now. Is that them inspecting? I'm not quite sure, but it seems it has something to do with the ball.
Well, it's a ball that's 84 overs old, so it might be misshapen at this time. So it might just force.
No, they're calling on the third umpire.
I think the ball is okay to go. And Jacqueline Williams dismisses the third umpire, poor guy. Trots out with his bag of balls on Buck. And he's sent back. A pleasant fellow, Mr. Christopher Voigt, I believe it is.
Not sure.
All I know, he's a very pleasant fellow. hard-working third umpire. The groundsmen had moved into position to man the covers on the southern end of the ground, but they've since drifted back to their hutch where they can sit down and watch the cricket in peace and quiet and inhale the Jamaican culture, as it were. Odin Smith will continue.
Yeah, that ball looks like it has seen its time on a cricket field.
Odin Smith is actually doing some gardening. I'm not sure if he's showing the umpire something that that bothered him. He threw it at umpire Jacqueline Williams. That's an interesting one. But ready to resume here. Kevin Wickham on strike. Solid behind this one. Yeah, but so I mean, in terms of Jamaica, I think Jamaica is such a beautiful country. I think all the parishes have something different to offer. It's very, very interesting. This delivery down the leg side is going to run to the deep backward square leg boundary, and it will get into the ropes. What does the umpire signal is for? Drifting down the leg side from Odin Smith, and Kevin Wickham just helped it along its way, easy as you like. Romain Morris has to run all the way back there to do the fielding.
It's the kind of ball that is bowled by a tired bowler on a flat pitch. Just pitching maybe off and just drifting a little towards leg and worked away easily enough. 4 runs all the way. Wickham now is 32 runs away from 3 consecutive regional hundreds in 4-day cricket. Not too many people would have done that.
Well, they really haven't had much joy in the field, Jamaica. They haven't taken a wicket since the score was 182, and by goodness, that seems so long ago.
So this partnership has now added just about 138.
Yeah, good match from you there.
Now 130 plus behind. Barbados will feel that they can pinch first innings points, and in a game that is likely to end in a draw, that could prove crucial.
138-run partnership to follow up a partnership of 105 and then 77. Another no ball there from Odin Smith. He's very, very unhappy with himself there. And Jacqueline Williams indicating exactly where he stepped. We'll have a look at the no ball here. Yeah, certainly over that one. Striving so hard is Odin Smith. That's a nice punch to the extra cover. Well fielded by John Campbell. Brilliant stuff from the Jamaica captain. Trying to inspire his team to something good. Craig Braffett was sent back to the non-strikers end.
Well, John Campbell isn't giving up the fight. He's showing some resilience in the field. He knows that the game may be just drifting towards an inevitable draw, but there's first innings points that could still prove crucial as to whether any of these teams can go on to win this, to get the most of the points from this game.
Punch straight back down the ground. A little bit uppushy by Wickham, but long mid-on, who's halfway back. Pete Salmon comes around and does the fielding. You'll get a single there. And that will be the end of a toiling over for Odin Smith. Still has a smile on his face. 326 for 2. 85 overs have been bowled. A lovely shot of the mountains there to the northeast corner. That imposing stand to the left of your screen. We're somewhere in the center there. I'll wave, but I don't think he can see me. And it really is it's a marvelous venue, Sabina Park. It's very big, it's very open. I certainly think that that Kingston needs more green spaces, because one of our cameramen, Sachin Mohammed, he's been with us in and around Kingston, and you know, it's a lot to get accustomed to Kingston in terms of the traffic, in terms of the noise, in terms of the way it looks and the way it feels sometimes. But then when you get out of Kingston and then you go on the wonderful highways that you have, whether you're going to Uchi or whether you're going to Mandeville to the west and stuff like that, and the open spaces, it's just as lovely, really. So many beautiful sights in Jamaica.
Yeah, and on those Kingston streets, the traffic can get quite congested as well. I was stuck in a gridlock on Friday night for 4 hours.
4 hours, my goodness.
Took me 4 hours for what on a day without traffic could be 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, it's a sort of same situation here, because so while I live off Hope Road, it takes us maybe 15-20 minutes to get to Sabina in the morning, which isn't bad at all. But then again, this same drive this evening, getting back home, could take 2 or 3 hours simply because of that traffic. Nice backward cut there. Will that run to the ropes? It does indeed. A lovely little manufactured shot by Kevin Wickham. He had the space, he had the width to work with, and just worked it behind square for a delightful little 4.
Well, at the moment, both batsmen have the Jamaican bowling at their mercy. They can do anything at this point. This was a tired delivery and a good shot. Squeezed it, eased it, steered it past backward point.
Well, Abhijay Mansingh shouldn't be tired, because this is only his second or third over in this spell. And he'd actually started pretty well.
Well, I'm talking tired mentally as much as physically. I think they are at the stage where they'll be welcoming the tea break, which will be in about 6 minutes' time. This is a team that's been put under their hammer.
Missed that one. Oh, my goodness. A brain freeze there from Kevin Wickham, almost giving his hand away there. And unfortunately, no luck. You really have to say no luck has gone the Jamaicans' way.
Was that a mistumping? Did Romain Morris miss it? Did he drag that back foot out? He did. That was a mistumping.
Oh my. And he's appealing for a leg before as it goes on the leg side, sort of to distract maybe from the fact that he missed the stumping.
Yeah. And it's little things like that. On a day when nothing is happening, Kevin Wickham going down, having a slug, drag the back foot out, and the keeper spilled it.
Just to let you know, our scoreboard is slightly delayed. Kevin Wickham is actually on 77. The Bajans are 330 for 2. Our good friend from Cricket West Indies who's doing the scoring, he's going to update that for you shortly.
And the thing about wicket keeping, Andrew, and I'm not giving the keeper a pass by any means. But when the pitches are as flat as this, and when the batsmen are unlikely to miss when they go for it, sometimes as a keeper, the duty of the keeper is to expect to hold on to every ball, no matter what you expect. But when 90% of the balls are hitting the middle of the bat, subconsciously you think once the batsman goes down the pitch, he's not going to miss. And then you get that mental lapse. You have to tell yourself, no matter what, if he's on 400 not out, he can miss and give an opportunity. A mental lapse that on Romain Morris's part.
Well, I would agree with you at the end of the over, 331 for 2, except that keepers have a very thankless task. We look at this chance here again.
Yeah. He went for it. That was in the context, and he's a stumping. The only answer to that is that he didn't expect the batsman to miss.
I'd like to see a straight on of that if I can, Keisha, because I don't know if there was a deflection that took it away from Romain Morris. Looked like that. I don't know if he just clipped the pad on the way through. It might have clipped the back of the leg, which is why it deceived sort of Romaine Morris in the action.
Did it? Yeah,
Oh, the
bottom edge of the bat. So that could be a drop catch and a mistumping all in one. Did it hit the bottom or the back of the bat? Yeah, did hit the bottom of the bat. So
what was he appealing for if it was clearly not an LBW?
Well, he's appealing to say, well, I missed a catch and I missed a stumping and I'm trying to divert attention elsewhere.
I was coming back to the point that keeping is a thankless task, either in football or in cricket, because in football you can make 10 brilliant saves, but if the ball rolls through your legs once, that's all they're going to hear. They're going to crucify you. And Romaine Morris has been very, very good behind the stumps today. Keeping up to a spinner is never easy. The ball can do all sorts of mischievous things. Might very well be the last over before the tea break, with 2 minutes to go. Kevin Wickham is on 78. Craig Braffett on 128, I believe. Yeah, he hasn't really added much runs. He's sort of gone into his shell, has Craig Braffett, knocking the ball around, getting easy singles. I'm sort of hoping, I mean, I understand the Bajans are sort of playing it safe for the moment. It's coming up to the tea break. But I'm really hoping that in the last session, that you really, I mean, you have to beat the team when they're down. And the Jamaicans are sort of down at the moment. You can see everyone is tired. They're only going to get 20 minutes to rest. It's not going to be much. I really hope that in the final session, they go not all guns blazing, but a little bit harder and try to increase that run rate a little bit more. It's dropped to 3.8, which I really think is untenable based on the pitch.
Yeah, on a pitch like this, you should be scoring at least four runs and over.
And the fact that they have two set batters who have been in there since the score was 182, and you're closing in on a 150-run partnership, I believe.
Well, thankfully for all concerned, the tea break will save us from a game that has run out of life, you could say. The Bajans are grinding their way to 320. Grind by this standard, because scoring at 3.8 is not what you would call on a normal condition as a grind, but on a flat wicket like this with two set batsmen, they are almost appearing to be laboring along.
Nice punch to the cover region. Excellent fielding by John Campbell. That is brilliant from the Jamaica captain. Really showing some energy and verve so late in the third day. And it's a shame that none of his players are applauding him or coming up to pat him or say well done. You know. Instead he has to marshal his troops around. He looks a little bit angry, a little bit upset as to what's happening. I think he was upset that there was no person backing up, which is there was nobody backing up, so he couldn't shy at the stumps. So they're just giving away more easy runs there. And there we go. And a little bit of excitement, a little bit of verve, and that is to end the over at lunch. As Orville Higgins said, this game is going as slow as his Mercedes-Benz in traffic. And we're going into the tea break right now. We'll have a 20-minute break, and we'll be back. And hopefully the Jamaicans can recharge and get some energy into their systems and finish out this final session strongly here at Sabina Park.
two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Oh, yeah. Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill set, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously injuries help. Obviously I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach. He's probed and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the 3 West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed. And we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say it to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him. And he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is always, it's just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff. And it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Walsh's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we would have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm." And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, they really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. They have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in the dressing room. We have fun. We also work hard, and that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz you all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
Figured that much.
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know this morning.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Roach. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about the order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
It was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
Got you, man. But you still play. You can
he has 16. And he's right up and down.
Right up
so
there.
He has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge 6. That's gone. That's a gigantic 6. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong fit pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time, in the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all four. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the four came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main four, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main four is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the four of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all four of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we're all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, we have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%.
Action resumes here at Sabina Park. It's the third and final session of the third day, not the final day. Barbados Pride 320 for 2, trail by 137 in response to Jamaica's 457 out, all out. And your batters Craig Braffett and Kevin Wickham in good form here. Andrew Chan in your company, and always in good form is Mr. Orville Higgins. I don't know, he didn't send me a memo, but apparently it's Shirt Wednesdays, official Shirt Wednesdays, wearing a resplendent blue and a little bit of pink in that, Orville Higgins.
It's multicolored.
Are you pulling off the pink, Orville Higgins?
It's multicolored.
Multicolored indeed. Can you pull off full pink, Orville Higgins?
I can rock anything.
You can rock anything.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'd like to see you in a brown boy shorts, Orville Higgins, or even if you claim you can rock it.
It's to be seen. A tired-looking Jamaican team meandering out onto the field. This could be the most punishing session yet. As far as the bowlers are concerned,
some dark clouds stretching over Sabina Park to an extent over the western side of the ground. And the groundsmen are also sort of moving into position as well. I'm not sure if are they moving into position, or they may be just stretching their legs. Maybe they got a nice piece of bun and cheese in their tea, so they just need to stretch their legs a little bit. Abhijay Mansingh will continue. Jamaica persisting with the old ball. Craig Braffett is on strike.
The non-striker Zen just practicing his left-handed stroke. Maybe then it will be competitive, because at the moment Well, a wicket.
A wicket is
not looking
dearly
like
needed for the Jamaicans, yeah.
Javel Glenn in the picture there. They have dispensed with the bat pads entirely. John Campbell saying no need. Nothing is going to be happening that will cause bat pad to come in business.
It's sort of a, I guess I want to say unfortunate after the wonderful battle we had in Shedwin Park that the game has reached this stage. It would have been really nice to see a good competition. Barbados fighting back, maybe getting some points. Jamaica inching over the line again. Because, I mean, whatever you want to say, I mean, on paper, Jamaica won by 7 wickets, etc. But that game went down to the very last ball of the 4th day.
Well, this one will go down to the very last ball of the 4th day, you
If-
think. But with
Well,
an
sir-
entirely different result.
Well, so if it does, I will certainly get my pillow and blanket. And I will be here with you to the very bitter end. But as it stands, you know, the game isn't really going anywhere. Day 3 is supposed to be a moving day. It's not been a moving day. It's been an absolutely stagnant day. So at that point, I mean, if nothing is going to happen, when would you call it a draw? For example.
An hour on day 4, on the final session of day 4, is usually the time when the two captains look to shake hands and call it a day. But at the moment, Craig is thinking double 100 for sure. And Kevin Wickham is thinking 300s on the trot.
End of the over, and unfortunately our scorecard is still a little bit delayed. The score is actually 331 for 2. 88 overs have been bowled. There for you, but it's 330 for 2, 88 overs. 331 for 2, 88 overs have been bowled. Wickham is on 78, and Craig Braffett is still on 128. That should be.
Wickham, is he sending back his chest guard? As well he might. There isn't too many things happening that you would think that a chest guard is completely necessary for a batsman and well in his 70s on this kind of pitch. Should be able to negotiate most things without the encumbrances. Brathwaite has also done away with the thigh pad as Pete Salmon makes his way into the bowling attack for another spell.
Yeah, not a bad adjustment here. Haven't seen Pete Salmon since early this morning. That's a nice push into the extra cover, loosener from Pete Salmon. They'll be moving a little bit stiff there is Mr. Salmon. Maybe he needs to stretch those fins a little bit more. But in terms, I mean, in terms of his adjustments of bowlers, John Campbell, he hasn't fine delivery down the leg side. He hasn't rotated them or utilized them as much as I would have liked him to. It seems to just let it meander. 151 a run partnership between Craig Braffett and Kevin Wickham. Good work between the two of them. Excellent partnership.
Yeah, they have gone about it well. They have not gone about it at breakneck pace. They have paced themselves well, but they've looked for the most part unfazed.
So the scoreboard is updated.
Right.
Actually, there's a mistake there because there was only one run, I believe, for that first delivery. So it's actually 332 for 2. But yeah, in terms of rotation of bowlers, I think this is a sort of time where you can employ something like how they rotate bowlers in ODIs and T20 cricket. You know, you only get a couple overs on. So the batters don't feel accustomed to anyone else. I'm not saying it is a ploy that has to be used, but instead, tell OJ, okay, you're going on for 4 overs alone, and I want you to go all out pace. Whatever happens, happen. But let's go all out. Marquino, maybe take it down a little notch. All I want you to do, and bring Romain Morris up to the stumps against Marquino Minley, and let him say you're going to bowl at 80, and all you're going to do is bowl stump to stump. That's all you're going to do. Stump to stump, stump to stump, stump to stump. That's a back cut there that will run close to the third man ropes. No, it doesn't. IBJ Mansingh picks it up about 3/4 of the way in. Nice little dab there by Wickham, and that will take him to, I believe, 83. Oh, no, that's actually Craig. That is Craig indeed. The dark clouds are stretching over from the western side of Sabina Park, a little bit to the north as well. The flags are fluttering in the breeze. Good to see Pete Salmon still has a smile on his face, giggling with Craig Braffett. Jacqueline Williams stands still as a stone. Probably has a little bit of a smile on her face.
Yeah, well, it's not happening in terms of wickets, so you might as well grin and bear it. That's what Pete Salmon is attempting to do. 1 wicket falling yesterday, 1 today. At this rate, Barbados will be 608 for 3 tomorrow.
Craig Braffett on 350. Predicting by Orville Higgins. Nice punch down the ground, and they'll get a little single here. And that's yet another one to turn over the strike. Scoreboard is 337 for 2. That shot takes Craig on to 131. And that is the end of the 89th over. It is indeed the end of the 89th over. Craig Braffett on 131. Kevin Wickham on 81. The umpires are looking at the groundsmen who are moving closer to the tarpaulins.
Yeah, the umpires are a little concerned. Is it slight drizzling?
And I think there's a slight drizzle. It looks like Romain Morris is walking off, was he?
Yeah, there's the dark clouds. I made a prediction that there wouldn't be any rain, and there was. So I've given up that. But let's say they continue batting until stumps. That 124 that they are behind, you would think they'd get pretty close to that. And then, let's say Barbados get first innings points. What happens for the rest of tomorrow?
Well, that's the question. Are they going to try to make a game out of it? I mean, even if you say, okay, we draw even at the end of today. So if you look at that as a target, we're going to by the end of the day, we're going to be just behind or in front or even with Jamaica Scorpion. Next, if the pitch continues to play as it does, you maybe go hard for 2 sessions and then try to see what happens in the last session. See if the Jamaicans can make a game out of it. I mean, even then, it still boils down to that would still boil down to a draw because it won't be 2 innings completed. But at the end of the day, you can provide some sort of excitement in terms of the game.
Yeah, I'm thinking that unless both of these get out, but even if one of them is there at stumps, Barbados, I think, should get pretty close to that 124 needed. And then tomorrow could be even more attritional than it is today, with Jamaica probably don't feel they have much to play for.
Time for a quick single here. Yes, they do get the single there. That will take Wickham up to 82. Barbados get another run into the leg side. But then, I mean, again, it's an opportunity to try different things. Maybe, okay, so Campbell and McKenzie have runs. Try another batter. Maybe Java Glenn Leclerc is getting into a bit of form. Another back cut there by Craig Braffett, and they get a run.
If
So
it
give
gets
the other rotate your batting. Let the other batters get some form going into the third and final game. So make sure that you're strong and you're capable.
yeah, the last thing you would want though is to experiment and then you're 30 for 3. And then panic sets in. I would start with my regular combination, but if they get a start and it's obvious that they can't force a result, then you could do a little experimenting.
I mean, if Barbados won the Jamaica game, they could declare 50 runs behind, put the Jamaicans in, try to get them out, and then they might have a little total to.
I think with first innings points enough if it's a drawn result.
Well,
I don't
but
think
it's a gamble. But I'm saying, I'm just trying to look at opportunities to get the game in total. Or maybe that's it. You get your first innings point, you get to 458 and declare.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
that now I could understand.
Yeah. So you try that. So if you get to 458 at the end of the day, Jamaicans come out to bat tomorrow.
Especially if you could get there 20 minutes or half an hour before close of play today.
Yeah.
That little awkward half an hour up to stumps could be, well, he has seen a lot of cricket here at Sabina Park. I can tell you that. Well, famous cricketing character. So that could be something that Barbados could, maybe should aim at. Let's get first innings out of the way today. Score at maybe 4.5. And that little uncomfortable, that's weather permitting, of course. That little half an hour before close of play, you ask John and Craig, you ask John and Kirk rather, can you bat for 25 minutes? Let's see if we could sneak one of you out. And then could be a few little nerves jangling.
And Johan Lee and Jerry McAllister, they've had their feet up for a while.
There you go.
It's okay, that could be a game plan. Yeah, I agree with that game plan. So I initially pitched it, and Orville Higgins refined it, as he does so well.
It means they would have to be playing with a little bit more
A
intent.
bit up here, and the direct throw comes in. Is that an unfortunate end for Kevin Wickham? No, I think he just gets back in. He was strolling up the pitch looking for the run. Craig Bradford did not respond. And thankfully for the young batter, he did not throw his hand and got back just in time. Well, the Jamaicans almost made something happen. They can look at this as an omen. Let's have a look at this one as well.
The appeal was them asking. It wasn't the most convincing appeal.
No, he's well in. He
well
was
home.
well in.
So the body language says, we're not sure, but let's ask the question. There's the groundsman. It's getting a little dark. I understand that there's a very slight drizzle. Difficult to tell from inside the glasses where we are.
I think they have decided to come off now. As you said that, the curse of the commentator Orville Higgins. Rain has stopped play for the third consecutive day in the third session. It's a hat trick of rain days here at the Sabina Park ground in Kingston, Jamaica. And doesn't look like a heavy one, but as per yesterday, it was not a heavy one, but it was enough to stop play for the rest of the afternoon. We will keep you updated in terms of that as to what's going on. As it stands, Barbados 341 for 2, still a little bit behind the Jamaicans, but closing in. They trail by 116. Kevin Wickham not out on 83. Craig Bradford not out on 133. So, I mean, again, if rain comes again, Orville Higgins, that just adds another spanner to what could potentially change the outcome of this game. We'll take a break, and if we have any updates, we will let you know.
Bailey. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Bailey. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Oh, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we're here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and in that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He has whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, 1 more skip, 1 more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but
action resumes here at Sabina Park in the third session. There was a very delayed rain break of about 10 or 15 minutes or so. But we're back here live. A minimum of 34.5 overs remaining in the day's play. It's just about 25 to 4 local time. And of course they can go 25 to 4, yeah, 25 to 4 local time, so they can go up to 6 o'clock. Pete Salmon to resume his over.
And that rain delay just, I may have given some relief to the fielding team. Not a lot is happening. Just the opportunity to put their feet up for a few minutes could have been welcome.
Field spread very far and wide for Salmon, even though there's a slip in place. Now, 34 overs, based on that, the Barbados Pride should get honors even or just about surpass the Jamaicans because they're just about 4 runs and over, maybe a little bit less. So they can step up that a little bit. It's a Cricket West Indies Championship. It's round 2. Jamaica won the first game at Chedwin Park by 7 wickets. Barbados trail by 116. After the Jamaicans posted 457 all out. Kirk McKenzie top scoring with 114. John Campbell a captain's knock of 96. Kevin Wickham, the man, 83. At the end of that over, finally completed by that man Pete Salmon. It's 341 for 2. Yeah, Kevin Wickham is 17 away from a hat-trick of hundreds. And at the same time, my goodness, well spotted Keshav Bahadur Singh. Craig Bradford is also 17 away from 150. Is the chase on it, Mr. Orville Higgins, or you want to do the patty bet on this one? Who gets to 100 and who gets to 150 first?
I'm betting Wickham.
You're betting Wickham?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
In any bet on who gets the runs quicker, I'm gonna bet against Craig more often than not.
I'm going to ask my magical genie to turn Craig Bradford into Andre Russell as they hustle a quick single. And Craig Bradford gets up to 134. I feel a little bit of a moral victory here, as he has one less to get.
Well, let's see if Wickham will chip down the wicket and heave it into the George Ellis stand, and then we'll see. But I'm feeling that he'll get to his milestone first. But you never know, because
your commentator's curse has been very, very strong this match.
Yeah,
so you picking Kevin Wickham has me nervous, because I do want to see the young man get a third century on the trot.
Not taking any chances at the moment. Still playing with a straight bat.
He heard you. He has his somehow he's watching YouTube in his helmet. The Windies cricket stream. All the information on windiescricket.com, all your news. Turned into the leg side and a quick run again here. The throw comes in. It's a wild one. Oh my goodness. No, do they get the overthrow? Yes, they do. Well. Kevin Wickham gets a freebie as it goes all through the ropes of 4.
I saw that coming. I knew that that would
You saw that coming. Of course you did, Orville Higgins.
Which is why I predicted you get there first.
I thought it was a fake eye in your left eye, but it's apparently a crystal ball. That's how you're seeing everything so clearly, including the weather. So 5 runs for Kevin Wickham. He motors on to 88. Come on, Craig. Channel your inner Kyron Pollard. Instead, Craig goes nicely into the leg side for a single on this shot. And he'll take another run. Barbados also closing in on 350 as well. That single takes them actually to 348 for 2. And a lot of milestones falling here.
The thing is, just nothing is happening. The ball's not spinning at all, and the fact that the outfield may be a little damp with a little quick downpour or a quick drizzle. It may even be more difficult for the spinners, as if they want anything to compound what has been a difficult day to bowl.
Might have gotten a little tacky with the slight rain that would have fallen, but at the end of it all, the Bajans are fairly comfortable. They're 348 for the loss of 2 wickets. 92 overs have been bowled. These two are put on a 168 for the 3rd wicket.
Yeah, another 200 plus partnership looms. We've had 2 in this series so far, both by John Campbell and Kurt McKenzie, both opening the batting. Now this could be another double century stand for the 3rd wicket.
Now, of course, Mr. Higgins, if we do have this party bet on, we have to lay down some ground rules. I turn into the leg side by Craig. In the sense that there are no stush patties, Mr. Orville Higgins. I don't want you to be asking for no lobster patty or anything of the sort. So you'll tell me off air which of the famous patty providers you prefer.
How do you get them though? Because I'm here at 9 o'clock in the morning.
I think the patty place is open at 6 and we were on the road by about 7 to get here because it might be a slightly cool patty instead of a hot one. But
so if Wickham gets his 100 first, you'll buy the patties, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Now one more reason for Kevin Wickham to step on it a little bit. Trailing by 106 now. Kevin Wickham will have heard me, I hope, and will step out and advance this over wide long on. Nope.
Awkward delivery from Salmon, but turned around the corner nicely by Wickham. Slow and steady wins the race, Mr. Orville Higgins. This is red ball cricket after all.
Yeah, he's now 11 away from that 100. And what that's the thing. When was the last time somebody did this in regional cricket? If it happens, which is the big if. 3 centuries in 3 straight innings. I think Greaves did it in list day cricket last year. And I know that Jason Mohammed must have done something similar, but per match, not per innings. But in terms of 3 consecutive innings, I would have to be told when was the last time that happened.
Turned nicely into the leg side. Yeah, it's actually something that I was actually thinking about because, of course, in coming into commentary, you always sort of try to do research for these sort of situations, and most of the information, of course, is on Cricket Info website. But in terms of our regional statisticians and our regional stats, it should be available somewhere, and there would be some amazing compilation of stats, of course. And then there would, of course, be good old Wisdom, which I think records just about everything. Turned into the leg side again. Kevin Wickham is looking for 2, is he? No, he'll just get 1. And that will take him into the nervous 90s. But he also pinches the strike. Oh dear, 352 for 2, 93 overs bowled. 10 more runs for his 100, 10 more runs for Orville Higgins to get a free breakfast in the morning.
Yeah, look at that scorecard. 137, 53, 55.
350 up for Barbados as well in that over. 352 for 2, 93 overs bowled. There's another mid-pitch delay here as they're chatting about something or the other. I think it might be a little bit of a ball inspection there. As RBJ Mansing is going to bowl. Be interesting to see how Wickham plays this over. He's on to 90. Will he try to finish it in 2 deliveries? Will he take his time, get closer until he's within 1 shot? Long on and long off are back, as well are mid-wicket, and that fielder in front of the Kingston Cricket Club on the sweeper position. Goes for the sweep, gets it fine, does he? It will run to the ropes before we will wait for the signal from the umpire. It is for Kevin Wickham, gets 4 off the bat. 6 runs away from a hat-trick of centuries, 6 runs away from a patty for Orville Higgins. It's all happening here at Kingston Cricket Club. Orville's mouth is watering at the prospect of a hat-trick of hundreds and a free breakfast.
Yeah, this one was down the leg side, went for a sweep. Not the greatest deliveries, a little top edge on that. And it seems only little freakish things like that that will get somebody out. No magic deliveries are going to be happening anytime soon, you think? But now just 1 big shot away from his 3rd straight 100, and if and when it comes, he genuinely would have deserved it. He has batted serenely but very, very confidently.
Back to this one. So while Craig Brafford, my horse in the race, has gotten 4 runs, Kevin Wickham has worked his way to 11. The bet was 17 runs between them to get to their milestones. 150 for Craig and 100 for Kevin Wickham. A wide delivery cuts this. He gets his fine. He'll run down to the 3rd man ropes. That should take him to 98. Well, it looks like Orville Higgins is going to dance with that patty tomorrow because he's winning by a length and more.
What may save you is that I'm not a big fan of patties, you know, so you may very well get away, but I may just ask for the equivalent in something else.
Oh my.
But we'll see.
Now you're going to change the rules as you're about to win. That's not fair, Orville Higgins. We agreed to a patty.
All right.
Now you're going to ask me for something fancy, or you want a whole fish from Hellshire.
That was a nice cut shot. Ball spinning away. The little spin.
Oh, you said you're a fruits man, so if I buy you $400 in bananas, you could do that.
I probably prefer
okay,
that.
I can work with that. Fine delivery. Oh my goodness. That was very, very close to the leg stump. RBJ Mansing was interested in that one. I'd like to see how close that one was because it seemed like it came back in just a little bit.
Chris Taylor putting up 2 fingers instead of the 1 for giving out. He was only asking the square leg how many are left. But they appeal, sometimes they give away as to whether the fielders actually think he's out. That was an inquiry more than anything else.
Looking for a streaky single there, which is certainly not on for Kevin Wickham. Credit to the young man, though. I mean, he's had some some decent pitches, I should say, to bat on. Here's a look at this one. Yeah, that came in quite a bit. That was very, very close to clipping the leg stump.
I think he may have just come off the thigh pad. There was a little sound.
He's on 98. He's still looking for that run. I think he wants to pinch the strike and get the runs in the next over, but he'll have to keep waiting as 94 overs have been bowled. 360 for 2 is the score. Kevin Wickham closing in on what would be another yet magnificent 100, and really showing his form and worth as a player. You'd have to say his fitness as well, his mental discipline in terms of batting so many deliveries, 165 in this game, and I suspect at Shedwin Park he probably faced close to 400. Craig Braffett, a chance to get back into the race with a couple sixes here for my benefit. Anything can happen. Cricket is a strange game. Not a bad delivery from Salmon, maybe starting too late down the leg side. Almost got Braffett in a little bit of a tangle there. Turning into the leg side, Braffett takes a single. Wickham is on strike on 98.
Yeah, no, just a gentle push for 2 from his third 100. And even when it comes, he can't be praised enough. He's had an easy pitch to bat on today. You can't deny that. But other batsmen would have batted on this pitch. And they wouldn't have gone on to get 100. So you still have to get the runs no matter the surface. Could this be it? Could this be 3 in a row?
I think it very well might be a finest of tickles. And Kevin Wickham, take a bow. You punch the air in delight. You take off your helmet and you acknowledge your hat-trick of centuries. A serious look on the young man's face. He wants more. He's hungry for more. But a worthy knock by a brilliant young batsman.
Yeah, could this be the innings that finally allowed the selectors to give him that nod? I mean, 2 centuries in one game, if that wasn't good enough, then a third on the trot could very well have the selectors, Darren Sammy and company, saying, okay, young man, you've earned your spot the next time the West Indies play Test cricket. Whether he's actually getting into the 11 may be up for debate. But surely after this, his name will at least be mentioned when the time comes to select a West Indies Test team. He's played very well. This innings, not as brutal as that innings in Shedwin Park, but he shows that he can adjust. Very well played.
Yeah, really well played. Maybe it's just a mindset of playing in Sabina Park, because I mean Sabina Park is a very imposing ground. As you mentioned, he carted Salmon for a number of sixes in that game.
It's unlikely that he'll get another chance to bat here. So he could go into game 3 scoring a century literally every time he bats. I mean, that is Bradman-esque. Take a bow, young man, take a bow. Others would have played on flat pitches as well and against tiring attacks. But to show the discipline and the technique, to do it 3 times in a row is admirable.
A little bit of anger from Romain Smith as he licks out all the stumps. From Romain Morris, I should say, as he licks away all the stumps. But Kevin Wickham is safe. And he will enjoy his 100 for the moment. The other thing to consider, of course, is that the first 100 was a decent sized one. It's 153. The second one, he was unbeaten.
Yeah.
After Barbados declared. And now in this third one, he's still there. And based on the way how this game is flowing.
Yeah, that's the 100. Just tickling around to find leg. Coming inside and knowing that the fielder was wide. Just got a very fine tickle. He's happy with it, but he's not over-celebrating. Just an acknowledgement at what I've done. And then helmets on again, ready for business. His attitude towards this innings has been very responsible. Yeah, getting a little hug from his captain, maybe a little encouragement, keep on going. Very well played, young man. Very well played.
The only thing I'm disappointed is after buy you fruits in the morning, Orville Higgins. So I will certainly buy you fruits in the morning. Is there anything you're allergic to just to make sure that no, you're fine on all counts? Lovely.
Hopefully I can get a word in with Kevin Wickham before the end of the day and says, as a result of you, I got Andrew to spend some money.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll give him that.
No, come on, Orville Higgins.
Is that the new ball they're about to take?
Who knows? Might very well be at this point. Maybe the Jamaicans are going to try something very late in the day.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, it could be. 95 overs that ball has been beaten around.
It's not the greatest of lights, but we could still have a case where the fast bowlers are asked to run in and do something. Now, one of two things will happen. The scoring rate will increase, or there'll be wickets.
It might just be a replacement ball. I don't know if the last ball was just maybe out of shape. Because RBJ Mansing is continuing, and I don't think he would be continuing with a new ball. I'm not certain.
Yeah, it could be just a change of balls. Because usually if it's a new ball, you don't bring out a box. You just throw out a ball.
Yeah.
The fielding team or the umpire gets to choose an old ball that is has similar wear and tear as the previous ball. With a new ball, they throw out one. So that could be not a new ball, but a different ball.
And see if it causes any alarms for the Barbadian batsman. A little bit of extra bounce and turn, maybe?
Well, if that's a different ball, then they needed this all along. Because that one spun appreciably. Look at this. Where was this all along? That has gone quite considerably away from the probing bat.
This one badly lined by RBG Mansing. Probably trying to get one to come into the batsman, and it didn't happen in terms of his line. That one kept low. That one has scuttled through Romaine Morris. Well. Is the ball starting to misbehave? Two fielders are converging. They actually almost collide there, Givor Royal and John Campbell. The ball eventually comes back in. The signal from the umpire is by. So poor Romaine Morris has runs against him now. Again, more.
Yeah, but that was a difficult one for any wicket keeper when it rolls along the ground like that. But this different ball is spinning, keeping low, doing everything. The Jamaicans were hoping that they would have gotten this ball 30 overs ago. Maybe then the cricket wouldn't be so attritional. Yeah, that one seems to be doing just a touch more.
Just a little bit of extra bounce on it. I mean, that last ball has been beaten to a pulp. Goes high over long off. Will he get 6 for this one? No, it's just 4 for Craig Braffett. Struck that nicely over long off area. But of course, he's not a big power hitter with good placement from the Barbados captain. And O.J. Shields has to do some fielding in the stands.
Yeah. Well, different ball or not, when it's flighted and that full, where you can get to it with just a little shuffle of the right foot, then why not go for it? And Craig Brathwaite says, yeah, this will go, and it did.
End of the over, and at the end of it, 371 for 2. These two are also going to reach another milestone in 9 runs. Orville Higgins, and they will match Kirk McKenzie and John Campbell with a double century partnership. So that's another milestone to look out for here. Craig Braffett closing in on a 150 as well. That's 8 runs away, and the 200-run partnership is 9 runs away.
Yeah, they are closing in on that 458 as well. Now just 86 away. It's just about 4 o'clock in Jamaica time, so an hour plus. So they could get pretty close to that 458 by stumps. And if they overhaul it and with time left, I would just send the Scorpions into bat right away.
Yeah, we discussed that in terms of making a game out of it. If they have a little awkward a half an hour to bat, because I think more than likely, based on light conditions, of course, we could go all the way up till 6 o'clock. So that's the other consideration there. It's just about approaching 4 o'clock in Jamaica, so you still have a potentially 2 hours of cricket to go. There's a remaining minimum overs today of 29. If you're looking at the average of 15 overs per hour, then we should go up all the way until 6. I think they're bringing in the short leg fielder. Yep, Javel Glennon. It looks like he's going under the helmet there.
Yes, so we're being told that Joshua De Silva did at some point last season score 3 consecutive hundreds. And I'm sure if you scour the record books, they may have others who probably would have done it as well. But this is special by the young man.
Yeah, it certainly is.
And having got to that third 100, he's not yet gone for it. He's still just playing just the way he was playing. Look at that. So it's a case of the team situation, or he's just really hungry, maybe to get another 150.
Well, I mean, it shows his maturity as well. He's playing the ball on its merit. It was a good delivery from Salmon. This one, he forces the issue a little bit more. Just flight it a little bit more, and he could bunt it down to long on for Odin Smith to do the fielding. And a little bit of drying of the ball as well. Might have been a little leftover moisture from that short rain delay we had. But it's been a tremendously long day for the Jamaicans, and they still have quite a bit to go. That's a fantastic delivery by Salmon. Touchdown and just drifted away past that off stump, and defending batter Craig Braffett. Bunted up in the air, almost back to the bowler. Oh my goodness, Craig.
It's the second time that Craig Brathwaite, well, that wasn't a chance, but he did hit one back at Odin Smith, and then that one fell perilously close to Pete Salmon. So I was saying caught bat pad could be one way to think about getting him out. But he's maybe just offering another potential option, hitting it back to the bowler. Or run out, maybe the more likely option at this point.
Yeah, as you always talk about his bottom hand, it's that bottom hand. I mean, the top hand is the one that is all about direction. And while he gets good direction, he creates a weird angle with that bottom hand. Dancing up the pitch is Kevin Wickham, but it can only hit that straight to the extra cover region. Maybe someone like a short extra cover might just throw him off a little bit.
Yeah, he was trying to place that. He didn't hit that too hard, but the fieldsman was right in the way.
Yeah, not much going on here. Kevin Wickham batting safely. Abhijay Mansingh not bowling badly at all. He only got the one wicket. That was Jonathan Drake's and Pete Salmon, the other one. So only the spinners doing any damage at all here. Brad Barnes is maybe unlucky not to pick up a wicket, I would have to say, because he bowled brilliantly as well. Feeling for that one outside the off stump, almost pushed too hard at it. Did Kevin Wickham, but it just dribbles out to backward point.
Is there a little more extra bounce on that? May very well have been that bounce that did him that time. I haven't seen too many deliveries behave awkwardly. That one did.
Gets this one fine, does Kevin Wickham. It won't run to the ropes. Royal is after it and does well. There's just 2. And so the scoreboard continues to tick over. 374 for 2 now. 98 overs have been bowled. They trail by 83. A big smile on the face of the big man, Givor Royal.
Yeah, but who is he on the field for? Have you worked that out? I'm assuming your eyes are better than mine.
It's a safe assumption, but I think it might be Carlos Brown. Carlos Brown has a very signature pigtail, and I'm not seeing that one on the field. Nor the number 18 of Carlos Brown. Well, no, Carlos Brown is over there fielding by the Kingston Cricket Club.
Can't seem to work out who is in for. That's Javier Royal. We'll try to tell you in a moment.
Turned fine down the leg side. The fielder running around will have a lot of work. The ball is slowing up though, and they'll come back for 3. Well run there. That's O.J. Shields. So he's definitely on the field for sure. Maybe we can do that by the process of elimination. So John Campbell is there. Romain Morris is there. Pete Salmon is there. Marquino Mindley is there. Abhijay Mansingh is there.
Brad Barnes is there.
Brad Barnes is there.
Kirk McKenzie.
Hey, there we go. I think that's it. It might be Kirk McKenzie. Now, Kirk McKenzie was having some treatment on his shoulder. So that might be the reason. His shoulder was a little stiff after Chetwynd Park. It might just be Kirk McKenzie. Well done, Orville Higgins, showing the Euclid side of your character.
If it is Kirk McKenzie, then it would be just an educated guess.
Yeah.
Having eliminated maybe half the other names.
Now, but Kirk McKenzie does wear the number 7 on his back, and I'm not seeing the number 7, and he's usually a close-in fielder. You don't see McKenzie patrolling the ropes that much. They're still trying to apply some pressure here, are the Jamaicans, to their credit. A leg slip, and a short leg in place. Short leg, straight to short leg. That is the end of Kevin Wickham. They finally strike. Pete Salmon takes another one. Take a bow, young man. It's been a brilliant innings, but the Bajans have lost their third with the score on 377.
Good to see that the Jamaicans are congratulating him and he's accepting it. Almost to a man, they have come up to him and said, well played, son. The last one there is Javier Royal. The entire team, just a little tap on the back. He's getting one from his captain as well. And now Odin Smith running from distant parts of the outfield to do that. That was very well played. Even the substitutes are doing that. Good spirit between these two teams. I did say that is the way I expected Craig Brathwaite to get out, turning the off spinner to the man at backward short leg. But as it turns out, it's not Craig Brathwaite that's got out that way. It's this man. His second dismissal in 3 innings, but nobody seems able from the Jamaican team to get him out for under 100. And then Ruston Chase walks in. Now this could be a little story as the 2 umpires there. I don't think they're asking about light, but just having a quick chat. Ruston Chase will walk into your frame quickly as the Jamaican team gathers and regroups. Ruston Chase knows, ladies and gentlemen, that his place is under question. He has to know that in the West Indies team. Now, he has a flat wicket, a wilting Jamaica attack, and his partner at the other end done 100 and not out. Ruston Chase will feel that if I get a start, I'm going to make a big score on this one. Cricket doesn't follow that kind of script, mind you. But if you wanted a wicket, if you wanted a pitch to re-establish your game and to remind the selectors that you're around, this pitch would be it. It doesn't get any flatter.
You look at the reaction of Romy Morris there. He absolutely loved that one. John Campbell, you're quite right. John Campbell was the first one to walk up to Kevin Wickham and shake his hand. As they all did. Very good camaraderie, very good spirit of cricket shown here. Well done, young man.
Yeah, he's signaling that that's spun. And this different ball, I can't say an old ball. What is that?
Reverse sweep attempted by Ruston Chase. Sir, this is red ball cricket. Need we remind you?
What on earth was that? Ruston Chase, his first delivery, after I gave that speech about him needing to score, Ruston Chase did this first ball. Now well, somebody explain that to me.
No explanation necessary, sir. Just let the screen do the talking.
Not sure what that was at all.
He tries it again, and this time he does get it. I mean, in all fairness, there's acres of space on that side, and showing his versatility to a certain extent. 381 for 4. Wicket taking over from Pete Salmon. 99 overs have been bowled.
Well,
and here's a look at the replay on it.
There's nobody to the left of cover, so all of those spaces are there for the taking. But to attempt the reverse sweep off his first 2 balls is, let's say, interesting. The thing is, though, if he gets hit, although it's a reverse sweep, because he started as a right-hander, he ended up playing, quote-unquote, as a left-hander. But if he got hit, he would have been outside what was his off stump when he took his stance. Turned out to be his leg stump when he turned around for that reverse sweep. So the LBW would not form part of the equation because the umpire would have to judge you as a right-hander and he was playing a shot. Well, even if it was a left-hander, it would be pitched outside. So interesting start to Ruston Chase's innings.
I'm certainly glad to see the positivity. I mean, I was thinking for the spinners to get it to sort of throw them off the line, you can try the reverse sweep. Good to see that Ruston Chase did try it. But the other thing is, I mean, despite the fact that you talked that he's under pressure, he's an international player with that experience. He's a fluid stroke maker. He really should be dominating this pitch and dominating this game. Brathwaite punches comfortably down to long off. So we'll see what Ruston Chase does against RBJ Mansing. Does he go conventional or does he go different?
Well, this time there's a backward point. So the reverse sweep might not get him the same rewards. So we expect him now to be a little bit more conventional. He's looking around at the field. He's seeing a backward square. I'm on all the way back on the boundary, just forward of square. And there's a mid-on and a long on. There's also a man deepish at mid-off. Right, so I expected him to play a little bit more conventional because the backward point is ensuring that that lap reverse sweep may be a touch more risky. But he certainly looked busy.
Yeah, but you want to see, again, you want to see that from him. You want to see that positivity. Kevin Wickham, for all his hat-trick of centuries, is very, very new to the first-class game. Ruston Chase has international experience, captaincy experience at all levels, and has seen the game in many facets, and has at least about 10 years on Kevin Wickham. So this is what you would want to see from him. I don't want to see him coming out and blocking 4 or 5 deliveries and then taking a run off the last ball of the over. Or default block as per Craig Brafford. I mean, again, Craig Brafford is on 146. It's a flat pitch. And there he is blocking as if...
as you said, Craig doesn't change gears.
Yeah.
He has one gear, scores at basically one pace. And that can be both good and bad in many ways.
He gets this one, flicks this one down to the backward square leg, and as we say that, Craig Clement Brafford of Barbados will bring up 150 runs. And again, no big acknowledgement from him on this for this shot. But the Bajans are batted now for 100 overs, and they've gone to 387 for 3. With Craig Brafford, the linchpin as usual, 150 of those 387. A nice swivel.
Yeah, that wasn't the most difficult delivery to maneuver. It was short and heading towards the leg stump. And when you're on 140 and not out, that is easy pickings.
Ruston Chase will be batting against Pete Salmon again.
Well, they are putting Minley a little bit squarer at point. So he was more towards cover than point. Just out of your shot. Will he attempt? I was saying, will he attempt that reverse sweep? But no, he seems to just have put that away for a bit. It's still a 6-3 leg side field, which means only 3 people on the offside.
Leading edge into the cover region here. Chase kind of reached for that one.
Yeah, so with Minley going towards point, he realized that the sweep shot may not be worth the risk and opted for a more conventional push-up towards cover.
Ruston Chase as a batter is a very interesting discussion point in the sense that after this delivery, turned it nicely into the leg side by Craig, and that the fielder from deep backward square run around. Is that Ruston Chase as a batter, his style is very languid. But when he gets out and when he gets into trouble, he looks lazy, and that's the problem with languid batting. Again, Kevin Wickham has this sort of same style in the sense that he looks like he has time. Ruston Chase looks like he has time. Goes for the reverse sweeps again, gets it fine, and that player there, I think that's actually Mackenzie back in the field. Yeah, Mackenzie is back in the field. We'll have to trot down there and retrieve that. So that backward point fielder having no...
He played this one brilliantly because he played it finer. This wasn't intended to go square. Look how fine that was. He knew that there was a point, and he decided, I'm not sweeping it flat. I'm sweeping it fine. He's brought out 2 different types of reverse sweeps. He means business. He's not going to be tied down.
And I'm sure they're very, very chirpy underneath his in his ear there. What does he do this time? He goes for the slug sweep. Does he get it high enough? He does get it high enough. He does get it hard enough. It goes for 6 over the backward square leg. Ruston Chase is not messing around. All of a sudden, the Bajans are up to 399 for 3.
Ruston Chase has come out with an intent. This attack is ordinary. This pitch is flat. I mean, maybe my place in the West Indies team is up for discussion, but I'm going to come out here and impose myself, and he's doing it very well indeed. A little risky with those reverse sweep shots, but that was authentic. He's brighten up an otherwise dreary day. Long may it continue. There is driving a little outside, let's say outside half out towards backward point.
He was tempted to go to that cover region where there's so much space. But as much as I want to see Ruston Chase step on the gas, Barbados 399 for 3 after 101, I still say, we talked about it, controlled aggression. I want it to be a timed inning. He needs to not come out and play it like a T20 innings. He needs to make sure that he plays the balls on his merit. If it's a bad delivery, as in all fairness, was that slug sweep over but the backward square, like that was a delivery that was begging to be hit, and he got into a good position.
Here's a question. If you are going to make the West Indies team in Sri Lanka, do you think that the captain would have heard from the coach at this point? Would Sammy have whispered into his ears and said, one of two things, Ruston, don't worry, you'll captain the team, or Ruston, I'm a little worried about your form, you know. Which way do they go? Or we'll wait and see?
Like I said, as Manting continues, like I said, I believe that the core of the team was picked, or the captain at least, was picked with this cycle involved for a period of continuity. He hasn't really started well, but there have been some bright patches. Again, even in that series against Australia, even though we didn't bat very well, we bowled brilliantly. So we have a very good bowling unit for the Caribbean. Again, in New Zealand, there was some positivity coming out of that series. So there is some positivity to build on. So again, you look at the nucleus of that team. If you look at the two Josephs.
No, so here's my question. Does he know at this point, in April, whether he will or will not be the captain in June? Or is that decision still being considered? That's the question. Now, if he knows that he will be captain and his place is therefore assured, that could explain why he's so free. No pressure, he'll play. But if he does not know, if there's still a cloud over his head as to whether he makes the team and therefore retains his spot as captaincy, then this approach makes it even more interesting, if you understand what I mean.
That's whacked over the extra cover region. That should run all the way into the ropes before it is indeed a loose ball from Mansing and an easy shot for Craig Bradford. I think it might be a combination of the two in the sense that, okay, you're still my captain, but come back to regional cricket. You played in T20. You've had a little bit of rest. You've had a little bit of recuperation. Come back and try to get some form in so we can
justify.
Yeah, we can justify you as captain.
That was a nice shot from Craig Brathwaite. He opened the face, avoided the man at long off. Good shot. His first class knock after being back in the region is interesting. He's 16 from 8. That's a strike rate of 200. Now it's an easy batting pitch, but that is some start.
He gets a fine cut on this one, does Craig Bradford. Will run very, very close to the ropes. No, that man, O'Dean Smith, will pull it up just inside. Craig will come back for another 2. That's 2 runs to end the over. 405 for 3, 102 overs bowled.
Yeah, Craig continues on his merry way. A double century is there for the taking, you think? And that is one of the differences between Craig and somebody like, say, a John Campbell. You'd look at John Campbell and you'd say, far more natural talent. Craig Brathwaite, limited in terms of natural talent, but twice as dogged And while John Campbell gets to 50s and 60s and 90s and then, you know, seeks to entertain and get overly aggressive, Craig Brathwaite seems like when he gets set, he wants to bat for days. And in a team, you probably need both these types. The type that will be a little aggressive and the type who will dig in.
Ruston Chase took a liking to Pete Salmon from ball one, as it were. But got him away a bit in the last over. Let's see how he goes this time. Goes big again. Does he get enough on it? No, the catch is taken out long on. Ruston Chase trying to be too aggressive, and he's thrown away his hand. The Bajans have lost their 4th wicket, but you have to say that one was gifted to them by Ruston Chase.
I don't know what somebody said to Ruston Chase or what he was saying to himself. It's an uncharacteristic Ruston Chase red ball innings. I don't know. I would have seen him in red ball cricket for a while. Have you ever seen Ruston Chase coming out in a game and batting like this?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think he's still in T20 mode. I don't know if he's just trying to impose himself. Maybe he's... Maybe he was read the riot act in terms of his batting. And now he says, you know what, I'm going to try to impose myself just a little bit. Just try to get my confidence back by forcing the issue. Good catch by Carlos Brown running around from cow corner. And unfortunately, it just did not play off. Or it might have been an instruction from the think tank. Okay, we have wickets in hand. Let's try to accelerate the scoring and see if we can give Jamaica an odd half an hour, 45 minutes to bat this afternoon. So that's the other thinking as well.
If that's the thinking, why is the man on 150 at not out not playing like that? Or is it a case that, okay, you guys come and have a go, I'll be the rock if we are trying to force?
Well, that's the thing. Craig Brathwaite is your safety net. That's what he is.
Right.
So whatever happens at the other end, you're going to have solidity.
Oh, all right. So this was it. Just a slug over wideish long on. He was nowhere near the pitch in terms that he cleared that front leg as is the modern way and just heaved it. It was a good catch. It went miles, almost came down with snow on it. But let's see if the approach is let's get some quick runs, because the gentleman walking in now can get you quick runs. His name is Kyle Mayers. Now, if Kyle Mayers comes and ups the tempo, then you could say, okay, team plan. But if he comes and plays within himself, then that's Ruston Chase on his own. And then that now would be interesting. So let's see how Kyle Mayers go about it.
The other thing to consider with that shot, I think he might have been aiming for more mid-wicket. It might have gone a little bit straighter. He probably was aiming for Sachin Mohammed, our cameraman, on top the Kingston Cricket Club, which is just about the mid-wicket region.
Kyle Mayers' approach will be interesting. They are still 40-something runs away. Well, confident driving at that.
A good delivery to start with. Yorker length. Darted in by Pete Salmon. Salmon will have a little bit of confidence here. 3 for 83. In all fairness, you can see that he was sort of gifted 2. That's a nice cut into the sweeper position, and just a single for that man Kyle Mayers to get off the mark. But Kyle Mayers is one of those players, a wicket taking over, 406 for 4. That's 103 overs bowled. Oh, there are a couple of deliveries left in this over. My apologies. I'm rushing the brush. Yes, so Craig Brathwaite is your safety net. Whatever happens, they might have said, well, Ruston and Kyle, you all have license to go, while the other batters, you all will probably have to, if it doesn't click off for them, we'll probably have to regroup. And you know at one end that Craig Brathwaite is going to hold up that end, whatever happens. That is the end of the over now. 406 for 4, 103 overs bowled.
Yeah, interesting. The scoreboard looks a little bit more respectable if you're a Jamaica Scorpion supporter, but it's still an excellent effort from Barbados Pride. 406 for 4. There's a lot of runs. Are they asking Brad Barnes to come back into the attack? Yeah, Brad Barnes has taken over from Abhijay Mansingh. I think this is a good call by Captain John Campbell. Brad Barnes did bowl relatively economically in his first spell, a mammoth 20 overs, and did manage to check the scoring rate. Now the captain has turned to him again. If the batsmen want to attack, there are wickets to be had. But if not, he still hopes that he can keep the scoreboard in check.
Yeah, he can also get it to move away from Dapper. Kyle Mayers on strike. His delivery solid, forward, defensive. I get the feeling that, Kyle Mayers was sort of finding form in Chedwin Park. He looked a little bit dangerous. He got a bad delivery, a delivery that ratted in the second innings. Nice punch off the back foot. Confident stuff from him. 2 runs. So I get the feeling that maybe Kyle Mayers might want to set himself up a little bit. Take his time, see what's going on, sort of like what O'Dean Smith did in Jamaica's first innings. Ruston Chase, unfortunately, did not do that. He just decided to go from ball 1, literally from ball 1. There's a young schoolboy who's roaming the upper deck of the Kingston Cricket Club stand, making his way downstairs now. Certainly a lovely vantage point, Kingston Cricket Club. Although I think anywhere you watch cricket and Sabina, it's more than likely going to be a lovely spot.
Craig Brathwaite always looks like a candidate to be caught at bat pad. You wonder how long does he just nudge it into the leg side without one just lobbing up off the top edge.
Barnes alone has had a couple close calls with him.
Yeah, he's put in a good shift, Brad Barnes. 20 overs, known for 52. Well, he could have had 1 or 2. He's continuing to bowl tightly, spinning away down the leg side. Romain Morris, good take.
Nice little drift on that one. It almost seems to sort of stick in the air a little bit. Slowing down the revolutions on that one, but well opened the face by Craig, staying it down past his counterpart captain. To again pinch the strike, 408 for 4. 104 overs have been bowled, and it's a drinks break, a well-deserved drinks break for the players. Action resumes here after the drinks break. 21 overs still required, minimum, in terms of catching up with the little rain loss that we've had.
Yeah, during that little drinks break, I got a call from a well-known Barbadian personality. He says he's enjoying the commentary, by the way, Andrew. And he says that Ruston Chase has been batting exactly like this the last 2 years in first-class cricket. He says that in first-class cricket over the last year or two, he's come looking to score at a run a ball or more. So while it may be unusual for him to bat like that in test cricket, or even in previous years in first-class cricket, his last year or two, and he hasn't played a lot in those times, just a few games, but he's been looking pretty similar. So that is interesting. That's
getting in a tangle there is Craig Braffett on this one. Short leg is asking the question. I think it was always drifting down leg.
Yeah.
Might have been appealing for a catch at back pad. The leg gully is there as well for Craig Braffett. Salmon trying for that similar delivery, maybe that got Salmon out, that got Wickham out. This time Braffett plays it along the turf and he'll get a single. The field will switch over for Kyle Mayers. Oh, it's actually, no, that's the end of the over. So, once again, Craig Braffett, the strike pincher. So, in terms of batting to come, there's still Shamar Springer, there's Lenny Boucher, and then, of course, the bowlers to come.
still some batting. Shamar Springer did score, did get a 40-something in that, was that the second innings at Shedwin Park. So he can handle a bat.
Yeah, certainly. He's I'd say he's a genuine all-rounder, is Shamar Springer. Odin Smith slowly moving across your camera into a short mid-on position as Barnes continues to Braffett. Punches it there, and the big man Odin Smith gets to the ground and gets the ball and shows off everybody. Yes, I'm Odin Smith. I'm all powerful.
Brad Barnes, you think, deserves a wicket for how he has bowled. It has been a thankless
delivery down
job.
the leg side. They're appealing for a caught behind. Barnes is asking the question as Craig Braffett has a swipe. Romain Morris did really well to get down to the leg side. We'll have to have a look at the replay on this one and see if there was any bat at all. Umpire Christopher Taylor was not interested. And he has a wry smile on his face.
He looks bored at that. He's almost amused that they could have appealed for that. No, I don't think there was any bat at all. Not easy to say, but were I a betting man against umpires, I think that Chris Taylor got that one spot on.
I would question why there's no leg gully when Brett Barnes is bowling, because he's asked the question of Braffett many times. And again, right there, that leg slip may have come into play right there.
Yeah, I think he should be in a more, well, as we speak, he's now coming into your frame.
Yeah.
At backward short leg.
Yeah.
Here we go. That should always be the case.
Because if anybody has tested Braffett into that short leg nudge and noodle position, it has been Brad Barnes. This time he bunts it safely down to long on. So the player coming in for that slip position, for that leg slip position, and Barnes doesn't offer up a delivery that could tempt Braffett.
All right, so some stats on Chase just coming through at the way he's batted in the last 2 seasons. I'll tell you all that after this delivery.
Dapper hits this one through the extra cover region. The field has to come around from sweeper. Braffett, Dapper was interested in 2. Craig was not. And that is the end of the over, I believe. Yes, it is indeed. 411 for 4, 106 overs. bowled. Will Higgins has some facts for us.
Right, so Ruston Chase made 122 of 123 balls with 14 fours and 4 sixes against CCC at Kensington last year. 122, 123 balls. So that's almost a run-a-ball 100 there. And then the year before that, 127 from 87 balls versus the Leewards at Queen's Park in Trinidad. 10 fours, 7 sixes. So his last two regional hundreds have been at very, very quick pace. And my Barbadian friend is suggesting that this is his new approach when he does actually play first-class cricket in recent times.
Yeah, but though, I mean, in all fairness, he's made those hundreds against slightly weaker teams. The Leeward Islands have been struggling for the last couple of years, and then
CCC, right?
You know, so I mean, it'd be more interesting to see his scores when he comes up against Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Jamaica.
Well, that would mean that he sees this Jamaican attack as not very strong, which it hasn't, to be honest.
Yeah.
It has looked toothless. And while Pete Salmon, you could say, maybe their best bowler over the two games. He's 3 now for 85.
Mindley has been the most consistent. I would say Pete Salmon has been the most attacking in terms of that. We haven't really seen Jamel work and come to the party since the first innings at Chedwin. When you really expected him, I really thought when Jamaica were going all guns blazing that Jamel Warrican would sort of arrest it, but he didn't to any great extent. Just 2 wickets in Jamaica's first innings.
One of the questions that will be asked, I think. Let's say
a misfield there at mid-off, and Bayers will get a single.
While the Jamaican batting has done well, they have scored 300 plus in all 3 innings. So has Barbados, mind you, which means that the batting on both teams, they should be fairly okay. But the fact that in the 6 innings that we have had over the 2 games, no side has been bowled out for under 300. It means that the bowling from both sides is not what either coach or captain will be happy with.
Yeah,
will there be changes to either team in the bowling department for the 3rd game?
I agree with you in that respect, but I still think that the bowling just hasn't lived up to the expectations of the team. Because you think about Marquino, Minley, O.J. Shields, and Odin Smith, that's a decent bowling trio. And the same thing with Barbados, end of the over, 413 for 4 after 107. You think of Shamar, Springer, Jair, McAllister, and the raw talent of Johan Lane. Again, that's not a bad bowling unit. And then Jamel Warrican, Joshua Bishop, decent spinners. Pete Salmon,
Bishop didn't play this game. Ruston Chase came in for Bishop.
Yeah.
So they drop a frontline spinner for, you'd say, a batting all-rounder.
Yeah.
Will there be changes in either team? I think if the opposition is scoring 300 plus in regional cricket, it's not test cricket now, I am at least thinking of the possibility of adjusting the bowling lineup, even if it doesn't actually happen.
Well,
especially if the wickets continue to be as flat as this. Now, the flatter the wicket is, the stronger your bowling have to be. When the wickets are a little bit more bowler friendly, you could go in with a bowling attack that lacks potency and the pitch does the work. But if the next pitch is going to be like this, then they have to do something about this bowling lineup. Both teams.
Goes for the big slug sweep. Does he get that down to backward square leg? He does indeed. That's 4 more for Craig Braffett. And he races on to 165, closing in on that magical 200-runner mark as well. A double century for him. That would be something else indeed.
Yeah.
And but in terms of that, I mean, we have to... You can't take the Chedwin Park pitch into consideration because that really looked... It looked like a day 4 pitch. There were cracks all over. There were foot marks all over. It really looked like a devious pitch. But it didn't misbehave that badly. I mean, to the point that Jamaica chased on 328 in 2.5 sessions. Leading edge there out to the cover region.
Well, even that, Andrew, if my bowling attack on a wicket that was, not the flattest, can leak 320 plus runs in 2.5 sessions, that alone would make me ask some questions. The next pitch
goes for the sweep again, and he gets it fine again. Pete Salmon has to do some fielding. All of a sudden, Craig Braffett has decided to open up. He's raced up to 169. The Barbados Pride continues to move on swiftly, 421 for 4.
Yeah. Yeah, so after that first game where I had the Barbados think tank, I'll be like, But then the next game, there's another double 100 opening stand, which makes me say,
You're saying quite a lot.
Yeah, I'd have to wonder, is there something I could do to make my attack look more likely to get 20 wickets? It's a question. It doesn't mean that they have to, but it's something that will have to come up now. For the Jamaicans, there are options. As Craig works that around, Javier Royal is a steady and at times effective left-arm orthodox spinner who bats a little bit as well. He's an option that the Scorpions may consider. They have brought in as a substitute Kari Campbell, who is a left-arm pace, offers a little bit different from what the Pacers here offer. He's a consideration. There's also Bailey.
Nice punch off the back foot by Mayers.
Who is a seam bowling all-rounder, you could call it. These are 3 options.
I think that is the end of the over at 423 for 4. Craig Braffett is doing a little bit of stretching there. Might be getting it with a cramp. In terms of the option that you mentioned, I really like what you've said, because Kari Campbell, we've seen him warming up, and he looks really, really good. He looks pacey. He has a wonderful action. Jamaicans, you're right in terms of Jivo Royal, because at the moment they basically have 3 right-arm spinners in their squad, and Brad Barnes, RBJ Mansing, and then, of course, Pete Salmon. So Jivo Royal would bring something different to the attack. And then who's the third you mentioned?
Bailey. He plays for Kingston. He's a medium pace all-rounder. Bats a little bit down the road. But bowls,
Bailey is...
I think it's Andre Bailey. Andre Bailey.
Andre Bailey.
Yeah. So he's an option. Maybe the least likely of the 3 options that I've mentioned, but an option. In the squad as well, I've also seen Young Hines. That's the son of Wavell Hines. Bowls are also left-arm spin. But I think his inclusion in the training squad is for down the road as opposed to right now. I think they are a little upset with the fitness levels of Javier Royal as well.
The other consideration, of course, is Cricket West Indies having a word with the groundsman to make sure that this pitch, okay, guys, this pitch really wasn't what we expected for competitive cricket. There needs to be a better balance between bat and ball. Craig Braffett, again, continuing to do some stretches. He's been there since yesterday afternoon. He was one of the batters that ended day 2.
I have a suggestion. I don't know if the West Indies board does that, but I think in the same way in which we applaud the top batsmen and the top bowlers at the end of every regional season, I think that there should be some way to recognize the best pitches. I don't know how you're going to do it. Maybe the pitch with the most runs divided by the most wickets. Find a formula. Find a formula.
That one is through everybody. I don't know how that missed the stumps at all. I'm not sure if he got a little bit of a tickle on it.
Yeah,
it's a leg buys. So that one just evaded everyone. I'd like to see the replay on that one. It looked like Craig was just lunging forward and it just got through his bat and pad. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, pitching on and spinning.
Oh, it's gone past his leg. Somebody almost clipped that leg some on the way through.
Find a way to reward the top groundsmen in the region. However you decide it. Maybe you're going to find which venue had most runs and most wickets. In other words, which was the venue that gave the greatest balance, and recognize that person or that team. Maybe not with this format where there are only 3 venues. It's probably a little bit more difficult.
End of the over, 428 for 4 after 109. To build on your comments, I agree. There should be more communication within the pitch curators in terms of what they're offering. But there's also a thing about soil as well. Now, I know, for example, in Trinidad, there's some areas that have a black soil that is very conducive to faster, bouncier pitches. But I've heard that there are certain rules and regulations about moving soil and stuff like that, and everything like that. Because, of course, when the West Indies were in their height of the 80s and 90s, I mean, everybody said Sabina pitch was like glass. You could have seen your reflection in the pitch. It was so hard. It was so bouncy. This is the very same Sabina Park. Can that pitch get like that again? Can we create those pitches? Or is it that are we trying to create better cricketers in terms of facing swing bowling, seam bowling?
Brad Barnes continues. I'm in communication with my great friend down there in Barbados, who is a big cricket follower. He's asked the right for his name not to be mentioned. And he's mentioning some interesting things. I'll give them to you. Driven out to cover, no run. He's saying, let me read. Your comment on bowling is spot on. Your point on bowling is spot on. Some have suggested that in Barbados, there are other names that should have come up in the pecking order with Jason Holder, Ramon Simmons, and Kemar Roach absent. And he's thrown in a few names that are being discussed in Barbados at this point. Akeem Jordan, seamer. Jamar Eiffel, pacer. Keon Harding, another pacer. We know about Keon Harding.
I know about Akeem Jordan as well. But Akeem Jordan has always been, he's sort of fast medium. He's fast. Maybe in the mold of Marquino Mindler, a little bit taller, maybe a little bit more bounce.
And then he's thrown in 2 spinners that the Barbadian public is talking about. Kemar Smith, an off spinner, and Zishan Matara, a leg spinner. There are people in Barbados who feel that at least one of those should have been here. Well, I'm not in a position to say.
Matara, we did see last season playing for CCC, and he was very effective. He's a very young player. I think he might be under 19, maybe just about to turn 20 or 21, so maybe that's why he hasn't.
So with either team finding it difficult to contain the other team for less than 300, the discussions about the bowling attack will be continuing.
According to Keshav, Zishan Matara has graduated at the West Indies Academy, so that's where he is, nurturing those future players. An appeal for a stumping.
He didn't hold on to the ball. Now, he made the stumping, but was it with ball in hand at the time the stumps were broken? That's one question. Well, the other question is, was the batsman in his crease?
As we see there, Craig Bradford doing some stretching now. He's been in the field for quite some time, so probably just getting a little bit of cramp as he closes in on just 30 runs away from 200. 429 for 4 of 110 overs. Not far at all behind first innings points from that perspective. Trailed by just 28.
Would like to take a look at that stumping when it's available.
Nah, you don't have that one available, so you'll have to let that one go. But certainly, I don't think it was. I don't think Craig. Looking at my impression here, I don't think his back foot left the crease at all. Maybe a little unbalanced, but certainly safe. Kyle Mayers on strike. He's just in at the crease. Came in with the score at 405. The fall of the 4th wicket, that of Roston Chase, who lit up Sabina for a little bit, but not very long at all. Nice punch by Kyle Mayers. That's straight down the ground. Long off is there, and they'll get another single. So yeah, according to our good friend Mr. Foster, the West Indies test team will go into a camp before that series in Sri Lanka starts in mid-June, which of course is preceded by the white ball games. And more than likely the team will be selected, I guess, about beginning of May, mid-May. So that will be when the team is selected. But I suspect that will be the big 30 maybe, or 30 players before they whittle down to the final 15. So you'd have to see how that goes. And I think certainly by then it'll be coming to the end of the championship series. And so the selectors will have a better idea of who they want and who they don't. That's a wonderful delivery by Salmon. That's beating the outside edge of Kyle Mayers. Drifting in and then maybe just going away slightly. It's about a couple minutes before 5 o'clock here in Kingston, Jamaica. Last delivery of the 111th Nelson on the board. 14 overs required in terms of completing the day. 431 for 4 are Barbados. Very healthy run batting card there, you'd have to say. Centuries by both Craig Braffett, who's not unbeaten, Kevin Wickham with a wonderful 105. Starts for Shane Mosley and Jonathan Drakes. I think Jonathan Drakes in particular will be very, very disappointed that he didn't continue in this game. Mosley got a bit of a unlucky out in the sense that the ball sort of dribbled onto the stumps and he could do nothing to stop it. Drakes unfortunately sort of threw away his hand just when he was comfortable. Ruston Chase, well, a wham bam thank you Ruston, as it were. 16 of 9 deliveries.
Yeah, we were wondering when we saw Ruston Chase going at it whether that was some kind of a team plan. But, well, Kyle Myers has put that theory to rest. He's, 8 from 22. So Ruston Chase, as we have subsequently learned, was on his own with that.
Braffett goes to the sweep again. This one gets his fine just past the sprawling leg slip of IVG Mansing. And he will get a run to get off strike. Continuing to do a number of stretches there on the other end, the Barbados captain.
Yeah, well, a little cramps likely to be setting in. He's batted all day, really.
He seemed like a fairly limber fellow, Orville Higgins. How do you keep fit at your age?
Well, I try. I try not to do some of the things I did even 10 years younger.
I don't want to know what those are, Orville Higgins. Might have children listening.
But we do try to stay in some kind of shape. I used to play a lot of cricket in my youth. Nowadays, I'm wondering how on earth did I do that? The sun is, I don't know, is the sun getting hotter?
Trust me, I wonder that myself.
The ball is tough and causes pain. The sun is hot. It's just now, at this age, a very difficult game to play.
Yeah, I will tell you, on Saturday on our off day, I took the crew to Montego Bay, and we had a little cricket session on the beach before the rains came down, and I will tell you, my knees are still hurting from that. I really don't know how I used to run around without shoes as a younger boy. If I walk for 5 minutes without my shoes, my knees start to hurt. Turned around the corner again by Craig Braffett. Despite all the trials and tribulations of his nudging and noodling around the corner, he's still very successful and adds yet another run to his nudging and noodling style.
Yeah, every time you think that he's a candidate for bat pad or backward short leg for sure, he somehow eludes these two fielders. Never looked really convincing doing it. But he's 170 odd not out. So at some point you have to start believing that there's some method to, I wouldn't say madness.
One-handed into the cover region, and I think it's a drop catch there. Broadbounds is livid. Odin Smith is saying something about the light. You'll have to have a look at the replay on that one. A little bit casual by Kyle Mayers.
Yeah, Brad Barnes has bowled without luck for much of this game. And there's he walking off, cap in hand. He doesn't seem to be the happiest of campers.
Yeah, despondent is the word I would use to describe Brad Barnes.
Yeah. I would like to take a look at that attempt, hit to Odin Smith. He's just doing some observing of his fingers.
Yeah, he might have done himself some damage there as the physio comes out. Let's have a look at.
Well, the physio coming out now. So here's that. That was hit hard. Oh, look at Brad Barnes. I'm not sure that is the kind of reaction you'd want. Yeah, it's okay to be disappointed, but that may be a little bit over the top.
I think it was dying on him, so it might have just struck his finger as he's trying to get his hands underneath.
Did it carry? That's the question.
I think it just about did. If you look at the first angle that we got again, I think it just about did. Because the reaction of Barnes suggests that it was a spill catch. Inconclusive, but I still think based on the reaction of Barnes that it fell short. He almost didn't want to look at Odin Smith.
Well, they are taking the opportunity to refresh themselves after that injury concern for Odin Smith.
I think he's actually spilled some blood on behalf of Jamaica here. Odin Smith's finger, yeah, there's a lot of blood on that finger. Unfortunate for him, that's injury to insult. I would advise at this point that Odin Smith go off the field to get some treatment, and I think he is doing that now. Seems very annoyed with himself, does Odin Smith. A little bit of drama for Odin Smith as he gets to go off a little bit early after a slight injury to his finger. Craig Bradford on strike to Pete Salmon. He's down to long on. Certainly one thing about Craig Bradford, there's no drama at all. Not much excitement, but certainly no drama.
Yeah, he goes about his business as if he's filing taxes. No alarms, no drama, just putting in a good, honest shift day by day. I remember at one point, that's That's a catch. Yes, they're celebrating it.
No,
And
I
Pete
think
Salmon
it,
is seeing the
I
funny
think it
side.
went through the legs of short leg.
Didn't was no catch.
Certainly was played into the short leg. The reaction of John Campbell, I thought it was a catch, but Cal Mayers wasn't walking, so wasn't sure. Back live here. Half stopped at short leg. And here is that previous delivery. Yeah, I think it was played into his hands. Maybe he wasn't keeping low enough. As we said, we had a problem in that short leg position.
Yeah, so I'll tell you the story that I was about to talk.
Bunted back up to Pete Salmon. That fell just short of him as well. Cal Mayers is getting himself in some awkward positions here. It almost seems like he wants to go after the bowling, but he's caught between two minds. Last delivery of the 113th. And he's beaten by that one. And it almost got through. It was a full-length delivery. It just about got something on it that kept it off away from the stumps. 113 overs bowled. Pete Salmon really settling into his groove here. 435 for 4.
Yeah, now just a matter of 20-something runs away from first innings. This one he was driving. And, oh yeah, it got to the fielder on the full. Couldn't hold on. They thought he did, but it fell. John Campbell is having a laugh. And just, yeah, they see the funny side. Javel Glenn is saying, but listen, man, that came rather quickly. So, yeah, the rather nonplussed way that Craig Brathwaite goes about celebrating hundreds. It reminds me of an Italian-born footballer called Mario Balotelli. Played for Man City, played for Liverpool. Yeah. I remember once they asked Balotelli, why don't you celebrate when you score big goals? And I've never forgotten his answer. He says, I don't see the postman celebrating when he delivers letters. In other words, I'm just doing my job. That's the way Craig goes about it.
I certainly would have never thought Craig Brathwaite and Mario Balotelli could be
had
mentioned
anything in
the
common.
same question because they are completely and utterly different characters.
Yeah, Mario Balotelli was over the top. Why always me with the shirt off and giving oodles of trouble?
Craig Brathwaite could very well be the definition of introvert.
Right.
But good, wonderful connection, Orville Higgins. I give you A+ for that connection.
Yeah, he says, why don't you celebrate? I don't see the postman celebrating when he delivers letters. That's punched off the back foot.
So instead of Craig Brathwaite, instead of like how Balotelli raised a jersey and had why always me, Craig Brathwaite should have a jersey and says, should raise his jersey and have an under jersey that says, it's me again. That famous celebration from Balotelli in the Premier League. Brad Barnes continues. Flicked again past short leg. How many times has that happened today? I will have lost count. If I had a Jamaican $20 every time I said that I'd flick past short leg from Craig Brathwaite, I would have more than enough money to buy all the fruits I need for Orville Higgins. Any particular fruit that you like, Orville?
No, it doesn't matter. Anyone that is at the spot where you will be. 19 runs now, Andrew and viewers, from equaling first innings. That will be Barbados' first target. It should get pretty close to that before the end of play.
Well, we have just about 11.2 overs left in the day's play. I think the Bajans would like to bring up the double milestone of Craig's 100, which I don't think is going to happen based on his pace of batting. Excellent fielding by Bart Barnes. of his own bowling. That is the end of the over, 438 for 4.
And if you want an indication of how flat this wicket has been, 457 and 438 is homing in on 900 plus runs. 900 plus runs for 14 wickets in a first-class season where we generally complain that batsmen don't stand up and bat. Now that is good in the sense that people are scoring runs, but in terms of a contest, in terms of batsmen having to dig deep, this is too easy, I think.
In terms of the spectacle of the intriguing and enthralling cricket, that's certainly not there. And I mean, it's unfair. You don't want to see John Campbell scoring 100 against the NVDR 9000 bowling machine. That's not what you want. The whole thing about cricket is that contest between bat and ball. And again with the red ball, the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs. It's maybe it's even one of the facets that's sort of boring about T20 cricket. It's explosive and it's all about the batter's game. Beautiful delivery, and I think he's actually bowled him there. That is the end of Craig Bradford. A wonderful delivery by Pete Salmon to get rid of Craig Bradford. He is suffering a lot of cramp here, as all the Jamaicans congratulate him. But the Bajans lose their 5th wicket, a very, very big wicket. Craig Bradford goes for 176. Well played indeed.
Now, how unlikely is this? A batsman on 176, having the bowling at his absolute mercy. How does he get out? Pushing forward, bowl down. Not the kind of dismissal that you'd expect, that somehow Pete Salmon would breach the defenses of the Barbados captain. Fine innings, though. He would have played on more difficult pitches. He would have played against bowlers that ask more questions. But that's not his fault. He was playing what he was placed on, batting against the bowlers that were placed against him. And he genuinely showed that despite losing his place in the West Indies team, he's still among the more dangerous batters once he gets set. Dangerous in the sense that he can bat for hours. And he's demonstrated that. Well played, captain. And we look at that wicket in a bit. What happened here? Was he bowled through the gate? No. Off stump hit playing inside the line. That is a proper delivery, you know. You did say that the bowler's aim is to hit the top of off. Now that was a great delivery. Pitched on and didn't spin, just went on. Craig, despite 170 odd and batting for hours, was deceived by a ball that he thought would be drifting and spinning in. Didn't, carried on straight, top of off. Excellent delivery, ending a fantastic innings.
But I'm not sure if that Craig Bradford still looks despondent there after scoring 126, commiserating with his Barbadian teammates. As the new batter is Lenico Boucher. Now, two things here that are, of course, talking points. One, is this an opening for the Jamaicans because they have two relatively new batters at the crease? And two, with deliveries like that, almost beaten by that one, first up, Lenico Boucher. With deliveries like that, does it suggest that maybe both teams' bowlers haven't bowled as well as they should have? Because if you're getting that on a day 3 pitch, and I mean it's not extravagant turn, but it's enough mischief.
Well, the thing about that delivery was that it did not turn. Craig Brathwaite was playing for it to spin, and it didn't. So, in one sense, it didn't do much. And sometimes that is the off spinner's best delivery, the one that goes on. So I don't think that the pitch is offering a lot for sure.
Just flick past short leg again. That could have been a wicket. Lenico Boucher is running in for 2. They get 2 quite comfortably. A streaky 2 to get off the mark.
Yeah, and that.
And all of a sudden you can hear the Jamaicans. They're a little bit more alive now. 440 for 5, 115 overs bowled.
Barbados Pride now trail by 19. This is delivery. He was definitely playing for the one that spun in. It was pitched just on off stump, held its line. Craig missed that by a lot, maybe missed that by 2 inches. And then he looked a little bit bemused and saying, how on earth did I miss that?
I think it straightened a touch.
Yeah,
Just a touch.
if anything.
I mean, it went on with the arm. You're quite correct. But it straightened just enough. I mean, the deviation must have been a couple millimeters, if so much, but just enough. Of course, Craig Bradford, we've seen that he was stretching and doing a lot of stuff, so there might be a little bit of mental lapse in terms of playing down the wrong line slightly. Barnes to continue. And Barnes is giving his all, rolling around there in the dirt. And he'll have a smile on his face.
The people who do the laundry will have a lot to do. Look at that for laundry work tomorrow.
Good to see a smile on his face still. This might be an opportunity for him to pick up a couple of deserved wickets as well.
Yeah, you could
I'm sure
say.
he'll be relishing the chance to bowl at Boucher.
There are days when he'll bowl far worse than this and get wickets.
Yeah.
But such is the nature of the game. He's kept the batsmen honest. He's kept them playing. They haven't really taken to him 72 from 26.2. And at a time when the Jamaicans needed control, he provided it well.
And he's still not letting the batters get away with it. So he's maintained his good bowling form. Some 9 overs left after this one. Now it's almost a completely different context of the game here. I mean, when Bradford and Wickham were going all guns blazing at 405, it looked a little bit different. But I think the Jamaicans have an opening here. It's up to them if they use it. I don't suspect that Pete Salmon will be taken off at all. He should continue bowling.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for the captain to get the ball out of his hands. 441 for 5. Pete Salmon accounting for 4 of those 5. So no, I don't think that he will relinquish the ball at all before stumps.
Nine overs, as we mentioned, left in the day's play. A back cut by Kyle Bayers, and the sweeper will have to come off the ropes and get this one. Pete Salmon to Lenico Boucher. This is one I'm interested in seeing, and I think they're going to bring in the field as much as they can to put pressure under the new batter. I'm sure they will all have a couple words to him there. 3 little birds chirping around Lenico Boucher's off stump. Forward and solid to this one. They're leaving a lot. There's actually, the field is completely leg side other than mid off and that slip position. So they're telling him, go ahead and drive through the covers if you want. Fine edge into short leg. I think it bounced just before, but thick inside edge. And one delivery left in this Pete Salmon over. Strolls over to have a quick word with his compatriot Marquino Mindley. And out of those two, which one is the spinner? Pete Salmon is the spinner. Marquino Mindley, the shorter one, is the pacer. Back to that one. They're appealing.
He played that for sure.
Jacqueline Williams says not out. Orville Higgins with his eagle eyes all the way from up here says
he played
that.
this. Clearly coming off the bottom half of the bat. I'm prepared to bet on it. Yeah.
Yeah. And good call there. 442 for 5, 8 overs left in the day's play. It's been a long and tiring day for the Jamaicans in the field. They have a little bit of energy with that wicket of Craig Braffett. And a little bit of a fight back in the sense that considering they were 377 for 3 Barbados, they're slipped a little bit to 442 for 5. They're still trailed by 15. As Orville Higgins suggested, that should be their primary target now, to get to that 458 to get those first innings points. And I mean, if they actually do get that in the next over or two and then declare as we suggested,
yeah, that would be what I would do.
Yeah, that would be. But I mean, I think it's a little too late now to just give the Jamaicans 5 overs. I think you would have wanted maybe between 8 to 12 or something like that, maybe 12.
They may be a little bit
10 tops, maybe.
They may be a little reluctant at the very word declare against this Jamaican team following what happened at Sabina Park.
Yeah, but the other thing is the man who would be the man to go after the bowling would be, of course, Kyle Mayers, and he has given no indication of that at all. 12 or 45, positively sedate from him. Feeling for that one, Brad Barnes asked the question. Not sure what he was asking for. He just said, please, Mr. Taylor, give me a wicket. I deserve one. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Inside edge. Inside edge maybe onto pad. Brad wants a wicket. He badly wants a wicket against his name. He'll beg for it, he'll ask for it, he'll quarrel with his teammates for it. At this point, any wicket, anywhere will do. He feels he has earned it.
He really deserves one.
Yeah, and I would agree with him as well.
He's been the pick of the bowlers while being unlucky.
Yeah, he's...
Salmon again. I mean, if you look at Salmon's wicket, Shane Mosley was a bit of a lucky one. Kevin Wickham sort of was not a bad delivery. Ruston Chase threw away his hand. Jonathan Drakes as well throwing away his hand, but that was against RBJ Mansingh.
Yeah.
Gets a run off the final delivery of the 118. So Kyle Mayers is shepherding the strike a little bit. 118 overs bowled. 442 for 5 is the score. Barbados Pride still behind a little bit. Jamaica Scorpions ending their first innings on 457 all out. So they're still behind by some 14 runs.
End of another trying Brad Barnes over, you could say. He's given it everything. He's given a little character. The thing with him, though, as somebody that I would have watched growing up, he's very competitive on a cricket field. Not short of a word or two. But outside the cricket field, there are very few people, very few more nicer guys. Very, very mannerable, very easygoing. But put him in whites and put him on a cricket field, he becomes very competitive when he's on that field. Good character.
Carl Mayers punches this first delivery off the back foot, and there's a Nelson on the board, 444, as Boucher comes in to strike again. There's a silly mid-off in place now as well. Goes for the big shot, goes for the big heave. As that tempter outside that off stump. Well taken by Romaine Morris.
And lucky not to be bowled down. This was close. The proverbial coat of varnish preventing the off stump from being knocked out of the ground.
Peeling for a leg before. Pete Salmon is indicating that he's going down leg anyway. Doing umpire Jacqueline Williams' job for her.
Testing time for young Boucher. They have brought in 4 fieldsmen around the bat, including a slip. He's under some pressure for sure.
Salmon 1 wicket away from a 5-for as well.
John with a hop, skip, and a jump. Remember, he was hit on the inside of the foot earlier. Still walking a little gingerly.
Walking gingerly might mean something different in Jamaica because you all seem to love your ginger.
Ah.
Nice punch. That one is through the extra cover region. Will it go all the way to the ropes? It does indeed. Just about beats the tired legs of Marquino Mindley. Dribbles into the ropes. 4 for Lenico Boucher off a full delivery.
Yeah, that was an easy ball to hit. A low full toss. You're not going to miss out on this too often. Yeah. Coming forward to a low full toss, all you have to do is to pick a spot. That was easy. One of the rare, really bad balls that Pete Salmon has bowled.
Last delivery of the 119th. Pete Salmon, 1 away from 100. Unfortunate for the spinner, but he still has at least 4 wickets in the column. 448 for 5, 119 overs bowled. Barbados closing in on 450 as well. Still 9 runs behind the Jamaicans. Jamaica, the land of wood and water, as the original Amerindians call it, see Maka. And certainly is a land of many woods and many rivers indeed. Certainly some lovely, lovely rivers in Jamaica, and quite big indeed. If you're ever heading up to the east into Portland and May Pen and those sorts of areas, you'll pass massive, massive rivers. And boulders as big as houses in those rivers as well. It's really, really impressive. Pleasant drive by Mays into the extra cover region, and there's no run. And then there's a specific bridge, I think, can't remember the name of the bridge.
Which parish is that? Which parish?
I think it's in the Eastern Parish. It's the very old bridge that they wanted to redo, but then the engineering was so perfect on the bridge they decided against it. It's a 1-lane bridge, I believe. A shot of some spectators watching the shadows lengthen here at Sabina Park.
Brad Barnes toiling away, desperate for a wicket. You got a useful 40 in the first innings. He wants to follow that up with a wicket or 2 here, just to re-establish himself as a batting all-rounder in the team. But none can fault his effort in this contest. He's put up his hand, has done the donkey work in terms of amount of overs. Look at that. 29 overs he's bowled along with Pete Salmon, the bulk of the overs. 74 runs at a scoring rate of just over 2.5. You'll take that any day if you're not getting wickets. That is what you want your off spinner to do, to dry up runs. He's going at 2.5. You'll take that any day on a flat deck that's not offering a lot. When the opposition is 448 for 5, you can get your off spinner to bowl 29 overs, conceding 70 odd runs. You'll pat him on the back and say, "Well done, son." It doesn't always have to be about wickets. You would like 1 or 2, but he's certainly done well.
Yeah, that bridge I was talking about is actually the flat bridge, which is a beam bridge across the Rio Cobre, connecting Kingston with the north coast tourist areas of Duns River and Ocho Rios in St. Catherine. And that bridge is around 256 years old. It was built in 1770. And according to the legend that I heard, as Pete Salmon continues, is that the Ministry of Works and Engineering and whatever wanted to widen the bridge, but because it was so engineeringly and structurally sound, and they couldn't build anything better, they just decided to leave it as is.
I'm gonna tell you something.
That's a spinning delivery, a wild delivery down the leg side, but it spun even further, and it'd probably be even more buys, unfortunate buys to the poor Romain Morris. Poor fellow, he really didn't deserve some of those today.
No,
and that's sorry, apologies. That's a 450 up for Barbados, 452 for 5.
You know, closing in on that 458. This is pitched leg and going wider. Poor Romain Morris, as you said, that signal buys. But yeah, unlikely for most wicket keepers to get anywhere close to that.
Might have been a good delivery to the left-handed Cal Mayers, to be honest. A nice punch to the covers by Boucher. You were going to say something?
Flatbridge. I think Flatbridge is haunted.
Oh my.
Don't tell anybody that I said that. I believe that there are ghosts.
Don't tell anybody you said that. Or don't listen to our commentary, all 5,000 viewers.
I believe that there's ghosts underneath that bridge. That bridge claims a life, I would think, an average of 1 every 2 years in Jamaica. I don't drive across the flat bridge, and I live in Jamaica. If I have to go to Ocho Rios, I find alternate routes. And if I have to go, before there was the highway to Ocho Rios, if I have to go to Flatbridge, through Flatbridge to Ocho Rios, I get somebody to drive with me. Just before we get to Flatbridge, that person takes the steering, I walk across, and then take the car on the other side. So I'm not driving across Flatbridge.
So you have a sacrificial lamb when
no, the person think I'm being silly, so they don't mind. But too many motorists have toppled over that bridge for some unknown reason. I'm not doing that.
The superstitions of Orville Higgins, and what do you all call ghosts in Jamaica? I believe they were the duppy.
Duppies. Never seen one, but when your mother and your grandmother tells you about duppies, and enough elderly people, you tend to believe.
453 for 5 after 121 overs. Well, as we're sharing ghost stories, I'll share the most famous one in Trinidad. So there's a highway, on the highway heading down south, there was a story about, I think, a plantation owner's daughter who ran off with a slave or something like that. And while they were running off, she was bitten by a snake and died in the bushes. I don't know if this is a true story. There is a grave marking with her burial there, and some people, when they're driving through that Claxton Bay on the highway, they see a lady in white. I think there have been a couple accidents on that site. I don't think it's a era of notable accidents, but certainly the folklore of both of the Caribbean in general is quite wonderful.
Nobody can tell me that Flatbridge isn't haunted. I'm going to my grave believing that people say they see mermaids at Flatbridge, you know. Literal mermaids, half woman, half fish.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on All Souls Day, I will be taking Orville Higgins to Flatbridge during the night so we can test his theory.
Well,
he looks very, very nervous at that.
Somebody said I was wrong. It is not every 2 years. Somebody goes over that river every 2 months.
Oh my.
I just got a text from a fellow colleague in the media. That's a haunted place for me.
Well, they have to change it to Hungry Bridge now.
Well, probably that.
Is he? No, I think got spilled by John Campbell.
Oh my goodness. And poor Brad Barnes, you're beginning to feel his pain. If that really was, and it appears to be just spinning off the edge of the bat to Brad Barnes, to John Campbell. And look at this. He plays, yeah, that did come off the edge at an awkward height to the captain. You want them either below your waist or above your eye line at the chest height. To go with your fingers up or down is usually very awkward. But Brad Barnes isn't thinking about all that.
John Campbell was holding that ball like it was a hot potato. That was an awkward one because I think it touched off the keeper as well. So
left
it was an edge
pad,
onto the keeper's thigh. And so it was very, very awkward for John Campbell.
Brad Barnes, had it not been John Campbell his captain, let me tell you something.
And this one, he opens the face, gets that just past John Campbell, and will run down to third man. Pete Salmon has to do some fielding.
I'm going to ask you to guess here, Andrew.
2 runs
He's
behind
smiling
now.
Right.
2 runs behind. A real credit to Brad Barnes that he still has a smile on his face. Because everything has gone wrong for the poor fellas. We have a look at this one again.
Yeah, there was an edge. Then the wicketkeeper's gloves, and I think that threw off John Campbell. And then, I'm asking you the question. Had that not been his captain that put down that, what do you think Brad Barnes' reaction would be? I can tell you, he wouldn't be smiling.
I also think in that instance, John Campbell was deceived by the speed or lack thereof. Because he's expecting that to come to him really fast, and he jumps up like he's been struck. When really and truly the ball was just kind of bubbling around.
Poor Brad Barnes. He's bowled too well not to take a wicket. But there are those days. It's called cricket, and nothing is scripted. There are days when he will bowl short balls and full tosses and wide deliveries, and batsmen plunk them in the hands of some fielder somewhere. And then there are days like this when you bowl solidly, but with absolutely no luck, including your captain dropping a catch at slip.
Just 3 overs left in the day as the 122nd over comes to an end. 455 for 5. Just 2 runs behind now Barbados. A change in bowling from the northern end, RBJ Mansing. He'll be bowling to Carl Mayers. Field spread fairly wide, even though there's no fielder deep in the cover regions. But there's protection behind square on the leg side and as well as mid-wicket. Long on is just about on the boundary. Mid-off is halfway back. Thick outside edge, well fielded by
John Campbell.
Is that John Campbell? Yes, it is John Campbell, indeed.
Prepared to dive and get something in the hand, but the one that was straight to you, you dropped it, Skip.
That delivery darting in on leg stump there from Mansing. Shadows are lengthening here at Sabina Park, the Kingston Cricket Club. Shadow has almost reached the pitch. Punched away.
And Kyle Myers looked a completely different candidate to the way he made his debut in Test cricket. A double century against the clock to beat Bangladesh on a spinning track in Bangladesh. He looks a far cry from that guy that day or that night as we were watching. He was hitting sixes for fun. Now just blocking for the most part, 15 from 65. How times have changed.
Well, I mean, the Carl Mayers conundrum is an interesting one because it seemed like he did want to play Test cricket, but it almost seemed like he was using Test cricket as a platform to get out there into the open, into the more international game. And when he didn't really take his chances, because after that England series here, he sort of faded away. Maybe he was hoping that he would be invited into the T20 leagues across the world. That didn't really happen, so now he's having to reinvent himself as a red ball cricketer. I think the Bajans would be happy to have him in terms of his experience. 123 overs bowled, 455 for 5. That's a maiden from RBJ Mansing.
Yeah, that debut was a record-breaking debut. 200 plus to win on the final day in partnership with Nkrumah Bonham. He started brilliantly, and his Test career has only you can only go one way after that, but his has taken a significant decline, and now a far cry from that kind of batsman. 15 from 68 on a flat deck on a wilting attack. Yeah, times have changed.
Remaining 2 overs left in the day. Barnes to continue. I think it would be poetic justice if Brad Barnes gets a wicket on his very, very last delivery of the day.
I'd love to see the celebrations if he does. Maybe just look up to the heavens and ask, why not? No, why now? That could be tight. It's not going to happen.
Taylor says no. That was probably going down like.
Was there an inside edge on that? I think there was, because that to me looked pretty straight. But Brad Barnes is smiling. You have to see the funny side, kid. There are some days that it just will not happen for you. Not today.
I have a feeling he knows that was none out because.
Look at this. Maybe an inside edge saving him. Maybe going down. Maybe going down.
Because I don't think he would have been smiling at Chris Taylor. He would have been fuming. He would have seen like daggers and fire and brimstone coming out of his eyes. Almost getting it on this one. Almost playing it on Boucher. A little bit too lazy there.
The gods are against him. Spinning off the inside edge and not hitting the wickets. What will he have to do to get a wicket today?
I really don't know what Brad. Oh my goodness, how close was that?
He's not going to get anybody out today, Brad. It's not your day. Yeah, you can smile about it. I like that.
Come on, Barnes. You've got 2 more deliveries. You can do it.
I like that.
Nah, you're not going to get it with that one. Come on.
And then you never know. With his bad luck, Boucher may just decide to do something silly here. 1 ball for you, Sir Brad Barnes, to get something. 31 overs. 76 conceded.
I genuinely feel like, at the end of the day, when they let the leading player lead them off, Brad Barnes should lead off the Jamaican team. Just for his effort. He's put in it all. Come on, Barnes, last delivery. Oh, and Boucher plays it safely. Barnes knows it's a losing cause right now, but he's still giving his all. 1 over left in the day's play. Officially, the Barbados Pride are still amazingly behind the Jamaicans. 2 runs behind. I'm sure they would at least like to end the day in front. They're having a look at the scoreboard now. Is Lenico Boucher and Carl Mayers. It'll be interesting. Maybe they get it off the second to last delivery and then they just march off.
Yeah, not too often you see 2 regional teams getting above 450 in their first innings. So, from that perspective, good to see. Has been
good to see. It's good to see the application of the batters. Beaten all ends up by this one. No, he gets a thick inside edge. Oh my goodness. 456 now for 5. That one came in a little bit, and I think Kyle Mayers was stranded on the back foot and just about got his bat down on time. I thought that one had just about clipped the off stump.
Yeah, came on a little bit quicker than he anticipated. The he survives. And now some pressure will be put on Lenny Kaboucha. Hasn't always looked the picture of self-assuredness. He's had his moments, had his issues. The Jamaicans will feel that there's an opening here.
Nice punch into the cover region. There's a little puff of dust as well there with that delivery, which might just indicate a little bit of deterioration. There might be a little bit of mischief in this last day pitch. You never know. That one was too close for the cutting, too full for the cutting, and Boucher almost threw himself into the leg side trying to get that one through the extra cover region, square region.
What on earth was this?
Oh, there was a little bit of movement as well, a little bit of swing.
Yeah, it did spin.
Spin.
Yeah, it spun, but I'm not sure why would a batsman want to play a shot like that with 4 deliveries to go, unless they don't plan to come back batting tomorrow.
I think they're just trying to, they really don't, at this point, the Bajans really just want to finish in front of the Jamaicans.
In case there's rain all day tomorrow.
Psychological sake, yeah.
I agree with you.
So they have 2 deliveries to do that, to get 2 runs. Certainly not the most dramatic of chases indeed. He flicks this one away. There's no run there on that occasion. Excellent stuff by the mid-wicket fielder. One official delivery left in the day's play. The groundsmen have already moved into position. They're ready to protect their beloved pitch. Might be hoping that one of them wears spikes and walks in the middle for tomorrow. At least make this one a little competition. I'm not saying that they should do that. That's illegal.
John is making the batsman wait. He's tinkling with the field, or tinkering with the field, just to put a little pressure on Boucher for this final delivery.
What is the young man there? He goes deep into his crease and pulls that into the leg side. Will that run away into the ropes for 4? It does indeed. That sort of sweep pull takes Barbados in front. They will end day 3 at 460 for 5. They have a lead of 3. It's been an attritional day here, but the Bajans are pulled just about in front at 460 for 5. That will end day 3 here at Sabina Park. Some final thoughts from Orville Higgins, and he will take you through the rest of proceedings as we close off for the evening.
Yeah, that is a fantastic day's cricket if you take out the fact that it was an attritional day that at times lacked excitement. But this is sometimes what first-class cricket is. It's a grind. Sometimes it's a battle of will and patience. And we saw that today in no uncertain manner. The Barbados pride getting the better of Jamaica, or the Jamaica Scorpions, led by that magnificent 176 by their captain Craig Brathwaite, and a 3rd consecutive 100 by Kevin Wickham. The Jamaicans were ably led in the bowling department by Pete Salmon, but even he could not prevent the Barbados from getting their noses in front in this contest. First innings is valued at 8 points in a game that there's no result in terms of a win. So this could be valuable for the Barbadians as well as the batting and bowling points that they accrue in time. As they trudge off, 460 for 5, a lead of 2. And tomorrow could be a day where, by all indications, could end in a tame draw. But cricket can do funny things at times, and who knows what will happen tomorrow. Yeah, that's Kevin Wickham. In his Aki, as we say, here's the captain, Craig Brathwaite. These two really put the Jamaican bowling to the sword, scoring easily enough. And not even Minley, who bowled really well, could prevent run scoring all around the park. Pete Salmon worked really hard, but Craig Brathwaite and Kevin Wickham would not be denied their centuries. Craig Brathwaite at times playing some audacious stroke play. That was one of them. Punched through the covers. We're seeing Mansing now to Wickham. And at times he can do that. Launch you high and hard downtown. And then if you back pitch, he can do that as well. Hit you well over the leg side. So these two, Kevin Wickham and Captain Craig Brathwaite, they ensured that they did enough. There was the odd delivery that misbehaved on otherwise really flat pitch. And the Scorpions will be happy that they ended. Craig Brathwaite just hitting over the top. And after he got a start, he never really looked like getting out. Lost his place in the West Indies team. And if you want your place back, this is what you do. Big hundreds. 176. He's certainly putting his hand up. In the meantime, Kevin Wickham, 3 straight centuries in regional cricket. That was Craig Brathwaite celebrating his, what was that, his 34th 100 in regional cricket. No over celebration, just a quiet acknowledgement of his teammates. And then set about his business of putting the Jamaican bowlers to the sword. And then as the attack got tired, there were easy deliveries like that. Like those, steered away easily by Craig Brathwaite. And at this point, it looked as if both Wickham and Brathwaite would bat for eternity. Certainly they were eyeing visions of batting all the way to the close of play. And there were times like that when the Jamaicans had no luck. The wicketkeeper Morris making a meal of that. There was an inside edge and a missed stump at the same time. And then carved out towards third man. Then Ruston Chase came in and started like that. That I think was his second delivery, pulling out the reverse sweep. And then he did it again, this time finer, out towards third man. So he came out, a man on a mission did Ruston Chase. And then launched that one high and way over mid-wicket. Craig Brathwaite, in the meantime, was continuing on his merry way, scoring almost at will. And when he got deliveries like that, he never wasted the opportunity to keep the scoreboard moving. At times there was the odd delivery that spun past the bat, but for the most part it was easy pickings. That was a drop catch as Mayers hit the unlucky Barnes to Odin Smith. He's frustrated there and he had a right to be. And Pete Salmon undoubtedly the pick of the Jamaican bowlers. That was a drop catch. Hit Javel Glenn in the chest, but he just couldn't hold on. His captain making a little mock attempt at punishing him with a left kick, but it was all in good fun. Pete Salmon continued to wheel away, and at times was much too wide down the leg side. Poor Romain Morris, the keeper, had an off day. Wasn't his usual accurate self, but then it was a bad day as well. And there is the dismissal. Yeah, of Kevin Wickham. And everybody congratulating him as he came off. 3 straight centuries. Take a bow, young man. And yeah, they're all appreciating the effort. So too did his captain. Game played in good spirits. And that's Roston Chase. High in the air and held by Carlos Brown. Roston Chase coming out playing almost a shot at ball. And in the end, couldn't clear Carlos Brown in that wide long on position. His brief stint ended. And that was the dismissal of Craig Brathwaite to a magic ball. That was pitching just outside off or just on off, went on. And if anything, maybe just deviated away, didn't come back. And the long, significant innings of the Bajan captain came to an end. Bowled on the defense after scoring 176 meant that he had to get a good ball, and that was what happened. Then in the meantime, that was Wickham's 100. Yeah, punching the ground and then taking off the helmet and waving to his teammates, saying, "I did it." That was how he got to his 100 as we continue this little look at the highlights before he got out. All right, so the other highlight as the Barbadians batted deep into the final session, they are the covers coming on. That's a live shot actually. And as the shadows lengthen here at Sabina Park, that's the state of the game. Barbados 460 for 5, the Barbados Pride, leading by 2 runs or by 3 runs as is shown there. They'll come back tomorrow, and who knows what the plan is. Could be to get quick scores and ask the Jamaicans to bat, or maybe bat until an hour into the second session. They'll be reluctant, the Jamaicans, to invite back Barbados into the game. So you think that anything could happen here. So tomorrow, we will be back for day 4. The player of the day interview will follow this afternoon's proceedings. So on behalf of all of us here at Sabina Park, live and loud production, we ask you to join us tomorrow. Orville Higgins on behalf of the entire crew saying, have yourselves a great evening.